Chapter 641, Shifting Responsibility and Drawing the Line. Time flies, and soon it is April. During this period, everything at Hogwarts seemed normal. The Caro siblings continued their harsh teaching and management of the students. However, with the additional escape route provided by the Temple of Divine Calling, Professor Snape gradually relaxed his requirements on these two Death Eaters, allowing them to become more aggressive. Consequently, the Temple of Divine Calling ended up protecting more than a dozen wizards of different grades during this time. The large number of missing students led many to believe that there was an unknown secret passage or a safe hiding place within Hogwarts. The other professors were worried, but also relieved to see the results. Living in hiding might not be easy, but it was much safer than staying at Hogwarts. In the principal's office, Snape frowned as he watched Aaron nonchalantly lounging. "Did you listen to what I just said? They have searched the castle several times," Snape said, his voice tense. "They couldn't find it," Aaron replied confidently. "Of course, I know they can't find it, but if this continues, the pressure on me as the principal will increase." "They will soon report to the Dark Lord," Snape retorted, his frustration evident. "Professor, I have to criticize you here," Aaron said, his tone turning serious. "After knowing that Harry Potter returned safely, you really got a little carried away. On average, you only manage to get one person into the Hall of Gods every few days. It's hard for them not to notice." Snape's eyes twitched slightly. "Didn't you stop me? Every student was invited by you. I only provided the name, grade, and house. I didn't even show my face from beginning to end. In other words, you are the one who controls the situation, and you are very happy when you accept people. When trouble comes, it is all my responsibility?" A look of embarrassment appeared on Aaron's face. After losing his virginity, he had let himself go a little. Knowing the taste after experiencing it, he felt like a king who would never go to court early again, and he didn't bother to care about many things. For him, protecting students also had many benefits. After signing the contract and promising not to leak any secrets, the students were put into the Temple of Divine Calling without much thought. Snape glanced at Aaron with disdain and asked tentatively, "It seems like something has distracted you, right?" "Professor is indeed a professor," Aaron gave a thumbs up. "I do have a lot of worries now." "Tell me," Snape prompted. "First of all, I have to find a way to avoid the pursuit of my brother-in-law and the mixed doubles of my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Secondly, I'm worried that they won't take any protective measures in case they become pregnant. Thirdly, I still have a jealous lover outside, which is difficult to explain to her. Finally, what do you think this future child's name will be?" Upon hearing this, Snape's head was full of black lines, and he gritted his teeth angrily. If he had known better, he wouldn't have asked. This bastard was definitely here to show off. Snape was in love but couldn't get it, while Aaron enjoyed all the blessings of others. The comparison, it hurt his heart. "Aaron Gaius, you really deserve to die," Snape spat out. "But you really can't blame me," Aaron smiled bitterly. He was still very confident in his self-control, but the drinking party that night had been so intense that even a man couldn't resist it. "Phew," Snape took a deep breath. "I'm not interested in your private life. The focus now is how to deal with the problem." "Honestly, this is not really a problem," Aaron chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Who is the boss of Hogwarts now?" "It's you, the respected Principal Severus Snape. You were worried that they would report to Voldemort, and you had no reason to refuse, right?" Snape was silent. He really couldn't refuse. Most of the students in the academy were missing. It was almost impossible for him to suppress such a major incident. The Caro siblings had other ways to notify the Ministry of Magic. "Since you are the boss, there is no need to worry," Aaron continued, his tone reassuring. "We just need to manage the situation carefully and ensure that the students are safe. Everything else will fall into place." "It's easy for you to say," Snape retorted. "It's actually not difficult to do," Aaron replied with a smile. "Professor, your ability to paint a rosy picture is quite impressive. You've managed to keep 2 Death Eaters in check for more than a semester." "It's no longer easy to paint such pictures now," Snape said, exasperated. The disappearance of so many students from Hogwarts is a significant failure in the Dark Lord's educational reforms. With no future prospects and the threat of punishment from the Dark Lord, it would be difficult for the Caro siblings to heed my words. So, in addition to painting rosy pictures, you also need to be able to shift the blame onto others, Aaron suggested. Snape was taken aback and stared into Aaron's eyes in disbelief. What do you mean? Isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate? They are the kind of Death Eaters who don't regret their actions. But this, Snape began, but was interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside the door. They're here, Aaron whispered. All right. Aaron immediately cast a disillusionment charm on himself and quietly hid on the stairs. Professor, I will use my speech ability to communicate with you. Follow my instructions. Is it reliable? Snape asked doubtfully. Trust me, it's very reliable. The oak door creaked open, and Amicus and Alecto Caro entered. Preemptive strike, Aaron's voice echoed in Snape's mind. How do I strike first? Snape thought. Say what I say, and adjust your expression according to my tone, Aaron instructed. Severus, we are looking for you, Amicus began. I haven't come to you yet, and you actually have the nerve to come to me, Snape interrupted calmly, his expression a mix of disappointment and anger. We. Alecto started cautiously. We are here to report the recent disappearance of students. Shut up, Snape growled, pointing at the two of them. You idiots, you know I don't usually use curse words, but at this moment, I can't think of anything else to describe you except these two words. 16 people disappeared in just 1 month. Is this how you manage students? Snape's anger made Amicus and Alecto feel guilty. We compiled the list, Amicus said, placing a few pages of parchment on the desk. Most of them are half-bloods, and there are also a few traitors from pure-blood families, Alecto added. List? Snape scoffed, picking up the list and throwing it on the ground without even looking at it. What's the use of this? Their families. Alecto began, but stopped mid-sentence when he saw Snape's disappointed eyes. 1 or 2 is manageable, but these 50 or so students represent 50 or so wizarding families. Do you know what this means? Snape continued aggressively. How many people are paying attention to the Master's educational reforms? I can still suppress it at Hogwarts, but do you have to make it known to everyone? No, that's not what I meant, Amicus stammered. But it will have such consequences, Snape said, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. So many people have disappeared. Not only did we not notice it beforehand, but we haven't found any clues even now. Do you want to inform him? Amicus asked in a low voice. Who should I inform? The Master? Amicus, am I crazy or are you? Snape asked coldly. If this matter is reported, the Master will be disappointed with us first. It doesn't matter to me. After all, I killed Dumbledore and provided the exact time of Harry Potter's evacuation. My merits are outstanding. Even if the Master is disappointed, he will not make things too difficult for me because of my past achievements. But what about you? Being responsible for discipline, school rules, and punishment, and making such a major mistake, don't you want to live? Amicus's pupils trembled, and the blood drained from his face. Then what should we do? Alecto asked in a panic. How long can we hide this? We will be on vacation in 2 months, and then find them before the holidays, Snape said earnestly. I know this may seem impossible, but we have no other choice. It must be difficult for you, after all. You almost turned the castle upside down. Several deans have complained to me more than once. They knew that complaining was useless, but they still did it. Do you know what this means? Amicus and Alecto exchanged glances and lowered their heads in shame. Your incompetence has made them unable to stand it, Snape cursed, patting his face. This is the first time in my nearly 20 years at Hogwarts that my face hurts so much. I believed in you. I believed you could handle it, but I have been disappointed again and again. Until today, my patience has reached its limit because you came to me. Do you have any suggestions, Severus? Alecto asked anxiously. I don't have much advice, but I can give you some direction. The first half of Snape's sentence made the Caro siblings' hearts tremble, but the second half gave them hope. Their eyes seemed to shine as they looked at Snape. Food, Snape said, raising his head proudly. They can find a hiding place, but they can't survive without enough supplies. The kitchen, it must be the kitchen, Amicus's eyes lit up. They will definitely go to the kitchen to steal food. Severus, you are so smart. We didn't even think of that. Don't be too happy too early. Keeping an eye on the kitchen may not yield results. After all, who knows if someone in Hogwarts will secretly provide food for them? Who dares? Alecto asked, incredulous. Not necessarily no one would dare. Many professors are very dissatisfied with the education reform. Severus, you mean, Alecto said in a daze, there is a traitor. It's just a possibility, but just in case, I will talk to these professors face to face as soon as possible and tell them what they can and cannot do. That would be great, Amicus smiled, but the smile quickly faded as he thought of something. But if we still can't find them? Amicus, do you think their supplies can last until the holidays? Snape smiled sinisterly. As long as we control the food, they will come out of the dark corners on their own. We just need to wait patiently. But you two must take care of yourselves during these 2 months, and no more corporal punishment is allowed. I don't ask you to be gentle, but use black magic as little as possible. As long as you change, whether you are missing or not, you will have a sense of luck. At least we can stabilize the current situation. Also, don't forget your other mission. The Caro siblings' hearts skipped a beat. You mean Gaius? Yes, keep an eye on him, Snape said seriously. Aaron Gaius is the key to the Dark Lord's path to immortality. As long as he's still at Hogwarts, under our noses, the disappearance of dozens of students is nothing. After all, they are just hiding, not dead. We get it. No, you don't understand, Snape's voice rose. Keep an eye on Aaron Gaius. Even if the news of the student's disappearance reaches the Master's ears, I will be sure to appease the Master's anger and alleviate the punishment for you. But if he disappears, even if there is no problem at Hogwarts, the Master's wrath cannot be blocked by you or me. Amicus and Alecto immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Aaron Gaius was not only a hot potato, but also their last talisman. Now, please get out. Snape pointed at the oak door. You need to calm down, and I need some quiet. Yes. The Caro siblings bowed together, exited the principal's office, and politely closed the door. As the oak door closed again, Snape wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. This is the feeling of blaming someone else, Aaron said, meaningfully. Isn't it exciting to compare pancakes? Give me a tranquilizer. I know you have it. Take it out quickly. Aaron, no, Professor. You see that Voldemort can handle it with ease, but what about 2 Death Eaters? I was mentally prepared. Every time I saw him, I felt a sense of unease. But what happened just now? What I just said has nothing to do with psychological quality. It is a test of the actor's self-cultivation. Snape's eyes were full of resentment. Actors can still practice their lines according to the script, but you didn't even give me a script. Improvisation leaves no room for mistakes. You may not be as good as me at that. That's true. Aaron chuckled, then grabbed a small bottle from Abe's pocket and placed it on the desk. Snape picked up the tranquilizer and took a sip. After calming down a little, he said, "The problem is temporarily solved, but it is only temporary." "That's enough for the time being," Aaron said with emotion. "As long as no one goes missing, the Caro siblings will not act rashly before the holiday. But the decisive battle will begin before the holidays. Who will be in the mood to care about missing people then? Is that goblin ready?" Harry Potter has been serving Griffook with delicious food and drinks for more than a month. He finally finished drawing the underground circuits of Gringotts. Harry will go looking for Hufflepuff's gold cup in at most 2 days. Once we get this Horcrux, the initiative will be completely in our hands. At this point, Aaron paused. I will tell Harry Potter about Dumbledore's plan later. No, it's too early. He's not ready yet. It's okay to only tell him part of it. Aaron took a step back. He is part of the Horcrux. You can push it back. Snape pondered for a long time. That's it. Chapter 642, Preparation to Steal the Bank. In the Shenming Hall, Harry and Ron found Hermione and Aaron's doppelganger sitting together, reading a book with some restraint. The scenery is coming, the doppelganger sighed slightly. Every time you come to me so urgently, it's because of something serious. Griffook has already drawn a map. We can go to Gringotts to find the Horcruxes at any time. Harry hesitated. But if it's just the 3 of us, We don't have much confidence." "I understand," the doppelganger said, holding Hermione's arm and looking at the two of them playfully. "I can tell you clearly that I will not let her go." "I'm sorry," Hermione said apologetically. "I promised him that after being caught by Death Eaters once, I wouldn't take any more risks with you." Hearing this, both Harry and Ron felt a little disappointed. Without Hermione, the trio seemed to have lost their calm and wise brains. But Aaron and Hermione's relationship had already experienced a qualitative breakthrough, and they didn't dare expect Hermione to rejoin them without his consent. "It doesn't matter. We're not here to find you," Harry said sarcastically. "You're not looking for Hermione. Are you looking for me?" the doppelganger asked. Harry and Ron nodded in unison. "Yes, we're here to find you." The doppelganger rolled his eyes. "Half of the Order of the Phoenix is here, so you don't seem to need to look for me. Sirius, Alastor, even George and Fred would be happy to accompany you to rob a bank." "Correction," Harry said stubbornly. "This is not robbing a bank." "That's right, it's just a bank robbery without being discovered. But no matter how noble the excuse, this kind of behavior is enough to get you through Azkaban." "Why do you have to find Aaron?" Hermione looked at the two of them puzzled. "There must be a reason. Gringotts is very defensive, and we need a strong helper. You know Aaron's strength. If he is willing to help, we will get twice the result with half the effort," Harry explained. "The most important thing is that Aaron knows dragon language," Ron added. "Griphook said Bellatrix's vault is guarded by fire dragons. He can calm down the fire dragon, which can buy us a lot of time." "Tsk, tsk." The doppelganger couldn't help but smacked its lips. "It seems like you really can't do it without me." Harry and Ron looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Although they didn't want to admit it, countless ironclad facts had already proven this. "Are you going then?" Hermione asked worriedly. If it were her, she would definitely not hesitate, but if it were Aaron, she would inevitably worry about him. "Yes," the doppelganger's lips curled up slightly. Hufflepuff's golden cup was worth 1,500 magic points. He wanted to enjoy the fruits of victory safely, as long as Harry and the others could bring the Horcrux back. But the reliability of these two guys was really worrying. The plan was already at an advanced stage, and it would be bad if he didn't keep an eye on it in case something unexpected happened. "Great," Harry smiled excitedly. "I'll tell Griphook right away." "Wait a minute," the doppelganger stopped him. "Do Sirius and the others know?" "No, they don't. If they knew, they wouldn't let me take the risk," Harry admitted. "No," Hermione glared at him. "You must inform them in advance. Have you forgotten about the Department of Mysteries?" Harry's expression changed slightly. Because he was worried about Sirius, he had led several classmates into the trap laid by Voldemort. If Dumbledore hadn't arrived in time, they would have died long ago. And he means a lot to the Order of the Phoenix. If the Order of the Phoenix finds out that he secretly went to Gringotts, the past is likely to repeat itself. The Order of the Phoenix attacking Gringotts was a scene he didn't dare to imagine. "I know, I will convince them," Harry promised. "Aaron, do you want to make some preparations in advance?" Ron asked cautiously. "What to prepare?" the doppelganger inquired. "Since it's going in to Bellatrix's vault, she must be going there herself," Ron suggested. "Our transformation technique can't convincingly mimic her. It's too easy to see through. So, can you please—" "Impossible, absolutely impossible," the missing body interrupted unceremoniously. "Don't even think about it." "Then let's think of another way," Harry said angrily, pulling Ron away quickly. "Alas!" Hermione rolled her eyes at him, exasperated. "It's actually the easiest thing for you to become Bellatrix. My transformation technique can indeed make it difficult to distinguish between true and false, but I will never turn into a woman," T said confidently. "This is the bottom line. It is related to a man's dignity." "A man's dignity?" Hermione looked at him playfully. "You didn't keep it that night." "Looking at it from another angle, I also defended it. At least, I was still very fierce that night, right?" "Say that again." Hermione's entire face and ears turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak for a while. The missing body shrugged proudly. "To get back to the subject, Gringotts is known as the safest place in the magical world. Although I don't know how much of that is true, you definitely won't be able to get in by relying on the transformation technique, and becoming Bellatrix is a terrible idea. It took a lot of effort for me to keep Voldemort from noticing that we were collecting Horcruxes, pretending to be Bellatrix to get into her vault. Hehe, what's the difference between that and asking for trouble? In fact, complex problems are often very simple. As long as we can safely enter Gringotts, we have enough time to find Bellatrix's vault. The key point is that those goblins won't find out that someone is going to Bellatrix's vault. Hermione thought thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, she stood up. I'll tell them that they can't waste time on the wrong plan. The next day in the conference room of Shenming Palace. No, I absolutely disagree, Sirius said firmly. That's Gringotts. We can't let Harry take any more risks. He has suffered enough. The matter is not as serious as you think, Black, Moody advised patiently. The goblin will lead the way, and Aaron will follow. You have to believe in his ability. You also know that goblins cannot be trusted. What if they betray you? It's better for me to replace Harry, so that even if we fail, we still have hope. We know how much you care about Harry, and we all care about him. But the problem is that Harry is the one in the prophecy, and he has the highest probability of finding the Horcrux. In short, I don't agree, Sirius said, then changed the topic. Unless you take me with you. The corner of Moody's mouth twitched. This is your goal. Is there so much foreshadowing? We support Sirius's view, said Fred. You're right, we should go together. That's the Wizard's Bank. It's exciting just thinking about it. You two, shut up. Why? Fred and George said, dissatisfied. Ron can go. Why can't we? Who said he can go? I haven't agreed yet. That's right, Sirius was convinced. I'm much more reliable than him. It's safer if I go with Harry. Ron? Is this melon going to eat itself up while eating? Quiet. Aberforth patted the table, and the entire conference room fell silent. He turned to look at Aaron, who was calmly drinking tea. What do you think? Sit and watch. No time for your jokes. I'm responsible for protecting them, Harry is responsible for finding the Horcruxes, and Griphook is responsible for leading the way. The three of us are definitely going. But besides the three of us, I recommend adding one more person. Shouldn't the fewer people involved in this kind of action, the better? Frank asked, confused. That's true, but I can't do everything by myself, and someone has to handle the chores. Chores? Aberforth murmured, his eyes widening in surprise. Is this the kind of chores I understand? Probably, Aaron said sheepishly. Excuse me, what are you talking about? Sir, Gaius asked. What are chores? You can understand it as an assistant or a servant. Aberforth rolled his eyes at Aaron and said with a hint of sarcasm, When you go out, you're responsible for carrying bags and transportation. When you're eating, you're responsible for serving dishes and keeping things clean. When you're stealing, you're the lookout, and when you're killing, you're responsible for moving corpses and processing the crime scene. Aaron clapped his hands and said, As expected of an old hand, your explanation is spot on. Everyone exchanged glances. It sounded strange, but if you thought about it carefully, it made some sense. However, playing this kind of role required serious consideration. I can do it, Sirius said seriously. I have no problem. Me too, I have no problem. Ron raised his hand. Very good, worthy of being Harry Potter's only relative and best friend. Ron, you come with us tomorrow. Wait, Sirius said dissatisfied. Shouldn't it be a vote? The minority obeys the majority, so why are you excluding me? Sirius, I think I need to remind you, you signed a contract and you have to listen to me on this matter. But this, Sirius's face darkened. Why can't I? What I need is an assistant who obeys orders, not an emotional bastard, Aaron said, glancing at Sirius meaningfully. Even if this bastard is more capable. That's too much to say, Harry complained on behalf of his godfather. Excessive? Not at all. When it comes to you, this guy's sensibility shatters his rationality, Aaron said angrily. He would rather give up the Horcrux during the mission than let you suffer any harm. Harry was speechless. There was no way to refute this. He knew Sirius, and in his opinion, Harry Potter was more important than the mission, and the mission was more important than Sirius. Okay, that's settled. Back in the dormitory, Aaron sat quietly on the sofa alone. System, open the personal panel. Magic energy, body, 2076, primary magister, Mind, 2076, Primary Magister. Total, 2452. High-level Magister, a rare existence in the magic world. Talent, rare in a lifetime. Magic energy increases by 4 points every day. Body increases by 2 points. Mind increases by... Items, Resurrection Potion. Can resurrect any creature that dies within an hour. Magic Carpet, Captain Jack's Compass. Aaron's eyes lingered on the last column, and he couldn't help but sigh slightly when he saw the value behind the magic points. It was still just shy of 3,000 points. Whether it was the Razor Mask or the Samsara Bloodstone, he could look forward to it a little bit. But he was going to Gringotts tomorrow, and he felt it was necessary to improve his skills to deal with emergencies. After all, there was a big difference between stealing from a bank and robbing a bank. A word difference, a world of difference, but only an accident. Then Aaron opened the mall interface and heroically spent 1,000 magic points, acquiring the Sleep Magic Mist Fantasy Naraku and the Time Magic Time Stop. Mist Naraku could make people fall asleep inadvertently. If they were not strong enough or vigilant enough, they would fall into sleep. It wasn't very useful against the strong, but clearing troops was not a problem. As for Time Stop, it was a pure magical skill, but how powerful it could be depended on the user's ability level. Ding! A gold galleon was bounced into the air by him, flipping over and falling downwards under the influence of gravity. The next moment, Aaron snapped his fingers and stopped time in the dormitory. The golden galleon tilted and stopped in midair. After releasing the pause, the galleon continued to flip and fell into his palm. Yes, it's really good. These 1,000 magic points are worth it. However, when it comes to time rules, this ability should be regarded as a trump card. It cannot be used easily unless absolutely necessary. Even if it is used, it must be with a certain degree of control, Aaron muttered to himself. Time, magic was indeed powerful. The restrictions were as he had anticipated. With his current strength as a high-level mage, the range of his time-stopping ability was slightly larger than Hogwarts. However, the effectiveness of the time stop was also influenced by the number and strength of the individuals affected. With hundreds of wizard students and over a dozen professors, the weakest of whom were all magisters, the time magic he used at Hogwarts would dissipate quickly. In severe cases, it could even backfire. System, including these magic points, my total expenditure in the system mall has exceeded 30,000, Aaron exclaimed. To be precise, it's 31,777, which meets the system upgrade conditions. The system's voice responded, sounding a bit more urgent. Do you want to upgrade? Are you that excited? Aaron asked, somewhat speechless. The system is also motivated. This system has been waiting for this day for several years. All right, I have no objections. The last upgrade took 7 days. How long will it take this time? 72 hours will suffice. Then tell me what new features will be available after the upgrade. The host's property panel, mall panel, and task panel will be more sophisticated. Hearing this, Aaron blinked in confusion and sneered. That's it? How is that any different from nothing? The host will also receive an opportunity for targeted promotion and access to a new auxiliary product column. An auxiliary product section? Aaron raised his eyebrows playfully. So, I have another way to spend my points? Not only do you want me to stop exploiting your resources, but you also want to exploit me? How could the host think so? If chosen wisely, this is a very rare benefit. I'll trust you this time. Let's start the upgrade. Good host. In 3 days, you can choose the direction in which to improve yourself. Chapter 643. Trust is the basis of cooperation. The next day, Harry brought the invisibility cloak and Gryffindor's sword and gathered with Ron and Griffook at the teleportation array. The three of them waited for more than half an hour before Aaron walked over slowly. You're late, Griffook said harshly. You guys came early, Aaron replied disdainfully. Besides, Goblin, I don't care how they try to please you, but please remember that I have the final say in this place. Griffook's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth angrily. I know. Aaron, you? Harry hesitated, his face full of embarrassment. They hadn't even gotten the Horcrux yet, and Aaron was already offending the leader. What if Griffook decided to go on strike in the middle? Aaron shook his head, exasperated. This is a transaction. If you keep your attitude too low, you will easily suffer losses in the deal. Harry felt even more tired. He knew this, but Griphook was the only goblin who could help them. He would rather suffer a loss than have unpleasant communication affect their search for Horcruxes. "Are you ready to go?" Ron asked, trying to alleviate Harry's embarrassment. "Not yet. We need to sign a contract before setting off." "You don't trust me?" Griphook looked at them angrily. "Then our cooperation can end here." "No, Griphook, we don't doubt you," Harry said, giving Aaron a pleading look. "Apologize quickly." "Shh. Trust is the basis of cooperation. I don't care what agreement you have reached with Harry Potter, but this teleportation array is related to the safety of everyone in Shenming Palace. I have to be an insurance company." Upon hearing this, Harry and Griphook looked at each other. It seemed they had misunderstood. The contract Aaron wanted them to sign had nothing to do with their cooperation. "It turns out it's a confidentiality contract. You should explain it clearly," Ron said, exasperated. "I wanted to make it clear, but have you given me the chance?" Aaron retorted. "Bring out the contract and we'll sign it now," Harry said. Aaron waved his wand, and blue energy words appeared in midair. The three of them skillfully wrote their names with their fingers, and the contract turned into points of light and disappeared. "Now we can set off," Aaron smiled, and then took the three of them onto the teleportation platform. With the injection of magic power, the runes on the teleportation array lit up, and the four of them disappeared instantly. When they opened their eyes again, they were on the other side of the teleportation array. "Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop. I signed a contract with Voldemort. He and his Death Eaters cannot disturb Ollivander's wand shop without any reason, so it's relatively safe here." "That's foresight," Ron said, giving a thumbs up. "It is estimated that only Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley can still operate normally. Otherwise, wizards would have no wands, and the effect of casting spells would be greatly reduced," Harry said, breathing a sigh of relief and smiling. Ollivander's wand shop was very close to Gringotts. It could be reached within a few steps, which would avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. "You don't have to worry about it when you're on your way, but—" Griphook looked at Aaron and Ron. "You two can use transfiguration to change your appearance. What's the difference between going to Gringotts like this and throwing yourselves into a trap?" "Aaron, can you handle it?" Ron asked worriedly. "Hands up," Aaron said. Crunch! The door suddenly opened, and Ollivander and Fleur walked in. Aaron immediately walked to Fleur and held her tightly in his arms. "Have you missed me? What do you think?" Fleur glared at him angrily. "How long has it been since you came to see me?" "Aaron, you and Fleur Delacour, you—" Harry and Ron's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. Counting Hermione and Klee, Aaron had at least 3 high-quality relationships that seemed stable. But what? Ron had Lavender Brown, and Harry had Ginny Weeye. Although neither of them was single anymore, the difference in their situations compared to Aaron was stark. Ron's relationship with Lavender was well known, and even though they were inseparable, no one gossiped about them. Harry, however, wasn't as fortunate. Despite Ginny being in the Hall of Gods, Harry's first love, Cho Chang, and her late boyfriend Cedric, along with Ginny's ex-boyfriends Michael Corner and Dean Thomas, were all present. The constant encounters were nothing short of awkward. "Harry Potter, it's really comforting to see you're okay," Mr. Ollivander said warmly. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander," Harry replied, forcing a smile as he came back to his senses. "Aaron, why did you bring them here, and a goblin?" Fleur asked, puzzled. "You're not here to buy a wand, are you?" "No, we are going to Gringotts," Aaron replied. "Gringotts?" Ollivander looked surprised. "Did you forget that your vault has been frozen?" Aaron smiled slightly, and then took out a vial of polyjuice potion from his magical space. "Uncle, I need one of your hairs." "There's no need," Ollivander said with a smile. "I know very well what's in my vault, if you need money." "Uncle, I'm not going to your vault. I just need to borrow your identity," Aaron clarified. Ollivander frowned, glancing at Harry and the others before focusing on Aaron. "What are you planning to do?" "It's a secret for now," Aaron replied. "Then I won't ask," Ollivander sighed quietly, pulling out a strand of his silver hair. "I'll stay in the store until you return. It won't take long. You'll be back by the afternoon at the latest," Aaron assured him, dropping Ollivander's hair into the polyjuice potion. The the murky liquid turned clear instantly. "Your identity is settled. What about me?" Ron asked, pointing at himself with a strange expression. "You don't want me to become Fleur, do you?" "You wish?" Aaron retorted playfully. "My transformation skills are good, but it's not safe to turn you into a human." Ron felt a pang of frustration. This was definitely a public revenge, and it seemed petty. Wasn't it just a wrong sentence? Did it warrant depriving him of his human form? "Don't worry, I'll change you back after you sneak in," Aaron said easily. "What animal do you like? Not too big, but not too small either." "A mouse," Ron said, almost in tears. "Just put me in your pocket." "I don't like rats very much, but I can grant your request," Aaron said, pointing his wand at Ron and silently casting the transformation spell. With a snap, a ray of red light hit Ron, and his body shrank rapidly, turning into a brown mouse in the blink of an eye. Aaron picked up the mouse and casually put it into his pocket. He then took a sip of the polyjuice potion and transformed into Ollivander. "Okay, you two can put on the invisibility cloak," Aaron instructed. Harry and Griffook exchanged glances. Harry bent down, and the goblin climbed onto his back, clasping his hands around Harry's throat. Harry didn't like the feeling, but it was the only way the invisibility cloak could cover them both perfectly. "Wait a minute," Ollivander called out, stopping Aaron. "Take my wand, keys, and identification. Gringotts will check them." "Actually, it doesn't matter whether you bring them or not," Aaron said nonchalantly. He didn't think the goblins could resist his magic. "Listen to me. Take them with you," Ollivander insisted seriously. "The less trouble you have, the better." "All right," Aaron conceded. After leaving Ollivander's wand shop, Harry saw Diagon Alley under Voldemort's rule for the first time. Many familiar shops were boarded up, but several shops selling dark magic items were thriving. In the past, these shops could only operate in Nocturne Alley, but now they stood openly in the sunlight, legally. Many people in ragged clothes huddled together, begging from the few passers-by. Aaron ignored them and walked straight towards the towering snow-white building of Gringotts. Harry and Griffook followed Aaron carefully. Soon, they arrived at the first Braun, the gate. The goblin guards in uniforms had been replaced by two wizards holding slender metal rods. "This is an honesty detector. It can detect hidden spells and magic items," one of the wizards explained. Harry, hidden under the invisibility cloak, whispered, "I'll cast a Confundus charm to buy us a few more seconds." "No need," Aaron's voice echoed in Harry's mind. "Your Confundus charm is too crude. My illusions and hypnosis are more effective. Also, I can communicate telepathically, so let's avoid making any noise." Okay, Harry thought, still a bit dazed. A purple light flashed in Aaron's eyes as he successfully hypnotized the two guards. Simultaneously, he used illusions to create the appearance of the guards checking him with the honesty detector, ensuring that any passing wizards would see nothing amiss. The second door was silver and engraved with warnings to thieves. Beyond this door lay a wide marble hall. Behind a long counter, about 100 goblins were busy keeping accounts, checking gold coins, or inspecting treasures. Several wizards in uniform stood guard. Aaron approached the front counter with a composed expression. A white-haired goblin noticed him, put down his quill, and bowed politely. "Mr. Ollivander, how may I assist you?" "I need to access my vault to deposit something," Aaron replied naturally. "Please show your ID." Aaron handed over Ollivander's identification, which the goblin inspected before returning it. "No problem, Mr. Ollivander. I'll have someone escort you to your vault right away," the white-haired goblin said, calling out, "Bogrod." A gray-haired goblin approached. "Follow me, sir." "Jingling pieces," Griffook reminded urgently. "We need jingling pieces. The dragon won't be calm without them." Aaron rolled his eyes. "I know dragon language. I can calm it down. Besides, not arousing suspicion is more important." Griffook fell silent. Bogrod opened a large door, revealing a narrow stone corridor lit by burning torches. The corridor sloped steeply downward, with a long railway track curving into the depths of the ground. Boom! The door slammed shut behind them. Bogrod whistled, and a cart rushed down the track from the darkness, coming to a stop. Squeak! The sound of a mouse gnawing came from Aaron's pocket. "Sir, do you have a pet?" Bogrod asked. Aaron smiled and nodded, then pointed his wand at Bogrod. "Stupefy." Bogrod stood there, stunned. "You can come out now," Aaron said. Harry pulled off the invisibility cloak and Griphook jumped off his back. "Can you change Ron back?" Harry asked. "No problem," Aaron replied, taking the mouse out of his pocket and lifting the transformation spell on Ron. This feeling, Ron's face twitched. "I definitely don't want to experience it again." "I'm very sorry, but if nothing else happens, you might have to experience it once more," Aaron said. Ron sighed, his tone weaker. "Okay, but I definitely don't want to experience it a third time." "Get in the cart quickly. I'll drive. Take Bogrod with you. Only Gringotts goblins can open Bellatrix's vault, and I no longer have that qualification," Griphook said, climbing into the driver's seat. Aaron threw Bogrod into the back seat and jumped into the middle. Harry and Ron took the left and right sides, respectively. The cart began to accelerate, twisting and turning through the maze-like corridor, rising and falling. The only sounds were the howling wind and the clattering wheels. 10 minutes later, a waterfall appeared directly in front of the track. Water cascaded down, forming a curtain over the track. "No!" Griphook shouted in panic, quickly braking. The wheels screeched to a halt. Brilliant sparks flew from the track, but it seemed too late as they hurtled straight towards the water curtain. Snap! Aaron snapped his fingers, halting the cart just half a meter away from the cascading water. "Stop, stop!" Griphook exhaled heavily, slumping down in the cart as if he had exhausted all his strength. He looked at Aaron in surprise. "What did you do?" "It's just a simple spell," Aaron replied casually, secretly relieved that he had gained the ability to stop time the previous night. His intuition told him that this water curtain was not ordinary, and getting wet by it would definitely not be a good thing. "Griphook, what's that?" Harry asked, pointing to the waterfall. "Anti-thief waterfall," Griphook said with lingering fear. "This waterfall can cleanse all magic spells and disguises. If we get caught in it, the alarm will automatically go off, the cart will throw us out, and even if we don't fall to our deaths, Gringotts will know there's an intruder." "That's so dangerous," Ron said, patting his chest. "Why didn't you tell us earlier if there was such a mechanism?" "Because it wasn't here the last time I came," Griphook replied confidently. "Bellatrix must have seen Gryffindor's sword when she caught you, and that's why Gringotts has increased its security measures." Chapter 644, Gringotts' Tight Defense and Griphook's Malicious Intentions. With a wave of Ollivander's wand, Aaron split the thief-proof falls down the middle, creating a water gate large enough for a cart to pass through. He then snapped his fingers and unlocked the cart. "Okay, move on," Aaron instructed. Griphook looked at Aaron deeply before restarting the cart. The clicking sound echoed in the dark tunnel, but the speed was much slower than before. After a few minutes, the cart came to a stop at the end of the tunnel. Roar! A low dragon roar came from around the corner. "That doesn't sound good," Ron swallowed nervously and looked at Aaron. "Can you handle it?" "Shh!" Aaron made a silencing gesture. "It is angry about what happened to it, but it is also desperate about its fate. It seems Gringotts might not have taken good care of this dragon. We need it to guard the treasury, and some methods are inevitable in the process of taming it," Balrog explained. "We blinded the Ukrainian Ironbelly's eyes, put heavy shackles on it, and trained it to respond to the sound of clinking metal. When it hears that sound, it retreats in fear." A trace of panic appeared on Bogrod's face. "I'm sorry, my master. I didn't bring the clinking piece down. If you allow me, I'll go back and get it." "No need," Aaron replied. "You wait here and then come in after I've taken care of the dragon." Aaron strode around the corner. Roar! The Ukrainian Ironbelly noticed someone approaching, opened its mouth, and roared, spitting out flames. "I don't really like this way of greeting." Aaron raised his eyebrows slightly, and a red flame oozed from the corner of his mouth. The roar of the fire dragon. Boom! The two flames collided, and after a moment of stalemate, Aaron's flame suppressed the Ukrainian Ironbelly into the corner. "Let's talk," Aaron said in dragon language. The Ukrainian Ironbelly was slightly stunned upon hearing its own language. "Human, but you can speak the language of dragons. Are you a dragon speaker?" "It depends on the situation," Aaron said meaningfully. "If you cooperate well, I can be the dragon whisperer. If you are obedient, I can be the dragon controller. But if you are stubborn, I can also be the dragon slayer." "What do you want to talk about?" the Ukrainian Ironbelly asked seriously. It was well aware of its own condition. It was blind, and its limbs were bound by iron chains. It would definitely suffer in a fight. "Let us go." Aaron got straight to the point. "There is something I want in the vault you are guarding." "I can't do that." The Ukrainian iron belly shook its head and growled hoarsely. "If I let you in, those damn goblins won't let me go. Look at the scars on my face and neck. They were all slashed by weapons with magical flames." "Then I don't mind being a dragon slayer again. You will be the second dragon to die by my hands." "I advise you not to take action," the Ukrainian iron belly said confidently. "I may not be able to beat you, but if there is too much commotion, the alarm will be triggered." "Tsk." Aaron smacked his lips and pondered for a while. "Then let's make a deal. You let us in, and I'll heal your eyes and loosen your chains. As for whether you can leave here in the future, that depends on your own ability." "Are you serious?" The Ukrainian iron belly suddenly became excited. It had tried to escape before, but it couldn't fly very high in this underground maze without being blinded. "I always mean what I say. I can show you my sincerity first." Aaron shot a ball of blue-purple energy into the eyes of the Ukrainian iron belly. Under the influence of the healing power, the turbid pink color in its pupils gradually faded, allowing it to see the surrounding scene clearly. "Do you believe me now?" Aaron asked. The Ukrainian iron belly roared excitedly. "As expected of the dragon whisperer. I agree to this deal. You can go in." "Don't worry, I didn't make it clear earlier," Aaron said calmly. "I will release your chains only after we come out safely. But or a month, you still have to stay here." "Why?" the Ukrainian iron belly asked, clearly dissatisfied. It had just regained its freedom and didn't want to stay in this dark place any longer. "Because if you escape, everyone will know that there is something wrong with the vault, and that is not in my interest." The Ukrainian iron belly calmed down upon hearing this. Dragons sometimes have intelligence that surpasses humans. After thinking for a moment, it understood why Aaron made such a request. "A month is too long. I can stay here for 3 days at most." "You are not in a position to bargain with me," Aaron's tone hardened. "You either agree or die. It's an easy choice between the two paths." "Aren't you worried about setting off the alarm?" "I am fully confident that I can kill you before the alarm is triggered. What I am worried about is that if you die, Gringotts will still discover that the vault has been breached. That is also not in my interest." Hearing this, the Ukrainian iron belly's heart skipped a beat. It didn't know if Aaron was bluffing, but it couldn't afford to take the risk. "Okay, 1 month it is, but if someone comes to check the vault during this period, I will have to escape early." "No problem," Aaron chuckled, then wrote a few strange red characters in midair. "A contract unique to dragons. You know what to do." The Ukrainian iron belly examined the contract carefully, a trace of surprise flashing in its eyes. "Among your team. Interesting. The dragon whisperers of this era are really cunning. This is called caution. In fact, you should be glad that I have such ability." The Ukrainian iron belly nodded. If Aaron didn't sign this contract, it would worry about escaping early, but it would also worry that Aaron would not loosen the chains that bound it. As the white dragon claws touched the characters, the blood-red words slowly dissipated, indicating that the contract was officially sealed. "Okay, you can come in," Aaron called out. Harry and the others, who had been waiting anxiously outside, immediately turned the corner. The Ukrainian iron belly lay quietly in the corner, glanced at them briefly, then closed its eyes and took a nap. "That's great," Harry praised. "How did you do that?" "Personal charm. I managed to convince him." "Just put Bogrod's hand on the door of the vault to open it," Griffhook instructed. Aaron looked at Bogrod. "Go." "Yes, my master," Bogrod replied, pressing his palm on the door. The heavy door opened automatically. The group walked into the vault together. As soon as they entered, the door closed automatically, plunging them into darkness. "It's okay. Bogrod can take us out," Griffhook reassured them. "Fluorescence," Aaron cast, lighting his wand. He then waved it lightly, and the light on the wand flew to the ceiling, expanding dozens of times into a giant light source that illuminated the entire vault. Only then did everyone see the scene clearly. They saw a huge amount of gold coins and gold and silver utensils piled from the floor to the ceiling. In addition to gold and silver, there were various armors, wings, bones, and furs of rare magical animals. There were potions in vases, skulls with crowns. Rich, pure-blood families are really wealthy, Aaron said with emotion. Not every pure-blood family is rich, Ron said resentfully. The Weasley family's treasury was so empty that even rats could escape. Okay, stop talking nonsense and look for it quickly, Harry urged. Wait, Aaron stopped him hurriedly. Don't touch anything here. Even if you find the gold cup, don't act rashly. The Dark Lord will have taken precautions. The fire curse and the copying curse, Bogrod explained. These are Gringotts' main means of protecting the wealth of ancient wizard families. Anything touched without permission will burn and duplicate. Once this mechanism is triggered, Gringotts' alarm will sound, and if the people in the vault are not authorized, they will be trapped. To trust me, Aaron interjected, stepping forward with a calm demeanor. Griphook, we understand your frustration, but we need to work together to get out of here safely. The sword will be yours, but we must ensure our survival first. Griphook's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on the golden vessel. You think you can manipulate me with sweet words? I am not a fool, Aaron. No one is trying to manipulate you, Harry said earnestly. We just need a little more time. The Dark Lord's forces are everywhere, and we can't afford to be reckless. Griphook hesitated, his eyes darting between the sword and the group. Fine, he said finally, lowering his hand. But if you betray me, I will make sure you regret it. Understood, Harry replied, relieved. Let's get out of here before anything else goes wrong. Aaron led the way, the golden cup safely tucked away. They moved quickly, navigating the labyrinthine vaults of Gringotts with a sense of urgency. The tension was palpable, but they knew they had to stay focused. As they reached the exit, Ron couldn't help but glance back at the vault. I can't believe we actually did it, he muttered. Don't jinx it, Harry warned, his eyes scanning for any signs of danger. We're not out of the woods yet. They emerged into the main hall of Gringotts, the cool air a stark contrast to the oppressive heat of the vaults. The goblins eyed them suspiciously, but no alarms had been triggered. Let's move, Aaron urged, leading them towards the exit. We need to get to a safe place and regroup. Once outside, they quickly made their way to a secluded alley. Aaron turned to Griphook, handing him the sword. Here, as promised. Griphook took the sword, his expression unreadable. You kept your word, he said slowly. I will remember this. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. We couldn't have done it without you. Griphook nodded, then turned and disappeared into the shadows. The group watched him go, a sense of relief washing over them. That was close, Ron said, exhaling deeply. Too close. But we did it, Harry said, a determined look in his eyes, one step closer to defeating Voldemort. Aaron placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. We still have a long way to go, but we'll get there. Together. The group nodded in agreement, their resolve stronger than ever. They knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger, but they were ready to face it head-on. With the golden cup in their possession, they had taken a crucial step towards their ultimate goal. Aaron sighed quietly. Harry, give him the sword. Harry hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly handing Gryffindor's sword to Griphook. Don't move, or I might accidentally touch something, Griphook warned, eyeing the three of them as he put away Gryffindor's sword with satisfaction. He then grabbed Bogrod and pressed his palm against the vault door. Click! The vault door opened, and Griphook, taking Bogrod hostage, retreated outside. What are you going to do? Harry asked nervously. Griphook flashed a sinister smile. I only said I would bring you in. I never promised to take you out. Boom! The vault door slammed shut, and Griphook's arrogant laughter echoed from outside. Despicable villain, Ron cursed angrily, sinking to the floor in despair. It's over now. We can't get out. There is a way. We are not without hope, Harry said, trying to suppress the panic rising in his chest. Sirius and the others are out there. If we don't return in time, they will come to save us. Ron couldn't argue, but his mood remained bleak. The question is whether we can survive until then. Ahem! Aaron coughed, drawing their attention. Maybe the situation isn't as dire as it seems. Chapter 6 and 45, The Importance of Contracts and the Difference Between Men and None. Hearing this, Harry and Ron both looked at Aaron, their hopeful eyes making him shiver. Don't look at me like that. It's unsettling, Aaron said with a hint of disgust. I'm not interested in men. We're not interested in men either, Ron retorted, his face twitching with distaste. Do you have a solution? You must have a solution, right? As I said before, the smartest thing you did was to come to me, Aaron replied. So, Harry asked, how do we get out of here? This unfortunate situation teaches us. Aaron paused, looking at the two of them meaningfully. The importance of contracts. Harry and Ron exchanged confused glances. What's the use of talking about this now? Ron said, exasperated. Even if we wanted to sign a supplementary contract with Griffook, he probably wouldn't even listen. I'm not talking about Griffook, Aaron said, making a silent gesture. Listen. As soon as the words left his mouth, the roar of a fire dragon echoed from outside, followed by the sound of burning flames and Griffook's painful screams. What's going on? Harry swallowed hard. Ron guessed in surprise. Did the Ukrainian Iron Belly burn Griffook to death? If nothing else, that's likely the case, Aaron said nonchalantly. Before you came in, I signed a contract with the Ukrainian Iron Belly. It can't harm anyone who enters with me, but if there's a goblin with a silver sword in my absence, that's a different matter. Did you already know that Griffook had bad intentions? Harry asked in disbelief. You can't say that. I haven't had much interaction with Griffook, Aaron replied, waving his hand dismissively. But because of this, I don't trust him as much as you do. Remember how you reacted when I suggested signing the contract this morning? Resistance. Not only did you resist, but Griffook resisted even more. I can understand your resistance, because you didn't want to hand over Gryffindor's sword to Griffook. But why should Griffook resist? My contract was meant to protect his interests in a sense, unless he had ulterior motives. Of course, trying to outsmart a greedy goblin with just a verbal agreement is naive. I still marvel at that kind of self-righteous cleverness. Hearing this, both Harry and Ron's faces flushed with embarrassment. They felt so humiliated they could dig a hole in the ground with their feet. Fortunately, they had called Aaron. Otherwise, they would have fallen into Griffook's trap this time. Who would have thought that the goblin who had shared their struggles would betray them? Click. The door to the vault opened again, and Bogrod bowed respectfully to Aaron. Master, we can leave now. The longer we stay in the vault, the more suspicion it will arouse in Gringotts. Let's go, Aaron said. The three of them walked out of the vault together and saw more black ashes on the ground, with the silver sword gleaming brightly in the ashes. Hiss! Ron took a sharp breath. Not even a scrap was left behind. If Griffook could withstand dragon flames, we would be the unlucky ones, Aaron said, picking up the sword, wiping the goblin's ashes off it, and then tossing it to Harry. Harry smiled bitterly, feeling for the first time that the sword was a bit eerie. The Ukrainian Iron Belly growled, reminding Aaron, don't forget your promise. Of course, Aaron said, taking out Ollivander's wand and pointing it at the chains that bound the Ukrainian Iron Belly. Relax your strength. Click! Click! Several chains shattered instantly, and the Ukrainian Iron Belly stretched its limbs, walking back and forth in the not-so-wide underground space. Having been locked up for so long, its movements were a bit awkward, but even so, it was visibly happy. Is this really okay? Harry asked worriedly. It is a dragon, after all. It will not leave this place voluntarily within a month, Aaron explained calmly. As for a month later, Voldemort, who discovers that the Horcrux has been destroyed, will naturally know that Gringotts has been breached. Master, Bogrod said, making a gesture of invitation, the cart is ready. Aaron nodded, then took out the polyjuice potion and took a sip, extending the time he would remain transformed into Ollivander. Actually, I can squeeze under the invisibility cloak with Harry, Ron suggested, stepping back to Harry. There's no need to turn into a mouse this time. It's okay for two people, Harry agreed, not wanting to see Ron stuffed into his pocket again. Aaron shrugged and sat on the cart, followed immediately by Harry and Ron. Balrog pressed the switch, and the cart suddenly accelerated, getting faster and faster. The sound of rattling wheels echoed in the dark tunnel, and though they were retracing their steps, their mood was completely different from when they first arrived. After several minutes, the cart stopped safely behind the gate. Harry and Ron put on the invisibility cloak in tacit understanding, and Aaron lifted Balrog's imperious curse. The goblin staggered, then shook his dizzy head. Sorry, sir. Maybe it's because I'm old that I feel dizzy when driving a cart. It's okay, Baldrag, Aaron smiled. Gringotts' service has never disappointed, even under today's circumstances. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Ollivander, Baldrag said, opening the door and inviting Ollivander into the hall. They didn't stop at all and quickly left the hall. Passing through the silver door and bronze door, they walked a little further to enter Ollivander's wand shop. Phew! Ron pulled off the invisibility cloak and said, That was intense. You're back? Fleur said happily, looking at Ollivander, who walked in. Can you change back first? Of course. Aaron snapped his fingers and changed back to his original appearance. Can the polyjuice potion be lifted at any time? Harry asked doubtfully. Others may not be able to do it, but I can. Aaron smiled enigmatically, then returned Ollivander's wand, key, and identity card to him. Was there any trouble? Ollivander asked worriedly. Uncle, at least have some confidence in me, Aaron replied. That is Gringotts, after all, the safest place in the wizarding world. It's not anymore, Ron said with a strange expression. I feel that Gringotts is not difficult for him. He can come and go freely by himself. Harry and I don't even have any sense of involvement. Where's the goblin? Ollivander asked. That's not important. What's important is that we came back without any danger. Aaron laughed, then looked at Harry and Ron. You two can go back if everything is fine. What about you? Harry asked. Aaron glanced at Fleur. I won't go back today. Really? Fleur asked, slightly excited, then seemed to think of something. What about Clee and Hermione? My clone will explain it clearly. Aaron smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Today, I mainly want to spend time with you. We can do whatever you want. Fleur understood Aaron's clear intentions and could no longer suppress her feelings. She approached Aaron and kissed him. Aaron grabbed her slender waist, holding her in his arms as he greedily claimed her breath. Harry and Ron stared at this scene with wide eyes and mixed feelings. It's not that they didn't have girlfriends, but witnessing this made them feel like they were intruding. After a long time, the two separated. Aaron turned to look at Harry and Ron and said pointedly, Why are you still here? Let's go then, Harry said, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Sorry for disturbing you. Let me go too. Ollivander raised his eyebrows at Aaron. I'll come back tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow. But as someone who has been there, I must remind you to take precautions. You are still young, so you should seriously consider your future. Fleur blushed with embarrassment, and Aaron's forehead was covered with black lines. He was silent for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and saying, Uncle, I've thought about it carefully. You don't have to leave. No. Ollivander hurriedly led and waved his hands. It would be most inappropriate for an old man like me to stay. I mean, I'll take Fleur and the others back. Huh? Is this appropriate? Ollivander frowned slightly. I'm happy to see you and Delacour together, but what will Clee and Hermione think when they return? Uncle, have you ever wondered why I haven't come back for more than a month? Aaron asked. Ollivander was stunned for a moment, and then looked at him with more admiration. You are much better than your father. Fleur also thought of something and pinched Aaron's waist hard. Hiss! Aaron winced. Does it hurt? He asked, forcing a smile. What do you think? Fleur retorted. I can't see the pain. It's been a month. Why didn't you die in bed? No way. I'm in good health, Aaron said proudly. Regardless of his original physical fitness, with the magic power of the dog talisman and the horse talisman, even if the plow broke, his cow would not be able to breathe. But when it comes to a man's dignity, he had never used magic to restore himself. Then give me an explanation, Fleur demanded, her tone a mix of anger and helplessness, with a hint of grievance. Why did it take you so long to tell me? Aaron sighed deeply, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. You'd better ask them about this. Fleur glared at him fiercely and was about to say something when she was interrupted by Harry's voice. Can you go back? Sirius and the others are still waiting for the news. Go back first, Aaron comforted her in a soft voice. It's not that I don't want to explain to you, it's really my reputation for life. Fleur frowned in surprise. She actually felt a trace of sadness and anger from Aaron. Fleur, Ollivander said, you know him well. He wouldn't hide it from you on purpose. There must be some reason. Okay. Fleur and Aaron walked to the teleportation platform. You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Ron asked gloatingly. Otherwise, he won't be able to get out of bed today. Puff! Ron was so shocked by this simple and rude answer that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Harry patted his shoulder sympathetically. He understood Ron's mood very well. He could only say that men were different from each other, and they could only envy him. The runes on the teleportation array lit up, sending the four of them back to the Divine Call Palace in the blink of an eye. Sirius and other members of the Order of the Phoenix were gathering at the teleportation platform, and they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw a few people appear. "Why are there only a few of you? Where is the goblin?" Sirius asked. "Forget it. That bastard was burned to ashes by dragon flames," Ron cursed angrily. Aberforth said thoughtfully, "It seems that Griphook betrayed you, right?" Harry nodded with an ugly expression. "Thankfully, we called Aaron. Otherwise, we would have been discovered by Gringotts halfway, but the result was still very good. I successfully got Hufflepuff's gold cup without anyone from Gringotts noticing, and Gryffindor's sword was also saved." "Where's the gold cup?" Moody asked seriously. "Here." Aaron took out the golden cup from the space magic array. "I sealed it, just like the other two Horcruxes. Only when we destroy it can Voldemort realize that the initiative is completely in our hands." Hearing this, everyone's faces became more relaxed. They didn't know all of Dumbledore's plans, but finding all the Horcruxes except Nagini would be half the battle against Voldemort. "Then can I see that memory?" Harry looked at Aaron and asked the question he was most concerned about. "As you said, as long as I get this Horcrux, I can know about Dumbledore's plan, even if it's just a small part." "Okay," Aaron said calmly, "but not today. How long do I have to wait?" Harry said, suppressing his anger. "All of you know, but I don't. This is so unfair to me." "Harry," Sirius stood up hesitantly, "there are many reasons why I don't want you to know, but—" "No more buts," Aaron interrupted. "I mean what I say. He has the right to know after getting the gold cup, but I suggest taking a day off first." "I don't need to," Harry replied. "You do need to," Aberforth insisted. "You need to keep your mind calm. Also, go to the potions room to get some tranquilizers. See if it won't do you any harm to drink a little beforehand." Harry gritted his teeth silently. "I understand." Without another word, he walked towards the dormitory, not looking back. "Is it really appropriate to let him know so early?" Sirius asked worriedly. "He will know sooner or later," Aberforth said. "Although it is difficult to accept, I believe he will understand." "I'm going to talk to him," Ron said, stepping forward. "No need." Fred stopped Ron. "Ginny will comfort him." "That's right," George added, wrapping an arm around Ron's neck. "Dear brother, you should satisfy our curiosity first and tell us in detail how you robbed the bank." Ron sighed, feeling the weight of his brother's expectations. All right, he muttered, resigned to sharing the story, her with a blanket. "You need to rest. I made breakfast for you." Fleur smiled weakly, appreciating Aaron's thoughtfulness. "Thank you, Aaron. I didn't expect you to be so considerate." Aaron sat down beside her, placing a tray with a simple yet delicious-looking breakfast on the bedside table. "It's the least I can do after everything. I want to make sure you're comfortable." Fleur took a bite of the food and sighed contentedly. "This is really good. I didn't know you could cook." Aaron chuckled. "There are many things you don't know about me yet, but we have plenty of time to learn about each other." Fleur's eyes softened as she looked at him. "I'm looking forward to it." After breakfast, Aaron helped Fleur get dressed. "I have to go back to Hogwarts soon. There are still many things I need to take care of." Fleur nodded, understanding the responsibilities that weighed on him. "I know. Just promise me you'll come back soon." "I promise," Aaron said, kissing her forehead gently. "Take care of yourself, Fleur." As Aaron left the room, Fleur lay back down, feeling a mix of emotions. She was grateful for Aaron's care and attention, but she couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty about their future. She knew that the path ahead would be challenging, but she was determined to face it with him. Meanwhile, Aaron made his way back to Hogwarts, his mind racing with thoughts of the recent events. He knew that he had to stay focused on his mission, but he couldn't help but worry about Fleur and the others he cared about. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Aaron was greeted by Hermione, who had been waiting for him. "How's Fleur?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. She's doing better, Aaron replied. Thank you for your help, Hermione. I don't know what I would do without you. Hermione smiled warmly. That's what friends are for. Now, let's get back to work. We have a lot to do. As they walked through the halls of Hogwarts, Aaron couldn't help but feel a sense of determination. He knew that the road ahead would be difficult, but with the support of his friends and loved ones, he was ready to face whatever challenges came his way. Aaron gently covered her with a quilt. You need to take a nap. I'll call you for lunch. Fleur felt a warmth spread through her, but a competitive spark ignited as well. How long did the two of them last? Aaron was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a brief pause, he replied, Longer than you. No way, Fleur exclaimed in disbelief. She was the oldest among the three and had Vila blood in her veins. It was hard for her to imagine that Hermione and Clea, two younger girls, could outlast her. Well, they were very well prepared. They drank a mixed magic potion that significantly boosted their mental state. Meanwhile, I had consumed a love potion and a depressant, which left me completely out of sorts. Fleur was stunned, her mind racing with disbelief. Damn it, can you still play like this? It simply opened the door to a new world and shocked me to my core. Looking at it this way, I really didn't lose unfairly, she admitted. Aaron smiled awkwardly and shrugged. Get some rest. I have a meeting to attend. After leaving the room, Aaron flew directly to the floating island conference room, where he found Harry Potter sitting upright and Ginny Weasley looking helpless. How long have you been waiting? He asked. Since 5 o'clock this morning, Ginny replied sheepishly. I suspect he hasn't slept all night. It seems you really care about that memory, Aaron said with a meaningful smile. Can I see it? Harry asked directly. Almost, Aaron replied. He summoned the pensieve and struck the wind chime on the table to call the others. 10 minutes later, members of the Order of the Phoenix began to file into the conference room. When they saw the pensieve and Harry, they realized what was about to happen, and their expressions grew serious. Harry, you'd better be mentally prepared, Sirius hesitated. That person. Stop saying such things. He will see for himself, Aaron interrupted. He took out a green memory bottle, extracted a small portion of the memory, and placed it into the pensieve. What you've always wanted to know is Dumbledore's arrangements before his death. I assure you, what you see will be more comprehensive than what they saw. Consider it compensation for keeping it from you for so long. What do you mean by more comprehensive? Sirius asked. He will know more than you, but it doesn't include the final plan, so it won't hurt, Aaron explained. Harry, dazed, walked towards the pensieve and leaned his head close to the surface of the basin. After a moment of dizziness, he saw the familiar old man again, along with a man he wanted to kill. He didn't understand why Severus Snape appeared in this memory, and he was carefully examining Dumbledore's blackened right hand. Drink it. This potion can temporarily prevent the spread of the curse on your hand, but it will still spread over time, Snape said. Dumbledore drank the potion. How long do we have? About a year, Snape replied uncertainly, then looked at him angrily. If you had called me earlier, I might have been able to take some measures to buy you more time. Snape stood up and walked quickly to the door. Don't ignore me, Severus, Dumbledore called after him. We both know that Voldemort sent Malfoy's son to kill me, but if he fails, Voldemort will definitely have you do it. You must kill me yourself, Severus. This is the only way. Only then will the Dark Lord completely trust you. Harry felt as if thunder had struck his heart. He staggered back a few steps, suddenly recalling the scene at the astronomy tower. Dumbledore had been begging Snape, not for help, but for him to kill him. Yes, Snape had used the death curse to save an old man from pain and humiliation. The scene shifted again, this time to the headmaster's office. You must tell Voldemort the exact date that Harry will leave his aunt and uncle's house. Voldemort believes you are well informed, and if you don't do this, he will become suspicious. But you have to instill the idea of using a double into others. I think that should keep Harry safe. Try using the confusion charm on Mundungus. If you have to participate in the chase, you must do so convincingly. I count on you to continue to gain Voldemort's trust. Otherwise, Hogwarts will be at the mercy of the Caro brothers. Boom. Harry withdrew from the memory and fell to the ground in disgrace. His face was pale, his eyes were blank, and he was shocked by the so-called truth. Everyone around him rushed over worriedly, and Ron and Ginny helped him sit down on a chair. "Tranquilizer," Aaron said, handing over a vial. Harry took it with trembling hands and poured it into his mouth. After a while, he managed to regain his composure and said with a wry smile, "Snape, how could it be him?" "How could it be him? Why can't it be him?" Aaron asked. Thanks to Professor Snape's protection, the Hall of Gods was able to safeguard so many students from the Carrow siblings. Gryffindor's sword has been in the headmaster's office, and without his tacit permission, there is no way you could have gotten it. "Harry, if we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we wouldn't believe it," Sirius said solemnly. "If we hadn't seen this memory, none of us would be very friendly towards Snape. Even the death curse is not impossible." "Now you know why I didn't want you to know?" Aaron said meaningfully. "You have a deep misunderstanding of Professor Snape." "I'm not that fragile," Harry said stubbornly. The person he hated the most had turned into the hero who hid the most. This reversal was a bit exaggerated. It was difficult for him to accept it for a while, but it definitely didn't mean he couldn't accept it. Yes, you are strong," Aaron said perfunctorily, then changed the subject. "But where is your memory? Voldemort's soul is incomplete, and forcibly invading your memory is an unspeakable and huge pain for him, but this does not mean that he does not have that ability. As long as you have seen this memory and know the identity of Severus Snape, it means that he is at risk of being exposed at any time, and death will always surround him." Hearing this, Harry's heart raced. He looked at everyone eagerly. "Occlumency, I need to master this magic in the shortest possible time." "I'll teach you," Moody and Aberforth said in unison. "It's not necessary, no, it should be said that it's not that urgent," Aaron smiled enigmatically. "I have applied ancient soul magic to the Shenming Palace. You can sense his emotions here, but he cannot read your mind." "No wonder you want Harry to find Hufflepuff's golden cup first," Fred suddenly realized. "After finding this Horcrux, all that's left is the snake that follows Voldemort," George said. "Harry has enough time to learn occlumency." "That's right," Aaron nodded. "As long as Harry stays here before the decisive battle, Professor Snape will be safe, and destroying the 3 Horcruxes is the signal for the decisive battle to begin. The initiative is already in our hands. When do you plan to fight?" Frank asked. The couple were elite aurors and acted resolutely. Aaron noticed that everyone's eyes were focused on him, and he couldn't help but hold his forehead and shake his head. "That old bastard Dumbledore really died a happy death, leaving all the mess to me." "A mess?" Moody sneered. "I don't think so. 2 of Voldemort's 6 Horcruxes were destroyed, and 3 are in our hands. In other words, 5 of his 7 lives no longer belong to him. The enemy is overt, and we are hidden. Such a huge advantage has never been seen in the past few decades." "It's one thing to have an advantage, but it's another thing to win this battle." Aaron took a deep breath and said, "My original intention is to win this battle with minimal losses. This requires making enough preparations before the war." "Number of people," a wise light flashed in Aberforth's eyes. "We can control the timing of the decisive battle, but the gap in strength between the enemy and us is too big. From now on, we need to gather as many allies as possible. We must recall the scattered Order members and gather as many allies as possible," someone suggested. "That's exactly what I was thinking," Aaron replied, snapping his fingers. A red space magic array appeared, and a blackboard fell out of it. In the center of the blackboard, Aaron had written "Battle Plan." "War is all about the right time, the right location, and the right people," he began. "We have 3 Horcruxes in our possession, and Voldemort hasn't noticed. Coupled with the prophecy about Harry Potter, we have the absolute initiative. The timing is in our favor." Aaron wrote the Chinese characters for timing, Tianxi, on the blackboard and placed a checkmark next to it. "As for the location," Aaron continued, writing location on the blackboard, "we need a decisive battle location that we know very well and can maximize our advantages. This will help us inflict maximum damage on the enemy while minimizing our own casualties. There is one place that meets these requirements: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. If we can lure Voldemort to Hogwarts, we will be in a strong position. This won't be difficult. All we need to do is let him know that Harry Potter is there. Chapter 647, We Need Allies. Harry Potter is the key to peace and harmony. After Aaron's words fell, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. They couldn't deny that Aaron's reasoning made sense, but Hogwarts held a special place in their hearts. No one wanted to see it turned into a battlefield. Can we choose another location? Harry asked, confused. I understand your reluctance, Aaron replied gently. You see Hogwarts as your true home, and I feel the same. This is where I plan to retire, perhaps even become the headmaster after Professor Snape. But you must understand, if the school is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. If the people are gone, there will be nothing left. Aaron paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. Of course, I'm not unreasonable. If you can suggest a better battlefield, I'm open to it. But can you? Harry fell silent, and the room followed suit. Hogwarts was founded by Slytherin, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw to protect and educate wizards. It can be a school in peacetime and a fortress in wartime, capable of both offense and defense. All right, enough, Moody interjected, taking a deep breath. Whether we like it or not, there's no place more suitable than Hogwarts. Aaron shrugged and marked geographical on the blackboard. Now the last and most important part. He waved his wand, moving timing and geographical to the upper left corner, and wrote humanity in the center. The weather is not as important as the right place, and the right place is not as important as the people. Without harmony, even with favorable conditions, our chances of winning are less than 30%. Are you that sure? Frank asked, surprised. Absolutely, Aaron replied with a mysterious smile. This part is more complex. Let me break it down for you. First, let's consider our enemies. Aaron wrote, Death Eaters to the left of people. These are the elite wizards marked by Voldemort. They are few in number, but extremely dangerous. But, Aaron paused and wrote, Order of the Phoenix on the other side of Death Eaters. Fortunately, the Order of the Phoenix can counter them. We need to summon its members, as they are crucial for our defense. Nymphadora will give birth soon, Sirius said. Once the baby is settled, Arthur, Molly, Kingsley, and Lupin will come to Hogwarts. It's still not enough, Aberforth interjected. The Order of the Phoenix alone won't suffice. I've already asked Professor Snape to contact several Hogwarts deans. I believe Professors Flitwick, Sprout, McGonagall, and Slughorn will stand with us. With their support, the core Death Eaters are less of a threat. Aberforth raised an eyebrow, looking at Aaron with newfound respect. No wonder Albus thinks so highly of you. With an heir like you, the Gaius family will remain strong for at least 100 years. That's kind of you to say, Aaron replied modestly. But even without me, the Gaius family wouldn't decline. When I learned about our family's history, I felt overwhelmed. No matter how hard I try, I can't surpass my ancestors. In our family, the more talented you are, the heavier the burden. Unless you're so untalented that there's no hope of becoming a holy magister, you're expected to strive constantly. Before inheriting the position of clan leader, I was just a toiler. Everyone's minds were racing. They had seen arrogance before, but Aaron's humility and determination were something else entirely. Let's get down to business, Aberforth coughed, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Aaron nodded, his expression serious. He wrote, Dark Wizard under Death Eater on the board. Even if we can contain the opponent's high-end combat power, we still have to face a large number of Dark Wizards. These Dark Wizards are a mixed group, including cowards seeking protection, careerists looking to enhance their prestige, and those who are cruel by nature and take pleasure in the pain of others. They follow Voldemort for various reasons. While they are not the core group of Death Eaters, they are the main force in this war. Their numbers are dozens or even hundreds of times greater than ours. To fight them, we need allies. Aaron sighed softly and wrote allies opposite Dark Wizard. So, who are our allies? There may be some teachers and students at Hogwarts willing to join the fight against the Dark Wizards, but this is far from enough. Perhaps we can call on other graduates, Cedric suggested. Oliver Wood, Angelina, and other members of the Quidditch team. They would be willing to help us. The Ministry of Magic can also be an ally, Percy said, though he sounded uncertain. I know some friends. While I can't attract many people, I am confident that some who support Voldemort will remain neutral. Percy, that's really impressive, Fred said with a smile. We thought you only wanted to fight for power and profit in the Ministry of Magic. Percy rolled his eyes. If the Death Eaters hadn't taken control of the ministry, I would be director of the department by now. We believe you, George nodded in agreement. You are the greatest pride of our parents. Mum almost cried to death when she knew you came back. Percy's expression became even more awkward, and he forced a smile. He knew his parents had high hopes for him, but he didn't expect Fred and George to think so highly of him. These are still not enough, Aaron said calmly, pouring cold water on their hopes. What do you want to say? Aberforth looked at Aaron deeply. You must have a countermeasure, right? Perhaps, Aaron shrugged, but did not finish his thought. The group of dark wizards is mixed, and a considerable part of them are not strong enough, not even comparable to the average level of Hogwarts students. By setting traps in advance, we can eliminate these weaker ones first, at least temporarily disabling their ability to fight. Moody frowned. The cuts will only be cannon fodder. I know what you want to say. Aaron gave him a look of disdain. You may look down on them, but cannon fodder can also kill. You might be able to deal with dozens of magicians at the same time, but hundreds of magicians can overwhelm you. Let's get to the point, Aberforth emphasized. How do we fight against the massive number of dark wizards? To be honest, we can't fight them head-on, Aaron said bluntly. As I said before, too many ants can kill an elephant. The difference in numbers is too great. However, it can be contained. Hogwarts Castle has ancient defensive magic, and together with the allies we gather, we can barely form a melee situation. Is it just containment? Sirius was not satisfied with this statement. Aaron rolled his eyes at him and wrote, dangerous creatures under Dark Wizard. In addition to Dark Wizards, Voldemort also has werewolves, giants, dementors, and other dangerous creatures. It is certain that they will attack together with the Dark Wizards, making the battlefield very chaotic. Containing them would be a significant achievement. Sirius was immediately speechless. Their overall strength was indeed inferior. What about Voldemort? Moody suddenly asked seriously. How do we deal with the Dark Lord? This is the key point, Aaron wrote. Voldemort on the left side of the blackboard. Voldemort, or Tom Riddle, is the key to this war. Once he is defeated, all the forces under him will collapse. Aaron wrote of Harry Potter facing Voldemort. He is the key to humanity, and we all have to cover for him. Me? Harry pointed at himself blankly, his face twitching. Although he is the one in the prophecy, does Voldemort think too highly of him if he confronts him head-on? Wait a minute. Sirius looked at Aaron deeply. You don't mean to let Harry face him alone, do you? Well, Aaron was silent for a while, and then said thoughtfully, to be exact, he needs to fight Voldemort himself twice more. This is impossible, Sirius said angrily. Harry died once. I will never allow that to happen. This is part of the plan, Aaron said calmly. Hearing this, Sirius's anger dropped by half. Dumbledore's rock plan. Aaron nodded, then raised the green memory bottle. The rest of the plan is here. It can solve the doubts in your heart, but whether you can accept it is another matter. Let me explain in advance that this part of the plan is even more exaggerated than Harry's acceptance of Professor Snape as a spy, and it will also destroy his outlook on life. Show me, Harry said. No, Aaron refused bluntly. I won't let you know it before the final battle comes, because if you know it, there is a risk of it being leaked, and then the outcome of this war will be truly unpredictable. Then we can always watch it, Aberforth asked. Isn't this okay? Aaron hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Let's wait until the Order of the Phoenix arrives, otherwise it will be too troublesome to explain. But I can tell you in advance that that old bastard, Albus Dumbledore, has made complete preparations for the victory of this war and the life of Harry Potter. So, don't rush to get mad after reading this plan. I will give you a perfect explanation when the time comes. It's really baffling, said Sirius. Say less. Aberforth sighed. You still have some time to prepare mentally. I have a feeling that Albus's follow-up plan will shock everyone's jaws. Back in the room, Fleur had already changed her clothes and was sitting quietly on the sofa alone. Didn't I ask you to sleep a little longer? Can't sleep. Fleur showed a charming smile. And I'm a little hungry. Wait a moment. Aaron snapped his fingers, and several shadow ninjas emerged from the ground, placing different types of food on the table. "I thought you could cook it yourself," Fleur said angrily. "You have been cooking for Hermione for several months." "That was on the way to the mission," Aaron said, speechless. "I was either walking or on the road every day. It is not good for the body to lack proper nutrition. I can't let my woman suffer like Harry Potter and others, having their last meal but not knowing when the next one will come. Besides, after returning to Shenming Palace, I rarely cook." Seeing that Fleur didn't speak, Aaron couldn't help but sigh softly. "What do you want to eat? I can cook it for you myself." "No need, I just said that casually," Fleur said half-jokingly, then picked up the knife and fork and ate elegantly. "How did the meeting go?" Fleur asked while eating. "Just so-so. I briefly analyzed the situation between the enemy and ourselves. If nothing goes wrong, the decisive battle will begin within a month." "It's dangerous, isn't it?" "It might have been dangerous before, but now it's just a training experience," Aaron said lightly. "He is now a high-level magister. He can defeat Voldemort head-on. It's just because of the bad contract. Just take the initiative." And to this day, he has made so many preparations and summoned so many people. Even if Voldemort wants to use his strength to overwhelm others and launch a sea of people tactics to deal with him, there will not be much chance. Dumbledore believed that following the prophecy was the best course of action. The safest course of action was not wrong, but in his opinion, following the prophecy was the easiest. Only when Voldemort personally removed the soul fragments from Harry Potter's body could he act without any reservations. But then again, why should he help deal with Voldemort? Harry Potter and Voldemort were destined to face each other one-on-one, and Harry had advantages that no one else had. Voldemort shared the same blood as Harry, and the Elder Wand in his possession was a ticking time bomb, all contributing to his eventual defeat. However, if he were to face Voldemort alone, it would be a duel between a highly talented high-level Grand Mage and a veteran Grand Mage who was nearly a Holy Mage. He was confident he could win, but it wouldn't be easy. At least half of his magical power would be consumed, and the damage caused would be incalculable. It would be absolutely thankless. If he had that spare time, he might as well kill a few Death Eaters to reduce the pressure on others. Hearing this, Fleur couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She knew her man well enough to trust that if Aaron said this, it meant he was absolutely sure. "By the way, there's something I should have asked a long time ago," Fleur said, looking at Aaron seriously. "Some time ago, a man named Lancelot went to Ollivander's wand shop. He brought your wand to make a token, saying that you sent him to protect the Delacour family and asked me to provide some useful information." "Don't worry, I did ask him to go," Aaron shrugged. "I originally thought Voldemort wouldn't reach out to foreign countries for the time being, but just in case." Fleur was deeply moved. After a moment of silence, she said, "Thank you." Aaron shrugged again. "You packed yourself up and gave yourself to me. There is no greater thank you gift than that." Chapter 648, Specialized Physical Improvement, Weakened Version of Gourmet Cells. Fleur didn't stay in the Temple of God for long. The next day, she returned to Ollivander's wand shop through the teleportation array. Despite her reluctance, she had no choice. Ollivander's wand shop, though seemingly safe, was always under surveillance. Failing to show up for too long would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the Death Eaters. Accompanying her were Percy and Cedric, who aimed to gather as many allies as possible before the decisive battle. Aaron provided them with gold galleons for communication, allowing them to request help in emergencies. Additionally, he sent a phoenix to protect them secretly. Messages to Lupine and others outside were delivered through a special radio channel, and they would gather through the portkey once ready. Aaron and his doppelganger exchanged identities again. Aaron attracted attention at Hogwarts, while his doppelganger managed all matters in the Hall of Gods. Host, the system has been upgraded. Aaron, who was studying fusion magic in his dormitory, suddenly heard a voice in his head and stopped writing. "Has it been 3 days already?" "Yes, a full 72, Aaron raised his eyebrows. "Open my personal panel." Magic energy, body, 12082, primary magister, doppelganger, 12082, Primary Magister, total 24164. High-level Magister, a rare existence in the magic world. Talent, once in a lifetime. Magic energy increases by 4 points every day. The body increases by 2 points, and the doppelganger increases by 2 points. Items, Resurrection Potion, can resurrect any creature that dies within an hour. Magic Carpet, Captain Jack's Compass, pensive. Magic Points. Ha! Aaron couldn't help but hold his forehead and shake his head, his words full of sarcasm. Blue turns to gold. Is this the more gorgeous panel you mentioned? It also has lace added, the system reminded. Didn't the host notice it? You obviously know that I don't like bells and whistles. Understood. After the system finished speaking, the golden panel turned blue again. Beautiful. It's really no different than before. The colors can be changed according to the host's preferences and mood, the system said patiently. Lonely black, passionate red, fresh green, noble purple, pure silver. Stop it, Aaron exhaled slowly. I still prefer clear blue. The host still has the same taste as before. After the upgrade, it won't really only be able to change the color, right? It will also increase the probability of the host triggering system tasks, and the number of tasks the host can accept will also increase accordingly. Hearing this, Aaron blinked blankly. He seriously suspected that the system was trying to trick him, but he had no proof. Forget it. The upgrade system itself is just for that reward. The host's words really make this system feel sad. You also make me feel quite worried. What's the difference between your new function and not having it? Hurry and give me my reward. System. The host has an opportunity for directional improvement. Please choose the specific direction of improvement first. You can choose one of soul, body, wisdom, magic, belief, and qualifications. Oh? Aaron suddenly became interested. Choose a direction first. That means there will be a follow-up, right? After the direction is determined, the host can enter 3 keywords. This system will filter out what the host wants based on keywords and open the corresponding auxiliary product column. Humanity. I like it. Friendly reminder, you cannot change the promotion direction after choosing it. Please make your choice carefully. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly. After thinking for a while, he asked, Can you tell me more specifically, preferably with a few examples for reference? This. Isn't this even possible? Aaron said angrily. Can't you even meet this small request? It's really not possible. The host is too greedy. The most this system can do is give some hints. Then give me some hints, Aaron demanded. The system seemed to sulk for a moment, feeling disheartened by its cunning host. After a few seconds of silence, it responded, Actually, no matter which option the host chooses, there is no shortcut. This system can only find an improvement path for the host in corresponding aspects. The auxiliary product column can help the host progress faster on this path. I think I understand, Aaron said thoughtfully, pinching his chin. A master leads the way, but cultivation is personal. Is that what you mean? Yes. Receiving an affirmative answer, Aaron lowered his head and pondered the pros and cons silently. Improving the soul would enhance his spiritual power, allowing his spiritual space to expand further, create creatures in advance, and even materialize them. Enhancing the physical body would break his current limits, improving his strength, speed, and defense, furthering his path as a melee mage. Wisdom seemed less useful. Improving his IQ might help him solve problems more calmly, but without strength, he wouldn't have the ability to solve problems in the first place. Magic was decisively ruled out. He hadn't even fully mastered the ancestral magic circle, so he couldn't afford to open another branch. Moreover, magic-related items were generally very expensive, even in the system mall. Opening an auxiliary product column for magic seemed like a greedy move. Faith was too idealistic and unreliable in critical moments. As for qualifications, improving talent and the growth rate of magic energy seemed less important with the system's tasks and daily check-in income. In summary, spiritual and physical improvement were what he urgently needed. The rest could be considered later when the opportunity arose. After some time, Aaron emerged from his meditation. System, I choose to upgrade my body. Is the host sure? Sure, Aaron nodded solemnly. If he had a strong enough body a month ago, those potions wouldn't have affected him, and he wouldn't have been forced to lose his virginity. He needed to prevent such things from happening again. Physical enhancement has been selected. Please become a god in the flesh, Aaron said without hesitation. It is best to have the ability to explode stars with one punch. Selected. Please enter the second keyword. Easy, Aaron said thoughtfully. The way to improve must be gentle, not extreme. Selected. Please enter the last keyword. Normal, Aaron said solemnly. This is the most important thing. It can't affect my appearance in any way. Strength and other attributes can be gradually improved, but handsomeness is a lifelong matter. Selected. Screening for the host is in progress. Screening completed. There are 2 ways to enhance the physical body for the host to choose from. Aaron's interest was piqued. He thought the system would arrange one directly, but he didn't expect to have a choice. Which 2? The first one is the scion physique. As long as the host persists in exercising, it can continue to break through its limits. The corresponding auxiliary product column contains various martial arts, training props, and treasures to enhance strength. Aaron blinked. It sounds good and barely meets my requirements, but I don't have the spirit to practice until death. Let's hear about the second one. The second type is a weakened version of gourmet cells. To put it simply, eating delicious food will make you stronger, but it will not awaken the gourmet demon. The corresponding auxiliary product column contains various culinary techniques, rare ingredients, and cooking tools to enhance your strength. The column contained various skills and ingredients from the Great Gourmet era. That's it, Aaron decided without hesitation. The idea of becoming stronger by eating something truly appealed to him. As for the food demon, he had no interest. Although the food demon was extremely powerful and could turn the tables in desperate situations, it required constant feeding, just like his ancestors had done. He wasn't living in the Great Gourmet era, and the available ingredients couldn't satisfy the appetite of the gourmet demon, let alone his own. If the demon wasn't satisfied, it would eat people, making it an unstable nuclear bomb. It was better to choose a scion physique, which at least didn't carry much risk. Is the host sure? The system asked. Definitely, and definitely, Aaron confirmed. Okay, the reward has been sent. Please receive it in time. The next moment, Aaron noticed a syringe filled with a transparent white liquid in the system space. Here goes nothing, Aaron muttered, taking a deep breath. He inserted the needle into his arm with a mix of excitement and anxiety. As the white liquid was injected, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of hunger. His stomach growled loudly in protest. Aaron's face turned pale, and he called Abe over. Seeing the pockets on Abe's clothes, Aaron's eyes sharpened. Abe seemed to sense something. His 2 dragon claws trembled as he clutched his pockets tightly. He hadn't felt this worried in a long time. Let go. If you don't, your master will starve to death, Aaron warned. Seeing his master's face turn even paler and his body gradually shrivel as if he hadn't eaten in decades, Abe realized the seriousness of the situation. With tears in his eyes, Abe reluctantly but resolutely took out all the food he had stored. In the next moment, vegetables, fruits, meats, and various snacks poured out of his pockets, stacking from the floor to the ceiling and soon filling most of the dormitory. Aaron watched this scene with dull eyes, subconsciously ignoring the hunger gnawing at him. What is this? A treasure trove beside me? It's hard to guard against domestic dragons during the day and night. He knew Abe had a lot of food in his pockets, but he never expected this much. There was no need to consider where it all came from. It was definitely from the granary of Shenming Palace. Judging by the quantity, Abe had moved at least 1/10 of the granary. Aaron felt a pang of pain in his liver, but was quickly reminded of his hunger by his protesting stomach. Although the dog charm could keep him alive, and the horse charm could keep him healthy, this endless hunger was unbearable. He glared at Abe fiercely, picked up the food, and began stuffing it into his mouth. The food piled to the ceiling diminished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Aaron only satisfied his almost endless appetite after consuming nearly half of it. Hiccup, Aaron burped, waving his wand to pile the remaining food into a corner. "Do you have anything to say?" he asked, looking at Abe. "How are you going to explain this?" "If it weren't for me, the master would have gone hungry," Abe said guiltily, straightening his back as if expecting praise. Boom! Aaron flicked him on the forehead and then pulled him up by his tail. I'll give you another chance to rephrase that. What's mine belongs to the master, Abe said. Huh? That was originally mine, right? Master, I was wrong, Abe said, looking aggrieved. Humph. Aaron snorted coldly and put him on the table. I didn't say you couldn't stock up, but you should control the amount. Those who don't know might think the students of Shenming Palace can eat endlessly. I couldn't hold back for a moment. There won't be a next time, Abe promised. Remember what you said, otherwise. I might consider changing your bag to a smaller one. Forget it this time. Just put your things away. Abe smiled, holding his pocket, and jumped to collect the remaining food. Aaron watched him, shaking his head slightly. Aaron looked at the dragon cub, shaking his head in exasperation. Despite its mischief, he couldn't bring himself to punish the creature he had raised. A warning would suffice. System, open the auxiliary product column, he commanded. Okay, host, the system responded. 5 product columns materialized before Aaron's eyes. 1. Kafa, 1 delicious point. 2. At Yudspoil, 3 Mhuatang Yun, 1 delicious point. 4. At Nudo Mianbao, 5 Yumi Nontang. Wow, wow, wow! Aaron exclaimed, then curled his lips in disappointment. Is this it? Cheap but delicious, the system replied. I mean, isn't there anything better? Aaron asked, hoping for more. Of course there is, but it requires the host's physical strength to be further improved, the system explained patiently. Currently, the host's physical fitness translates to a capture level of 3 in the food world. Wait, am I that weak? Aaron interrupted. The capture level mentioned by this system is quite accurate. A level of 3 is equivalent to the combined strength of 30 elite soldiers with live ammunition. This is significantly higher than that of ordinary humans. Well, I guess I can accept that, Aaron muttered, trying to suppress his frustration. So, the ingredients in the auxiliary product column won't exceed what I can handle physically. Exactly. This is designed to encourage the host to improve physical strength step by step. Fine, I can barely accept it, Aaron said, rubbing his forehead. But what's a delicious point? 1 magic point can be exchanged for 1 delicious point, the system explained. Is it really necessary to add this extra step? Aaron asked, exasperated. Couldn't I just buy it with magic points directly? In addition to magic points, the most circulated currency in the host's world can also be exchanged, the system added. Aaron sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. Chapter 649, Money is no longer just a number? The Order of the Phoenix gathers Wertfalk. Aaron's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling as if he had been hit by a pie. His entire body felt dizzy. Wasn't it just money? He had plenty of it. This exchange mechanism was simply a great benefit. Money could be directly converted into strength. He could clean out his treasury today, even the accumulation of countless generations of the Gaius family. But he could only dream about it. If he really dared to take action, Vico would teach him the true meaning of a father's authority. Ahem, what is the specific exchange ratio? Aaron asked, trying to regain his composure. 10,000 to 1, the system replied. Zimbabwe? Aaron joked, trying to lighten the mood. Host, go to sleep. There is everything in your dreams, the system retorted. Let's go to the yen head office. Host, you don't have to go to such lengths. This system has stated that it is the most circulated currency, which means that 10,000 US dollars can be exchanged for 1 delicious point. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was galleons. It's more than 20 times cheaper than I thought. System, exchange 90% of the gold in my vault for delicious points. The host is very enthusiastic. There is no limit on the exchange of magic points, but the currency can be exchanged for up to 100 delicious points per day. In other words, it would take at least 10 years for the host to spend all the gold in the vault in this way. Aaron's face darkened. System, you are a professional at pouring cold water on me. It's better than exchanging magic points for it. Moreover, there is no chance to increase the currency exchange limit. Upgrade the system? Aaron snorted coldly, not even bothering to guess the system's little trick. The host is wise. The total consumption in the system mall must reach 50,000 magic points. Aaron rolled his eyes. This number seemed not far away, but it might not be achievable within 3 to 5 years. It could only be said that this promise was too enticing, and he would probably spend a lot of money in the mall in the future. Then let's exchange for 100 delicious points first, Aaron commanded. He opened a space magic circle and clearly felt tens of thousands of galleons disappear. At the same time, a line of words appeared on the auxiliary product column. 100 delicious points. 5 delicacies. Buy them all, Aaron ordered. Okay, host, the system responded. The 5 delicacies, rice bowl, salmon roe grapes, marshmallow clouds, croissants, and corn soup, all arrived in the system's space. Aaron placed them neatly on the table. Abe, who was putting a large amount of food into his pocket, suddenly smelled something and quickly rushed to Aaron, looking eagerly at the food on the table. This was it, the fragrance that made the food dragon's DNA tremble. Aaron looked at Abe with a half-smile. Want to eat? Abe nodded so hard that he almost spilled the hazelnut into the bowl. Then just be more restrained when you stock up on goods from now on, Aaron said, rubbing Abe's head. He gave Abe half of the 5 delicacies and then started eating himself. As soon as he took a bite, Aaron was captivated by the taste. Frankly speaking, these delicacies were not as delicious as the ones he made. After all, they were made of low-grade ingredients. But perhaps because he had just been injected with gourmet cells, his body was in urgent need of energy, and the energy contained in these ingredients was several times higher than ordinary food. The delicious food stimulated the cells in his body, and Aaron could vaguely feel his body's strength increasing slightly. Not bad, Aaron commented. It's delicious. It's really delicious, Abe said, hugging his belly, his face full of satisfaction. It's just a little too little. Master, are there any more? Aaron raised his eyebrows and then focused on the auxiliary product column. The 5 ingredients he had just bought had disappeared, but there was a food illustration next to the auxiliary product column, and the 5 ingredients were shining brightly in the illustration. System, what is this food illustration? Aaron inquired. In order to cater to the host's taste, the purchased ingredients are now part of a food illustration collection. Delicacies will be recorded in the illustrated book. As long as there are enough delicious points, the host can keep buying the same ingredient. Hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but laugh. Goodness, you've gone to great lengths to make me consume. The host really misunderstood. This is the basic function of the auxiliary product column, which is to enhance the host's physical strength. Whether it's a basic function or not, I am very satisfied with this illustrated book, very satisfied. Then please, host, enjoy the delicious food. Aaron shrugged, feeling refreshed. He spent all his delicious points, unlocking more than 20 kinds of delicacies. The entire afternoon, he and the dragon indulged in a feast. If it weren't for the dormitory's magic that isolates smells, the entire Slytherin common room would probably be in an uproar. Aaron retained some sense. Low-grade ingredients cannot stimulate the body to become stronger and can only be accumulated through quantity. High-end ingredients that may stimulate the body to become stronger will never be cheap. He could be a little more indulgent on the first day, but after that, he had to accumulate as many delicious points as possible to prepare for purchasing high-end ingredients. Late April, Percy and Cedric completed their respective tasks, and Lupin, Tonks, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and others came to the Hall of Gods through the portkey. After more than half a year, the Order of the Phoenix gathered together again. It's a boy, Lupin announced excitedly to everyone in the banquet hall. We named him Ted, after Dora's father. Okay, I know you're happy, Sirius said, patting his shoulder. Congratulations on becoming a father. You must take good care of my grandnephew. As you can tell, that's my son. Lupin poured a glass of wine for everyone. For Ted Remus Lupin, a great wizard who is growing up. Everyone raised their glasses together to express their congratulations. Who does the child look like? Hermione asked curiously. I feel like Dora. She doesn't have much hair. It looked black when she was born, but turned yellow in less than an hour. It's the same as Dora. Lupin had a happy expression on his face. Then he walked up to Harry solemnly and said, Harry, Dora and I have discussed this. The child needs a godfather. Are you willing? Me? Harry stammered. Can I? He had hardly experienced any father's love himself, and he felt a lack of confidence when suddenly asked to be the godfather of a newborn baby. Of course you can, Harry, Nymphadora said. The famous Harry Potter as the godfather of my child is an honor. Okay. Harry was surprised and overwhelmed. I do. It's my honor. Cheers. The banquet ended with laughter, and everyone went back to their rooms to rest, with a tacit understanding not to mention anything related to the Dark Lord. After all, it was rare to get together, and coupled with the joy of the birth of a new baby, a night of relaxation was well-deserved. The next day, in the principal's office, Aaron and Abe pushed open the oak door, and the principal and dean inside looked at them. "Good morning, professors." "Mr. Gaius, good morning," Professor McGonagall said with some restraint. "Severus had a confidential talk with us some time ago, but I know what you're worried about, Professor McGonagall. After all, what he told you is indeed shocking, but I have a way to prove it." "Professor Snape has already proved it." Slughorn pointed to the portrait of Dumbledore on the wall and said, "There is no more powerful evidence than that." "Then things will be easy." Aaron conjured a chair and sat on it, minding his own business. "I need you all to come to my dormitory after curfew tonight. Everyone, is supposed to be here is here, and it's time to tell everyone something. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, Dumbledore's plan, my plan, and the general plan of the battle." "Is Hogwarts really going to become a battlefield?" Professor Sprout asked, unable to bear the thought. "This is to reduce." Aaron spoke with a serious tone. "This is also the greatest significance of the existence of Hogwarts itself. Mr. Gaius, can you really ensure that the students leave safely?" Professor McGonagall asked with concern. "School will be on vacation in 2 months. Wouldn't it be safer for us to start fighting then?" "Professor, I have considered what you said, but with the students in school, even if Voldemort comes, he will not attack immediately. This will buy us some time to react. According to my plan, a mass evacuation of students is necessary." "But this—" "Professor, please believe me, I am absolutely sure," Aaron reassured her. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and asked no more questions. "What about the Carrow brothers?" Professor Flitwick inquired. "They are controlled by the Imperious Curse. Leave them alone for a few days. It would be safer to take action after the decisive battle begins." "Understood. I cast the spell myself. I've put up with those 2 bastards long enough," Flitwick replied. "Then it's settled, but some confidentiality work needs to be done before that," Aaron said, waving his magic wand. 4 contracts appeared and fell into the hands of the 4 deans. They looked at each other and signed their names. "Thank you for your cooperation. I'll be waiting for you in the dormitory tonight." After leaving the principal's office, Aaron found Draco in the auditorium, with Crabbe and Goyle showing off their food beside him. "They're all here. It seems I'm lucky," Aaron thought as he approached. Draco's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly stopped speaking, aware that the auditorium was not a suitable place for conversation. "What do you want from me?" Draco asked calmly. "I need to take you to a place," Aaron pointed out. "Not just you, but also the 2 of them." The word shelter suddenly appeared in Draco's mind, and he almost cried with excitement. During this period, he had lived in constant fear, dreading the moment the Carrow siblings might summon him with the words, "Draco, the Dark Lord wants to see you." Now he finally saw a glimmer of hope. As long as he hid in the shelter, his safety would be guaranteed. "When?" Draco asked cautiously. "Now. Okay, let's go." "Wait a minute, boss," Crabbe said. "I haven't finished eating yet." "Eat whatever you want later. Come with me quickly," Draco cursed angrily, then stood up and followed Aaron closely, afraid of being left behind. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances and followed him obediently. After passing through a damp stone wall in the basement, the group returned to the Slytherin common room and were then taken to their dormitory by Aaron. "Why did you bring us here?" Goyle asked in confusion. "Wait a moment," Aaron said, locking the door and setting up a barrier in the room. "What is this for?" Crabbe and Goyle were inexplicably panicked, but seeing Draco's relieved look, they felt a bit reassured. Aaron threw out 3 contracts and said with a smile, "Take a look at them. If there are no problems, just sign them." "No problem," Draco said, writing his name without hesitation, so quickly that Aaron was secretly impressed. "Boss, don't you even want to take a look?" Crabbe asked. "Shut up, you 2 hurry up and sign," Draco snapped, furious at Crabbe and Goyle's hesitation. This was an opportunity to clear his name and save his life. He had fought hard for these two guys. It doesn't matter. Let them take a look first. Aaron said nonchalantly. Their work is different from yours, so they need to be more rigorous. Crabbe and Goyle picked up the contracts and read them carefully. After a while, their faces turned grim, and their eyes seemed to burn with anger. Are you kidding? Crabbe asked. I never joke about contracts, Aaron replied. Even if it's absolutely confidential, I still have to obey your orders before the end of the Wizarding War, Goyle said angrily. Where did this Wizarding War come from? If nothing else happens, just these. A few days, Aaron said thoughtfully. To be honest, if it weren't for Draco's request, I wouldn't have planned to remind you. After all, you two are likely to be on the opposite side of me in this war. What do you mean? Goyle asked nervously. You're still asking? Draco kicked him lightly. If you trust me, sign it quickly. I won't hurt you. But boss, sign or not? Draco said with a stern face. The Dark Lord is going to be finished. This contract is an opportunity for our three families to clear their names. Do you know how rare that is? If you hadn't followed me since childhood, I wouldn't bother to care about you. Crabbe and Goyle's expressions changed drastically. They were shocked and speechless. Draco would never lie to them, but it sounded too strange. The Dark Lord had ruled the magical world for quite some time, and his power seemed unshakable. Those who resisted were either caught or killed, or they hid like rats in the sewers. It didn't seem like he was going to fall anytime soon. Crabbe, Goyle, Draco shouted, pulling them back from their daze. Don't just stand there. Sign it quickly. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't sign, Aaron said nonchalantly. It's just that you two know a little too much. To prevent you from leaking the news, I may have to take some measures. Wait, we'll sign, they both said immediately, following their instincts. With trembling hands, they wrote their names on the contract. That's right, Aaron nodded with satisfaction. Those who understand the current situation are wise. After all, you are in the same class as Slytherin, and your performance did not disappoint me. Crabbe and Goyle forced smiles that looked more like grimaces. Whether they wanted to or not, they had boarded the pirate ship. Chapter 650, The Secret Room Converted into a Shelter. Can we go to the shelter? Draco asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Not yet, Aaron replied calmly. Professor Snape and several other deans will come over after curfew. You'd better be mentally prepared. Wait, you mean Professor Snape? Crabbe and Goyle were stunned, seriously doubting their ears. Snape, a veteran Death Eater with a higher rank than their fathers, was actually aligning with the forces resisting the Dark Lord? Didn't I tell you? Professor Snape has always been Dumbledore's man. Even killing Dumbledore was part of the plan to gain the Dark Lord's trust. So far, it seems he has been very successful as an undercover agent. Is this fake? Draco couldn't believe it, but Aaron had no reason to lie. After all, Professor Snape and the others would be arriving after curfew. You have a dozen hours to digest this information. There are snacks on the table if you're hungry, but don't make any noise. Additionally, there are tranquilizers and demulcents in the cabinet. I can provide you with a bottle or two for free. The three of them exchanged glances, walked to the cabinet silently, and each took out 2 bottles of potions labeled as tranquilizers. They really needed them at this moment. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to calm down at all. Time passed slowly. Draco and his friends kept glancing at the clock on the wall, each second of waiting feeling like torture. Aaron, meanwhile, was quietly studying the fusion of different elemental attributes at his desk. He had signed a contract stipulating that until Voldemort was completely defeated, he could only learn fusion magic, but not use it. Though he initially thought he wouldn't waste time on this, he realized that forbidden magic was difficult to improve in a short period. It was better to work on fusion magic, laying a foundation for the future. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Draco and his friends immediately stood up, staring at the door. Don't be so nervous. There are still a few minutes until curfew, Aaron said, rolling his eyes at them before opening the door. Clea walked in confidently, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes when she saw Draco and the others. They're here too. It seems the time for the decisive battle is approaching, right? Absolutely. Aaron couldn't deny it. With Clea's intelligence, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Then it's time to fulfill your contract with Voldemort, Clea said meaningfully. You should be ready, right? Foolproof. That's good, Clea breathed a sigh of relief. Do you need my help? Just take Hermione away before the decisive battle begins. Clea hesitated. Hermione can't help much, but I know your abilities, but I can't let you get involved, Aaron said seriously. After this battle, it's time to get married. If you get involved, the Darwin family might doubt my abilities. As for Voldemort, I haven't taken him seriously yet. If it wasn't too troublesome, I would kill him myself. Hiss! The sound of gasping came from the side. Draco and the others looked at Aaron as if he were a ghost. Do you know what you're talking about? Draco asked in surprise. That is the Dark Lord. Aaron curled his lips disdainfully. Do you know Grindelwald? I know, but does it matter? Last year, I went to Nurmengard and had a fight with that old bastard under forced circumstances. The final result was that I escaped from Nurmengard and successfully took away the Phoenix. As for Grindelwald, no matter how, using my last magic, I could make him vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. Hearing this, Draco's eyes went dull, and Crabbe and Goyle stood there blankly. They seemed to understand why Aaron was so confident. If he could fight Grindelwald and escape unscathed, he might be even crazier than they had imagined. Then what is your magic? Keep it secret, Aaron said crisply. Draco was left speechless. So can you promise me? Aaron asked Clea, looking her in the eyes. When the time comes, take her to meet Vico and Lysana, and then wait at home for my return. Clea shrugged nonchalantly. I'll think about it. What's there to consider? Aaron pressed. What if I don't agree? Clea's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. She didn't care what her family thought. The bond between husband and wife was sacred to her, and it was only natural for her to support her husband. Who could criticize that? If you don't agree, Aaron paused, a reassuring smile forming on his lips. Then I can only ask someone to send you back. There are many people who have signed a contract with me. You. Clea frowned, her voice tinged with frustration and a bit of anger. You are cruel. Fine, I will agree. Aaron knew that if they didn't agree, he wouldn't let them take the risk. If they insisted on staying, he would have the high-end combat forces around and force them to leave. Clea had the strength to resist, but doing so would weaken her own combat power. It wasn't out of the question that Aaron might intervene himself, but the result would still be the same. Hermione should have the same idea as you. Please pay more attention, Aaron advised. I know, I will convince her, Clea said, still annoyed. At that moment, there was another knock on the door, much softer than before. It should be them this time, Aaron said, a slight smile playing on his lips as he opened the door. 5 professors, including Severus Snape, Horace Slughorn, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, and Pomona Sprout, walked in. Why are they here? Snape asked, frowning at the sight of Draco and the others. This is part of my plan. They signed the contract, so you don't have to worry, Aaron explained. Mr. Gaius, we are already here, Slughorn said, looking around the single dormitory. Are you planning to tell us your plan here? Of course not. Please come with me, Aaron replied. He walked up to a section of the floor and murmured softly. As strange syllables filled the air, the floor parted in the middle, revealing a deep passage. Slughorn's eyes widened, and the others stared at the entrance in shock. The professors, with their rich experience, were somewhat composed, though it was indeed surprising for a student to have dug a secret tunnel in his dormitory. Their psychological resilience held firm. Draco and the others, however, were overwhelmed. They knew Aaron had a shelter, but they never expected it to be under the dormitory. Aren't those missing students inside? Professor McGonagall asked, her eyes twitching in disbelief. How did you bring so many people in? Is it hard? Aaron asked. It's very difficult, Professor Sprout affirmed. If it were a secret passage or room within the school, they wouldn't be so surprised. But this was the Slytherin common room, and a dormitory at that. Bringing people in, let alone dozens, was no easy feat. The list provided by Professor Snape included students harmed by the Caro siblings, unable to resist but unable to escape. I spoke to them privately, offered asylum, and signed contracts. No one refused, Aaron explained calmly. Fortunately, my phantom spell, illusion, perception ability, and speech ability are all quite good, so no one noticed when I brought them in quietly. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Almost a school year had passed since last semester, and it seemed there was nothing wrong with using this method to protect students. "That's amazing," Slughorn exclaimed. "What's even more amazing is behind the secret passage," Aaron said, not modest at all. "Professor Snape, please introduce the Temple of God to them on the way, so they don't make a fuss." Snape's face darkened. The headmaster of the school acting as a tour guide? It was humiliating. But seeing the expectant looks on the others' faces, he relented. Aaron did not refuse after all. Everyone followed him into the secret passage. Snape calmly introduced the situation at the end of the passage. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets had been transformed into a magnificent palace, complete with dormitories, canteens, classrooms, gardens, and hot springs. He didn't hide the treasury, granary, storage room, impregnable defenses, or the teleportation array for evacuation. Everyone was stunned. "It was like this when I came here last time. As for now," Snape glanced at Aaron, "I really don't know. It's just an extra conference room and a few more people," Aaron said lightly, then opened a door in front of him. "Here we are. Welcome, everyone, to my secret base." Everyone walked into the Shenming Palace and was shocked by the sight before them. Although Snape had explained it clearly, hearing about it was far less shocking than seeing it. "Professor, long time no see," a familiar voice sounded. Professor McGonagall's heart trembled as she looked at the wizards approaching her. "Wood, you are Wood. Are you here too?" she exclaimed. "And Cedric," Professor Sprout said, stepping forward to give Cedric a warm hug. "Kid, it's so nice to see you." "Professor," Luna and Cho Chang smiled and waved to Professor Flitwick. "We are here specifically to pick you up." "Why are there no Slytherins?" Slughorn asked with a strange expression. "This makes me, the dean, somewhat embarrassed." "Because the two best students in Slytherin came with us," Snape said, somewhat exasperated. It seems so," Slughorn reacted and straightened his back proudly. "Let's go. Everyone is waiting," Aaron said, leading everyone to the center of the Shenming Palace. "Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Sprout is here too." Dozens of wizards from different houses and grades gathered around, excitedly hugging and shaking hands with their elders. Seeing these familiar faces, several professors were inexplicably moved. Professor McGonagall even had tears in her eyes and couldn't help crying. "Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Gaius," Professor McGonagall said with sincere gratitude. She could tell that these students were well and happy. Everyone was well-dressed and full of energy. Aaron smiled and shrugged, then looked at the excited students. "Okay, everyone, go back to sleep. The professors have other business to attend to." The students, understanding the importance, walked towards the dormitory, which was a huge statue of Slytherin. "Percy, please arrange dormitories for Crabbe and Goyle first, and explain the rules of the Hall of Gods. This is my territory, not Hogwarts, and they are not allowed to bully their classmates casually." "I know," Percy said, glancing at the two stunned Slytherins. "Come with me." "What about me?" Draco asked. "Of course, you will come to the conference room with us. You are a key part of my plan," Aaron said with a meaningful smile. Hearing this, Draco thought of his connection to the Elder Wand, and a wry smile appeared on his face. "Everyone, come up!" Aaron made an inviting gesture and led them onto a magic carpet. The carpet rose slowly and soon arrived at the floating island. The floating island conference room was particularly lively, with everyone qualified to participate in the meeting present, including Harry Potter and several of his friends. As the professors entered, especially Draco Malfoy and Severus Snape, the room instantly became quiet. Aaron invited them to their seats and then took Clea to sit next to the missing body. "Ahem," Aaron coughed. "I understand everyone's excitement, but please control your emotions." "Half an hour," the missing body said. "Half an hour should be enough for communication, reminiscing, exchanging information, and answering questions. If you still don't understand anything after half an hour, I will answer it. As for the formal meeting, it will be held later." After the words fell, whispers filled the conference room, gradually growing louder and louder. Several professors seized the opportunity to ask everything they wanted to know. Why is Sirius still alive? Why are Aberforth and Longbottom here? What is Dumbledore's plan? How many arrangements did Aaron make? They had so many questions that needed answers. Snape accepted the white apologies from the members of the Order of the Phoenix with an expressionless face. Although he didn't care much, he had to admit it felt pretty good. Especially when Harry Potter apologized to him, his mood improved significantly. His undercover career of more than 10 years seemed to have reached a satisfying conclusion. Only Draco felt out of place in the surrounding atmosphere. As a well-established Death Eater, he was on edge. His family's actions had reached the point of being cleansed, but he still felt very uncomfortable in this conference room filled with members of the Order of the Phoenix. If Aaron hadn't been there to support him, he would have wanted to run away immediately. Chapter 651, Complete Magic Power, The Impact of the Seventh Horcrux. Half an hour passed in a flash, and the floating island conference room became quiet again. Professor McGonagall and the others now knew as much as the Order of the Phoenix. As for more detailed information, only Aaron seemed to possess it. "Do you have any questions?" Aaron asked. "Yes." Arthur raised his right hand and then focused on Draco. "I don't understand why Malfoy was invited to our meeting." "It seems that Crabbe and Goyle were also here just now," Fred added. "Crabbe and Goyle are part of my plan. As for Draco, he is qualified to participate in the meeting," Aaron explained, then looked at Harry. "As for the reason, I think you can explain it to everyone." Harry nodded reluctantly. "Draco and his parents recognized me when we were at Malfoy Manor, but they chose to hide it. In a sense, Draco spared Harry's life, and I think that's enough reason. Also, last year, Voldemort ordered Draco to kill Dumbledore. It sounded ridiculous, but he really got the opportunity. However, he did not take action at that time. Even though he was urged or even forced by several Death Eaters, he still did not act against the extremely weak Dumbledore." "That's right," Harry confirmed. "I was there." "But Lucius and Narcissa are Death Eaters after all," Sirius said worriedly. "What if he has any bad intentions?" "Well said." Aaron gave Sirius a thumbs up. "So he, Crabbe, and Goyle all signed a particularly strict contract. In addition, if we want to talk about relationships with Death Eaters, the Black family seems to be no better than the Malfoy family." Sirius's expression froze, and he smiled awkwardly. "Pretend I didn't say it." "Ch-ch," Aaron curled his lips. "In addition, Draco Malfoy has become part of Dumbledore's plan for some special reasons. As long as he is on our side, Harry's chances of winning against Voldemort will increase by at least 20%. After Aaron's words, everyone looked at Draco curiously. These gazes made his scalp tingle, and he could only respond with an embarrassed yet polite smile. "Do you have any other questions?" "Mr. Gaius," Professor McGonagall hesitantly looked at Aaron and his missing body. "This is the first time I have seen the magic of your clone in so many years of living. So, of course, if it's not convenient, forget it." "It's not inconvenient." The missing body smiled and shrugged. "At this point, it's really inappropriate to hide it anymore. Looks like it's ready. I'm really tired from the past few years, and it's not easy to grasp the next situation without enough strength." Aaron sighed softly, then stretched out his right hand to the missing body. The next moment, the missing body's form turned into a point of light and dissipated. But Aaron's own magic power soared rapidly. Junior Grand Mage, Intermediate Grand Magister, High-Level Grand Magister. Hiss! Professor McGonagall, Aberforth, and the other Grand Magisters took a deep breath, while the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Aaron did not hide his magic power. They could all clearly sense how immense his magic power was, capable of crushing almost everyone present. "I knew it would be like this." Clea laughed happily. "No wonder so many people like to call you a little fox. They really got it right. If I didn't hide it, I would have been tortured to death by them." Aaron shook his head speechlessly. The "they" in Clea's mouth were none other than the ancestors of his Gaius family. If they found out that he had the magic of the nostalgic body, the time spent attending cram school would definitely double, which was really disappointing just thinking about it. But now he was not too worried. After marrying a wife and having children according to family rules, he could inherit the position of the clan leader, and no one would be able to control him then. "Professor, is it okay now?" Aaron asked with interest. Professor McGonagall nodded blankly, having some definite guesses about Aaron's clone magic. but there were very few high-level magisters under her tutelage who could match Aaron's prowess. At the age of 20, Aaron had already become one of the most powerful wizards in the entire history of magic. This was great news for the Order of the Phoenix. With Aaron on their side, their chances of defeating Voldemort seemed more certain. "How strong are you now?" Aberforth asked bluntly. "If we were to fight right now, it wouldn't be too difficult for me to kill you," Aaron replied. "Understood." A wry smile appeared on Aberforth's lips. "I originally thought your magic power could increase by 10% or 20% at most, but you hide it so deeply." "Thank you for the compliment," Aaron accepted humbly, "but I always hide it deeper than you think. I can tell." "Does anyone else have questions?" Aaron asked. "No, you'd better tell me Dumbledore's follow-up plan," Harry asked eagerly. "It's time to get down to business." Aaron snapped his fingers, and a pensieve emerged from a red magic circle. The green memory bottle he took out attracted everyone's attention. Snape hesitated to speak, his expression not particularly good. "It's not the time for him to know," Snape protested. "Professor, I know what's going on." Aaron gave him a reassuring look, then turned to Harry Potter. "You, be more conscious and don't make me chase you away." Harry's eyes twitched. He didn't give him any chance. Snape thought to himself that Aaron did a great job and was worthy of being his favorite disciple. Get out, and don't make me say it a second time. Until then, you can't look at this part of the memory." "I know." Harry took a deep breath and walked heavily towards the dormitory. After watching him leave the conference room, Aaron used his wand to extract the memory from the green bottle and carefully placed it into the pensieve. "Everyone, this is the climax and the most important part of Dumbledore's plan. This part will subvert your understanding, make it difficult for all of you, make some of you collapse, and even make some of you despair." "Stop talking nonsense." Sirius stood up. "Let me take a look first. Sit down." Aaron glared at him. "Don't interrupt when I'm talking." "Let's get to the point," Snape said impatiently. "It's late at night, so don't waste time." "Okay, Professor. Is the difference so big?" Sirius said unhappily. "Because Professor Snape knows this part of the plan," Aaron explained patiently. "With so many people here, it will take a lot of time to watch it in batches, so let's watch it together." As Aaron spoke, he walked to the pensieve, pointed his wand at the calm surface of the basin, and recited an obscure incantation. The next moment, a dark gray light flew out of the basin and turned into a curtain floating in the air. The silver substance in the basin turned into an image and appeared on the curtain. The scene was Dumbledore's office, and it was dark outside. Snape sat motionless at his desk, while Dumbledore walked around him, talking. "The time has come. You have to tell Harry Potter something, but you must wait until Voldemort is at his weakest." "What do you want me to tell him?" That night, when Voldemort went to Godric's Hollow to kill Harry, Lily Potter blocked her son with her body, and the killing curse rebounded. At that time, a fragment of Voldemort's soul attached itself to the only living thing in the house at the time, which was Harry. This is why Harry can speak Parseltongue, why he can see Voldemort's thoughts, and why part of Voldemort's soul lives in Harry's body. "So this child will definitely die by then?" "Yes, he must die, and Voldemort must do it himself, which is the most important thing." Boom! The curtain dissipated, and the silver substance slowly floated back into the pensieve. But no one paid attention to it. Except for Aaron, Klee, and Snape, who knew the memory content, everyone else was in a daze, passively accepting the huge impact of this brief memory. "Is this fake?" Draco asked with difficulty. "Fake?" Sirius came to his senses, like a drowning man grabbing the last straw. "Yes, it's fake. It must be fake. Aaron, stop making such jokes late at night. How could this be true? As I said just now, you are the one who will be desperate," Aaron shrugged. "I can assure you that this part of the memory is true." "Fake," Sirius growled angrily, but his tone soon softened. He looked at Snape almost pleadingly. "I beg you, tell me, Severus, this is your prank. We were very sorry for you before, and pranks are excusable, right?" Snape was silent, wishing more than anyone else that this was a prank if he could. A whimpering sound suddenly filled the room. Ginny covered her face, tears falling like raindrops. Molly hugged her daughter tightly, wanting to comfort her, but not knowing what to say. Lupin's eyes widened in disbelief, and his body couldn't stop shaking. He and Tonks had just found a godfather for their son, and now Merlin had played such a cruel joke on them. These are the ones who are emotionally broken. The world may be dark in their eyes at this moment, Aaron lamented. The ones who are left speechless are the ones whose understanding has been shattered. The fate of the prophesied savior is actually so miserable. So Harry is Voldemort's Horcrux? Hermione asked nervously, her voice trembling slightly. Voldemort's seventh Horcrux, the living Horcrux besides the snake? It was an unacceptable truth, so I was being merciful by not letting him see it. There is no greater joke than a man who is committed to killing Voldemort, only to find that he cannot die while the other person is alive. Shut up. Sirius' eyes turned red, and he glared at Aaron fiercely. Hey, be polite to me, Aaron rolled his eyes and said. He understood Sirius's mood very well, but this did not mean that he could be disrespectful. You've already signed a deed of sale, and yet you dare to be so crazy. I can't tell the difference between the king and the king. Wait, Aberforth suddenly thought of something. You seem to have said before that Albus Dumbledore had made complete preparations for the victory of this war in Harry Potter's life, right? It's really hard for you to remember. Sirius's eyes flashed with red light. He stared at Aaron, asking expectantly but extremely nervously, What do you mean? Tell me, is Harry going to die? Humph. Not only will he not die, but his survival rate is only lower than mine, Aaron said angrily. That old bastard Albus Dumbledore is really cunning. If I hadn't experienced many things personally, I wouldn't have thought that he would be so sinister. That's a bit too much, Neville said weakly. Ha, Neville, what kind of person do you think Dumbledore is? Kind, approachable, affable? Isn't he? Neville asked, confused. I don't deny that Dumbledore does have these attributes, but you missed the most crucial point. He is thick-skinned and dark-hearted, Aaron said with anger. Dumbledore's plan is very rigorous and worthy of everyone here, except for the 2.5 Slytherins. Severus Snape and I count as 2, and Draco Malfoy counts as half. Ever since I got involved, I have been pushed behind by a big invisible hand, and have done a lot of inexplicably dangerous work. As for Professor Snape, after he killed Dumbledore and gained Voldemort's trust, even if he did nothing, his mortality rate was as high as 80%. As for Draco, the same goes for him. He has a 20% mortality rate, even if he does nothing. Can you tell me the important point? Sirius asked impatiently. Harry? What is going on? Aaron took a deep breath and placed a clean blackboard right in front of the conference room. In the last meeting, I analyzed for you the comparison of the combat power between the enemy and ourselves. In terms of high-end combat power, we have a certain advantage. In terms of overall strength, the Death Eaters far surpass us. After the melee situation forms, the key to determining the outcome of the war is the battle between Harry Potter and Tom Riddle. Aaron said as he wrote Tom Riddle and Harry Potter on the left and right sides of the blackboard, and then marked peak-level Grand Magister and Weak One under their names respectively. Compare it. Aaron looked at everyone playfully. There is no comparison at all. From the perspective of a normal person, or even someone with limited understanding, it seems certain that Harry Potter would die without any surprise. But in reality, Harry Potter will win, though the process will be more tortuous, Aaron lamented. He has too many advantages, so many that he can defeat even the most favorable odds with a bad deck of cards. Is it because of the prophecy? Professor Slughorn asked doubtfully. Or will Tom show mercy because Harry is a Horcrux? Chapter 652, Harry Potter's Huge Advantages, Prophecy, Blood, Wand. Professor Slughorn, you're half right. No, to be precise, only a small part of it is right, Aaron said with a meaningful smile. Voldemort didn't even know that he had a Horcrux like Harry Potter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to kill him several times. Is that because of a prophecy? Lupin asked, frowning in confusion. Does the prophecy bring any power to Harry? You're overthinking it, Aaron replied. To put it bluntly, the prophecy is just a statement, not an inscrutable spell, and it doesn't bring any power to Harry. But because of that prophecy, Harry Potter gained a huge advantage. As he spoke, Aaron picked up a piece of chalk and wrote the word prophecy under Harry Potter on the blackboard. One of Harry Potter and Voldemort will die at the hands of the other. Voldemort was so convinced of this prophecy that he even forbade others from taking action against Harry Potter. This made the Death Eaters put a taboo on Harry. Even if they found him, they could only capture him alive and did not dare to attack him easily. "We know that. Let's get to the point," Aberforth interjected. "That's the point," Aaron emphasized. "In the entire wizarding world, anyone can kill Harry Potter by any means, but only Voldemort's magic can't kill him. Yet, Voldemort decided to kill him himself. Ha! This is a funnier joke than Harry Potter being Voldemort's Horcrux." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in shock. They stared at the word prophecy on the blackboard, sensing they had grasped something important, but they couldn't quite articulate it. "Can you explain it more clearly?" Frank asked. "Why can't the Dark Lord kill him?" "There are many reasons," Aaron said, pointing to the word prophecy and then writing blood below it. "This is Harry Potter's second advantage. 3 years ago, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang held the Triwizard Tournament. Voldemort asked Barty Crouch Jr. to disguise himself as Alastor Moody and infiltrate Hogwarts. I have to say, Barty Crouch Jr. was quite talented. He protected Harry and survived until the 3rd level of the maze. He replaced the Triwizard Tournament trophy with a portkey and took all of us contestants to the Riddle family cemetery. Senior Diggory should still have memories of this matter, right?" "The memory is still fresh, and I will never forget it in this life," Cedric said with lingering fear. "Then do you remember Voldemort's resurrection ceremony?" Aaron asked meaningfully. "Voldemort used his father's bones, the flesh of his servants, and the blood of his enemies to create a living body for himself. With his broken soul and this body, he was able to successfully resurrect. But sadly, his requirements for the physical body were too high. The blood of the enemy, one of the 3 main materials, was taken from Harry Potter. Lily Evans used her own life to cast a blood protection spell. As long as Harry was with his relatives, Voldemort could not harm him until he came of age. But the blood protection spell, this magic is so interesting," Aaron said, laughing so hard that he was out of breath. "Is it funny?" Snape asked coldly. "Sorry, Professor," Aaron said, reluctantly suppressing his smile. Voldemort, who was defeated by the blood protection curse, was very aware of the power of this spell. He wanted his body to be protected by this spell, so he specifically chose Harry Potter's blood during the resurrection ceremony. He even extended his own resurrection time. As a result, the ritual was completed and Voldemort was successfully resurrected, but his body was filled with the same blood as Harry Potter. In other words, Voldemort became Harry Potter's true blood relative. Do you know what this means? At that time, the effect of the blood protection spell on Harry had not completely disappeared. Aberforth thought of a certain possibility, and his expression became particularly weird. "And a new blood relative appearing out of thin air will extend the blood protection spell's time. That means that as long as Voldemort lives, Harry will be protected. Harry Potter will still be protected by the blood protection charm." "That's right," Aaron snapped his fingers. "That's exactly what I mean." Wait, Slughorn interjected. "The blood protection charm is not that simple. The same blood may not have the same protective effect. But Harry Potter has another identity, doesn't he?" Aaron hinted. Slughorn was stunned for a moment, his face twitching. "You mean, Merlin, how did that happen? I suddenly feel a bit sorry for Tom." "Horace, can you please speak clearly?" Professor McGonagall urged. "Horcruxes," Slughorn whispered. "With the same blood and closely connected souls, I'm afraid Voldemort's magic really can't kill Harry." Ron suddenly tapped the table, drawing everyone's attention. "I thought about it." "What's on your mind?" Percy asked. "That day we split up to cover Harry's departure from Privet Drive. Voldemort caught up with the real Harry, but in the end, Harry managed to escape," Ron said excitedly. "I asked Harry afterward, and he said his wand pulled out a golden flame, repelling Voldemort's death curse and breaking his wand. He always thought it was the twin wands protecting him, but at that time, Voldemort had already replaced his wand." "Twin wands?" Aaron laughed contemptuously. "There are so many jokes tonight. The huge gap between a pinnacle magister and a weak magister can't be bridged with a magic wand. My uncle Ollivander was definitely a kind man, but he was so prodigal that he sold this powerful wand for 7 galleons. Does that mean that the blood protection charm played its role at that time and protected Harry Potter? Professor McGonagall asked in surprise. If nothing else happened, that's it, Aaron conceded. The way to break the twin wands is very simple. Just change the wand. But now Voldemort has obtained the Elder Wand from Dumbledore's tomb, Hermione frowned. That is the legendary wand that can make its owner invincible. Elder Wand? Slughorn's eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, Voldemort found the legendary Deathly Hallows? This is too bad. If it were that wand, it might not be able to break the blood protection charm. Actually, it really can't, Aaron sighed, then wrote the word wand under blood. This is Harry Potter's third advantage. Mr. Gaius, are you mistaken? Professor Flitwick asked. This should be Voldemort's advantage. No, Professor. I'm pretty sure this is Harry Potter's advantage. If you understand the legend of the Deathly Hallows, you should know the conditions for the Elder Wand to recognize its owner. To truly gain the recognition of the Elder Wand, you must defeat its last master. But Dumbledore is dead. Logically speaking, the Elder Wand is an ownerless thing. Whoever gets it belongs to him. But what if its owner didn't take it away? Lupin's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Snape angrily. You killed Dumbledore, so you should be the current owner of the Elder Wand. This means that unless Voldemort kills you, the Elder Wand will not be loyal to him. If a wand is not loyal to its master, even if it is a legendary item, Voldemort may not be able to exert its true power. Smart, wise. Aaron gave Lupin a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment, Lupin said sheepishly. I believe Voldemort will think so too, Aaron snorted coldly. This is what I meant when I said Dumbledore is sorry for Professor Snape. Once he realizes this, Professor Snape's life will be in danger at any time. Our dean has been working for Dumbledore for nearly 20 years and has made great contributions, but the result is the highest degree of danger. Snape was silent for a few seconds. I'm mentally prepared. But I wasn't, Draco said sadly. Yes, and you, Aaron continued. Even if Voldemort kills Professor Snape, he will not be the master of the Elder Wand, because the Elder Wand had already changed hands before Dumbledore died. Dumbledore was so weak that Draco Malfoy disarmed him with a spell. Do you understand his intention now? Draco was on the verge of tears. You also said that no matter how weak Dumbledore is, he can't even defeat me. So, Fred looked at the two of them in surprise. The false heir to the Elder Wand is Severus Snape. And the real successor to the Elder Wand is Draco Malfoy, George added. What a complicated situation. This is where Dumbledore feels sorry for Draco, Aaron sighed. If Voldemort doesn't completely control the Elder Wand after killing Professor Snape, he will set his sights on Draco. Professor Snape became Draco's shield, and Draco became Harry Potter's shield. As long as Draco is not defeated by Voldemort, the Elder Wand will never truly surrender to Voldemort. He may not notice it at ordinary times, but at critical moments, such as when he is dueling with his destined enemy Harry Potter, that wand will become Voldemort's biggest burden. After Aaron's explanation, everyone looked at Draco with a mix of envy, surprise, and pity, leaving him at a loss for what to do. I suddenly had an amazing idea, George. Me too, Fred. As long as we defeat Draco, then we are the new owners of the Elder Wand. Shut up, you two, Molly scolded, slapping them on the backs of their heads. The owner of the Elder Wand is an extremely high-risk position in the magical world. I will never allow you to touch it. Is that okay? Draco looked at Aaron expectantly. I don't want to be the master of the Elder Wand. What are you thinking about? Aaron rolled his eyes at him angrily. Go tell Voldemort about this and see if he will let you go. Gulp! Draco swallowed hard. Then forget it. You can't forget it, Aaron joked. The owner of the Elder Wand is your greatest value. Voldemort has obtained the Elder Wand. This legendary wand will greatly satisfy his vanity, competitive spirit, and sense of mystery. He will never give it up. My idea is very simple. Before the final battle, if you have a duel with Harry Potter, you just need to lose to him. Harry Potter will become the new owner of the Elder Wand, and Voldemort will use that wand against its owner. Maybe we can see the backlash of the Elder Wand. This is too gloomy, Draco said subconsciously. Excuse me? Aaron glanced over with a sharp look, and Draco immediately changed his tone. I mean, he is worthy of being a Slytherin, shrewd, wise, and resourceful. Don't say that. I'm far behind compared to Dumbledore, Aaron snorted, then addressed everyone. In addition, I will tell you another piece of news for free. Some time ago, I went to Nurmengard prison, where I met Gellert Grindelwald, who was once a powerful figure in the wizarding world. I had a brief discussion with him and successfully obtained the inheritance left to me by Dumbledore, a phoenix. He told me that Dumbledore asked him to wait for someone who was looking for the Elder Wand and tell him the specific location of the wand. Who is the person Grindelwald is waiting for? I believe everyone has the answer. Voldemort, Lupin said in a daze. Dumbledore had guessed that he would go find the Elder Wand and arranged everything in advance. So I definitely don't mean to be insulting in the slightest when I say he is cunning, Aaron said in a strange tone. Our former headmaster, the great Albus Dumbledore, sent a disloyal Elder Wand to Voldemort. He also put a lot of effort into it, even using his own body. Voldemort got the Elder Wand from his coffin, and he would never suspect that there was Dumbledore's plot in it. That's just him, Aberforth snorted. He hasn't changed after so many years. As long as he can achieve his goal, he can sacrifice everything. So, Ron turned to look at the blackboard, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Prophecy, blood, wand, Merlin, it's hard for Harry to lose. Yes, this is a sure win, Neville said with excitement, and many people also breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had already seen the day of victory. It's too early to be happy, Aberforth said calmly, pouring Elder water on their hearts. Harry does seem to. There's a good chance of winning, but Albus's plan is to have him die before Voldemort, Aaron said calmly. There's something special about letting him die at Voldemort's hands. Only with the help of Voldemort's magic can the soul fragments attached to Harry Potter be perfectly eliminated, Aaron continued. No, this is too risky. Sirius immediately shook his head. We can't gamble with Harry's life. Sirius, Aaron said, knocking on the blackboard and looking at him with exasperation. I've analyzed this thoroughly. Can't I convince you? It's reasonable, but I can't agree to it if there's even the slightest risk, Sirius insisted. Risk? Aaron sneered. Besides the excitement, there are no real risks. Do you think he only has these 3 advantages? Chapter 653, the Resurrection Stone as a Guarantee and the Malicious Contract. What do you mean by that? Sirius asked, confused. Does Harry have other advantages? Of course, our great former headmaster, Professor Albus Dumbledore, has arranged it, Aaron snorted, writing the words Resurrection Stone under wand. The Resurrection Stone? Hermione suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the relic Dumbledore left for Harry will be useful at that time? Aaron nodded slightly and continued. I believe everyone here has heard the legend of the 3 brothers, so you should also have some understanding of the Deathly Hallows. The Elder Wand gives its owner great strength and makes him invincible in duels. This is debatable, as many of its owners in history were losers. The invisibility cloak is permanently effective and is not an inferior product with a shelf life. The Resurrection Stone has the ability to resurrect the dead. At present, we can confirm that the Elder Wand is in the hands of Voldemort, the invisibility cloak is in the hands of Harry Potter, and the Resurrection Stone. This treasure was set in the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family and was accidentally made into a Horcrux by Voldemort. This Horcrux was destroyed by Dumbledore. Before his death, Dumbledore removed the Resurrection Stone, sealed it in a golden snitch, and left it as a relic to Harry Potter. That is to say, Professor McGonagall said in surprise, Harry Potter can rely on the Resurrection Stone to save his life from Voldemort's attack. Exactly, Aaron spread his hands. Dumbledore left a reminder on the golden snitch, which will open at the right time, and this appropriate time should be when Harry faces Voldemort and death. As expected of Dumbledore, Moody exclaimed. What a perfect plan! But the Resurrection Stone cannot truly resurrect the dead, Sirius said seriously. There has never been an accurate record in history. I don't deny this, but you can't deny that the Resurrection Stone does have some powerful magic. It may not be possible to resurrect the dead, but it is always possible to save the life of Harry Potter, who has 3 advantages, Aaron said seriously. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Albus Dumbledore. He wouldn't leave the Resurrection Stone to Harry Potter as a mere souvenir. Sirius was speechless, but after a few seconds of silence, he still shook his head firmly. I still say what I said. You can't gamble with Harry's life. Sirius, Lupin said hesitantly, we all know your feelings for Harry, but I don't want you to think. I want me to think. I can't just watch Harry die. Listen to what I have to say first, Lupin said helplessly. I think it's better to leave the decision to Harry. If he agrees, we can proceed as planned. If he doesn't agree... Disagree? Sirius sneered. You know him. Do you think he will disagree? No, Lupin pursed his lips, then changed the topic. But this is Dumbledore's plan, and Aaron also gave a convincing enough explanation. We should believe them. Believe Harry. Well said, Aaron applauded. Actually, I don't care what you think. Harry Potter must face death and clear away the fragments of Voldemort's soul. I don't agree, Sirius said loudly, then lowered his posture and looked at Aaron humbly. Maybe we can think of other ways. Don't you do research on souls? Frank and the others were cured by you. You must have a way to separate the fragments of Voldemort's soul. Hearing this, Aaron's face twitched, feeling as if billions of grass and mud horses were rushing past in his heart. Gan, do you really think I am omnipotent? But he really got it right. He didn't have the ability to separate souls, but Harry Potter's situation was very complicated, and he didn't have that much time. Sorry, I can't do it. When it comes to the soul, the risks are too great. Is it really not possible? Sirius asked, struggling. It's not, Aaron replied firmly. It's really not possible, Aaron said, shaking his head seriously. Besides, it doesn't matter whether you object or not. You signed my contract, and you must listen to me when it comes to fighting against Voldemort. You have no right to object. Sirius smiled bitterly and slumped in his chair, his whole body exuding an indescribable sense of despair. He had once exchanged the identities of the secret keepers with Peter Pettigrew, leading to the deaths of James and Lily. Now, he could only watch their son take risks, powerless to do anything. Lupin swallowed hard, feeling the same despair emanating from Sirius that he had felt in Azkaban. He didn't know how to comfort his friend. Alas, Moody sighed deeply. Is there anything else you want to say? Yes, there is one last point, Aaron said, clearly unhappy. He then wrote his name, Aaron Gaius, under the Resurrection Stone. Harry Potter's last advantage is also the biggest advantage. You? Aberforth looked at Aaron with some surprise. Based on what I know about you, you shouldn't be able to help Harry fight against Voldemort. I don't want to either, but there's no way. Who asked me to sign a contract with Voldemort? Aaron said, almost tearfully. Before Dumbledore and Harry Potter died, he and his Death Eaters could not take action against me, and I could not hinder their actions. But after their deaths, I must present him with a path to immortality that is more perfect than Horcruxes. Slughorn couldn't hold himself any longer. What did you say? More perfect immortality than a Horcrux? Yes, Aaron nodded solemnly. No way. Absolutely impossible. Horcruxes are the most evil black magic I know. This magic is a contemptuous trampling on life and soul, but it is undeniable that it can indeed make people immortal to a certain extent. Eternal life, that's a joke, Aaron said contemptuously. Horcruxes can protect the soul from death, but they are not eternal. Endless time can obliterate anything. The so-called Horcrux is just an insignificant branch on the road to immortality, and the side effects are not ordinary, so no normal person would choose it. Hearing this, Slughorn's eyes widened in shock. What Aaron said was too arrogant, but it made sense if he thought about it carefully. There is only one word difference between immortality and eternal life, but the meanings are completely different. Mr. Gaius, do you really know a more perfect way to live forever than a Horcrux? Slughorn looked eager, but soon he realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly added, No, sorry, I lost my composure. This kind of secret is not something we can know. Aaron laughed softly, appreciating Professor Slughorn's self-awareness. In fact, there was nothing that couldn't be said. After all, his immortality couldn't be copied, but it was good to maintain a sense of mystery. I was very naive at the time. Dumbledore was the greatest white magician of this century, and it was more than enough to stop a Voldemort. Harry Potter was the legendary savior. The son of the prophecy would definitely defeat Voldemort in the end. I chose the two of them as my shield. I could rest assured that they would not die. Aaron spread his hands and continued. What does the chaos in the magic world have to do with me? I would just lie low, and after Voldemort was dead, I would return to my family. Even if he won by luck, it would take a lot of time. 3 to 5 years is not too little, and 10 or 8 years is not too much. I could definitely grow into a being that he looks up to. In the end, it would still be up to me whether he is round or flat. From this point of view, signing a contract with Voldemort would be of no harm to me, but I never expected that. I never expected that Albus would die in less than a year, Aberforth interjected. Yeah, that old bastard died in less than a year. The shield I had placed my high hopes on shattered so suddenly that I was not prepared at all, Aaron said, angry and helpless. Actually, when I knew that Dumbledore's time was running out, I was a little panicked, but I couldn't I was nervous. After all, Harry Potter, the prophesied savior, was still there. Perhaps Dumbledore's death would serve as an inspiration to him. As long as Harry Potter could defeat Voldemort in the end, Dumbledore's life and death wouldn't be so significant. But it wasn't until the day before they went to find the Horcruxes that I obtained all the memories related to Dumbledore's plan from Professor Snape. Can you imagine how heartbroken I felt when I saw this memory? The large shield was broken, and the small shield had issues from the start and had to be remade, Aaron said, smiling bitterly and shaking his head. The contract that was originally beneficial and harmless to me suddenly became full of malice. Harry Potter must die once, but after his death, I will have to meet Voldemort under the guidance of the contract, and then I will be miserable. With all due respect, Mr. Gaius, Slughorn said, even if you gave your perfect immortality to the Dark Lord, he probably wouldn't dare to attack you. He dares, Clea said firmly. Aaron took the initiative to participate in the disputes in the magical world, violating the ancestral precepts of the Gaius family, and was expelled from the family. In other words, he was just an ordinary person in this war. Even if he was killed, the Gaius family would not interfere or even help him avenge himself. This was a unique opportunity for Voldemort. He could attack the heir of the reclusive family without fear of any reprisal. Aaron is the sole heir of the Gaius family. He knows many secrets of the Gaius family and even the entire magical world. As long as he is caught, Voldemort would essentially gain access to a huge treasure trove. Professor, if you were Voldemort, would you let this opportunity pass? Slughorn's expression shifted slightly. Should, maybe, maybe not. No, definitely not. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Alas, if I fall into his hands, I won't die, but my life will be worse than death. The original intention of signing the contract with Voldemort was to stay out of the situation, but I never expected that things would develop to this point. Even to protect myself, I have to find a way to kill Voldemort. So I saved Alastor Moody, Frank Longbottom, Alice Longbottom, and invited Aberforth Dumbledore, Percy, Cedric, and others to preserve and strengthen the Order of the Phoenix. In addition, I have to find a way to protect Harry Potter, help him find Horcruxes, and control time. Voldemort must not discover his intentions before I am ready. This sounds a little magical, Fred said. To do this to protect yourself, George murmured. It's really an exaggeration. The heir of a big family is different. He is much better than my brother. Ron, are you ready now? Now, Aberforth asked. Aaron shrugged, non-committal. With the magic power of a high-level Grand Magister, he was absolutely sure he could kill Voldemort alone. The scale of the Order of the Phoenix and the battlefield of Hogwarts were enough to cope with the human sea tactics, plus the spy Yak, who occupies a high position among the Death Eaters. How could we lose? For everyone here, the destruction of the Horcrux means the sounding of the war signal, but for me, the death of Harry Potter is the beginning of desperate efforts. Does that mean he's still going to die? Sirius asked with a dark face. Listen to what I have to say, you fool, Aaron said, exasperated. I will go with him when he goes to die. Even if the resurrection stone and all the advantages mentioned above cannot save his life, I will not let him die. Because the rest of us don't have Harry Potter's advantages, defeating Voldemort will cause terrible damage, not to mention Hogwarts, and Hogsmeade will be affected. How can you guarantee that? Aaron rolled his eyes and took out a bottle of emerald green potion with his backhand. Resurrection potion can revive a life that has died within an hour. Although I don't think it's necessary, it's a precaution. His potion will keep Harry Potter alive, Aaron declared. Are you serious? Sirius couldn't believe it. A potion that could resurrect the dead was a truly priceless treasure. When had Aaron ever been so generous? Let's call it true. Aaron's wand pointed at the words prophecy, blood, wand, and resurrection stone written on the blackboard. Voldemort can't kill him with these alone. Dumbledore said Voldemort killed him just to let him experience death, not that he would actually die. Thank you, Sirius said gratefully, staring at the resurrection potion with bright eyes. It's not that I don't believe you, but it would be great if I could sign a contract. Ha ha! Aaron raised his eyebrows and put away the resurrection potion. It's a beautiful thought. This bottle of potion is not of that high value to me, but it's not exclusive to Harry Potter either. Again, whether you agree or not, he must die this time. Sirius was left speechless. Chapter 654, Careful Preparations Before the War. My sister-in-law was caught. Okay, let's forget about this little episode, Aaron said lightly. In short, Harry Potter must experience death. At that time, I will also face the biggest blow from the dark forces. Maybe hundreds of dark wizards will be sent out to deal with me. Is it that serious? Professor McGonagall asked worriedly. By killing Harry Potter, Voldemort eliminates the person who poses the greatest threat to him. His next step is immortality, and I am his key to going further on that path. The temptation for him is unmatched by all of you combined. Maybe you could capture me and sacrifice me to him, and he would be able to forget all the mistakes he made. This joke is not funny, Moody said. So I signed a contract with each of you, Aaron said seriously. Especially those with the white god mark on their arms. When I face a flood of enemies, I will summon these people to relieve the pressure. I say it beforehand. Be prepared to die. We've been prepared for a long time, Frank said, pretending to be relaxed. If it weren't for you and Alice, we would still be in St. Mungo's hospital. We are all Aurors, and we would rather die fighting than end up like that. It's so humiliating. That's what I mean too, Alice nodded. It's no problem for me either, Moody smiled nonchalantly. You saved my life, and the extra year I lived was stolen from the hands of death. If you die this time, I will give it back to you. If you are lucky enough to survive, you will make a lot of money. I'm reluctant, Aberforth said bluntly, but now that I've signed the contract, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything if I don't do it. I can do that too, Sirius raised his hand. Pull him down. It would be nice if you don't cause any trouble when Harry Potter is here. Aaron made no secret of his uneasiness about him. Then he looked at the four people who had expressed their opinions with emotion. First of all, I am very grateful to you all. You can go to my potion storehouse to get a high-quality elixir of good fortune. Take it in time before the battle. It will help improve your survival rate. Secondly, after being summoned by me, you don't need to fight to the death. Just cover me. Finally, I can assure you that I will not use you as cannon fodder. In addition, you are not the only ones who will help me, but I cannot reveal their identities for the time being. That's enough, Aberforth said. But can you pay me the reward you promised me before? This. Okay. Aaron hesitated for a moment, then took out a bottle of black soil from a magic circle and a page of parchment recording a complex magic circle. This is the underworld soil you want, and a ritual to summon the undead so that you can see your sister for the last time before the final battle. Aberforth took the two items tremblingly, his face full of gratitude. He had joined this high-risk organization because these two things could briefly bring his sister's soul back to reality from the world of the dead. Then let's discuss the battle plan. Aaron waved his wand at the blackboard, clearing the text on it. A topographic map of Hogwarts appeared. I have set the time for the decisive battle in 3 days. The deans are responsible for managing the students in their respective houses. Don't let them run around, but don't tell them anything. Why? Professor Sprout asked puzzledly. Shouldn't they be asked to prepare in advance and pack their luggage, pets, etc.? The first step to confuse your enemy is to confuse yourself. As long as Voldemort sees students fleeing in panic, his vigilance will decrease, and the possibility of falling into the trap will be higher. So they don't need to rehearse in advance, as long as they can come to Shenming Temple safely. Professor Sprout nodded thoughtfully and asked no more questions. Professor McGonagall, you should know the defensive magic of Hogwarts, right? I know that once activated, all the stone statues in the castle will come to Lee, Fee, and defend the school, Professor McGonagall replied. The castle will be dispatched to help us defend it, Professor McGonagall said excitedly. Do you want me to activate it now? Let's do it in 3 days, Aaron replied. In addition, Hogwarts needs to install a super large defensive enchantment that can cover the entire school. Fortunately, we have enough people, and it will not be difficult for all the high-level magisters here to cast spells together to achieve this. Ron, Neville, Ginny, Luna, I have a mission for you, Aaron continued. The 4 of them stood up immediately. What do you want us to do? Ron asked. Go to Hagrid and inform him of the content of our meeting and all the preparations we have made, Aaron said solemnly. In 3 days, I need you to cooperate with him in contacting all the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. Centaurs, thestrals, hippogriffs, and even unicorns. Get them ready for battle. Call Harry as well. He needs something to distract him. Will we fight side by side with magical animals? Luna asked curiously. Aaron shook his head slightly. Wizards have their own battlefields, and magical animals have theirs. Once the decisive battle begins, I need those magical animals to support us by stopping the dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest, such as acromantulas, bloodthirsty bats, werewolves, and even vampires. So your task is not easy. Be mentally prepared. What about us? Cedric asked. What can we do? Deploy traps, Aaron said, knocking on the blackboard. Fred and George know the terrain of Hogwarts best, and combined with the Marauders map, they can maximize the terrain advantage. Senior Diggory, you and Percy are more stable. Bring some graduates to assist them and check for any deficiencies. By the way, use the Marauders map to monitor the entire Hogwarts, and don't let the outside world find anything wrong. Okay, no problem, Cedric nodded seriously. Can we use any jinxes? Fred asked excitedly, ignoring Molly's death stare. We can set up swamps, venom, curses, potions, and mazes at will, right? George also looked excited. Fred, I feel that our talents can be fully utilized. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Fred added. Congratulations to you then. But I remind you that the biggest purpose of setting up traps is to kill the enemy, so don't be the least bit merciful. While annihilating the enemy's strength, we should try to cause as much damage as possible. The more wounded Death Eaters there are, the greater the burden on them and the less pressure on us. Wow! Fred suppressed the cynical smile on his face. From what you said, this task is still very challenging. It's quite challenging, George said solemnly. Although our previous pranks have had some very bad situations, we haven't killed anyone yet, especially this time when there seem to be a lot of people to kill. I have tranquilizers, palliatives, and joy potions in my potion library, Aaron said seriously. Opening up half of it for you can be regarded as relieving psychological stress. If you don't want to use potions, I have many different types of wine in my store that will definitely soothe your mood. Can we drink as much as we want? Fred's heart moved. Including the collector's edition wine worth tens of thousands of galleons? Of course, no problem, Aaron agreed directly. After all, he now has an auxiliary product column, which will sooner or later be refreshed with higher quality, exquisite wines. In comparison, the wine and drinks in the granary were of little value, not to mention that he didn't value these things in the first place. Ahem, Mr. Weasley coughed and winked at his 2 sons wildly. He had never tasted 5-digit galleons of fine wine in his whole life. The 2 brothers immediately understood and gave Arthur a meaningful look. The father and sons smiled in understanding. We still need materials, Fred added. In the weapons arsenal, all ammunition with 5 enchantments or less is at your disposal. Hiss! Why? Our going to spend a lot of money. The 2 brothers gasped. It wasn't as if they had never visited the weapons arsenal of Shenming Palace before. Thousands of alchemy bullets, even without magic, still held considerable power. Combined, they could level most of Hogwarts to the ground. More importantly, their value was immense. Those alchemical products were worth at least millions of galleons. Is it blood money? That's out of the question. Money is the cheapest thing to me, Aaron said indifferently. Today, the 5 enchantments are no longer difficult for me, and the failure rate has been controlled to less than 10%. In the eyes of an alchemist like me, only products that have been enchanted 4 times or more are barely worth noticing. The rest are just toys. How arrogant, Fred muttered, though he and George reluctantly accepted it when they thought of Aaron's treasury. 1,000,000 galleons was indeed a trivial amount to him. Well, Seamus also has a very high talent for blasting, and he can help too, Professor McGonagall suggested sheepishly. Professor McGonagall, are you talking about that Gryffindor who often causes explosions in class? Snape said sarcastically. It would be a miracle if he helped without blowing himself up. Seamus can do it, George insisted. He does have talent. As long as he agrees and you are confident, I have no objection, Aaron said indifferently. Sirius, Professor Lupin, Nymphadora, you 3, please help me tidy up the Hall of Gods. Pack up everything except the necessary supplies and take it away. Are you going to abandon this base? Lupin asked. Just in case. If a Death Eater discovers it, I will activate the self-destruction magic here. It would be a pity if the supplies were destroyed. I also need you to compile a list of students in Shenming Palace, Aaron said, exhaling slowly. Select the students who are willing to stay and participate in the war, but they must be in 6th grade or above. If they are only children, forget it. Understood. Okay, everyone with a mission should go and prepare. The rest stay to discuss the defense plan with me. The final meeting is scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 days before the decisive battle. After the tasks were assigned, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Aaron felt a long-lost sense of relief. He spent 2 consecutive days wandering around Hogwarts Castle. When he returned to the dormitory, he practiced fusion magic and tasted dreamy ingredients. Occasionally, he would also go to the Temple of Gods to enjoy tender and sweet moments with Hermione and Klee. However, he had only enjoyed this happy little life for less than 2 days when a piece of bad news disrupted his relaxed state. What did you say? Master, please calm down, Moans's voice reached Aaron's mind. That girl was captured by Barty Crouch Jr. and is under a coma spell, but she is fine for the time being. Where is she? The Malfoy dungeon. Ha! Ha! They really have no place to lock her up, Aaron sneered. Protect her, and if possible, control her in your hands, as ordered. After closing the contact, Aaron took a deep breath and sat on the sofa, upset. Tataru Stone. A few seconds later, a blue light appeared in front of Aaron. Ramon Lancelot walked out and knelt on one knee. Master, what are your instructions? Get up. How are you doing with the tasks I assigned you? As the Master expected, the Death Eaters found the Delacour family, but they were repelled by our forces before they even entered. How many were killed? A total of 15 came, and our forces took care of 14. However, the leader had some skills and managed to escape using a mind-stealing technique. Okay, well done, very well done. Ramon did not hear any anger in Aaron's voice and said respectfully, It is Ramon's honor to serve the Master. Aaron nodded. Then do you know what the person you let go did? Ramon frowned, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. I don't know, he admitted. The man you let go is Barty Crouch Jr., Aaron explained, his voice laced with frustration. He's a die-hard supporter of Voldemort. After you injured him, he went straight to Beauxbaton's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. There, he injured a professor and 3 students and captured Gabrielle Delacour. If it hadn't been for the message sent to me by Morns, I wouldn't have known that my sister-in-law had been taken to Malfoy Manor. I have to say, you really gave me a big surprise. Ramon was stunned. He immediately fell to his knees, trembling with fear. Master, this is my fault. I didn't expect him to have the audacity to break into a magic school alone. Don't say you didn't expect it. I didn't either, Aaron replied, his tone softening slightly. But it has happened, so we need to find a way to fix it. Master, please give me another chance to atone for my mistake. I will definitely rescue her, Ramon pleaded. Rescue her? How do you plan to do that? Aaron scoffed. Forcibly break into Malfoy Manor? In a one-on-one fight, few of those Death Eaters could stand against you. But if they manage to hold you off for even a short while, you'll be surrounded by dozens, maybe even hundreds of Death Eaters, including some of their most powerful members. You could end up trapped yourself. Ramon's face paled as he realized the gravity of the situation. Then what should we do, Master? Aaron sighed, his mind racing for a solution. We need a plan, something more strategic than a direct assault. We must gather intelligence, find their weaknesses, and strike when they least expect it. Only then can we hope to rescue Gabrielle and ensure our own safety. Ramon nodded, determination replacing his fear. I understand, Master. I will do whatever it takes to make this right. Good, Aaron said, his eyes hardening with resolve. We don't have much time. Let's get to work. Chapter 6 and 55. Prove the Tau through killing, minimize risk. As long as the Haiti division cooperates, my subordinates are confident we can rescue the captives, Ramon said hesitantly. Are you suggesting that Mearns should be held accountable for your mistakes? Aaron asked, his tone laden with meaning. I wouldn't dare, Ramon replied, kneeling even lower. It was my mistake. It's good that you understand, Aaron snorted coldly. Mearns has finally managed to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Death Eaters. He is a crucial part of my combat plan and cannot be exposed because of your errors. Stand up. You are indeed responsible for Gabrielle's capture, but I can't blame you entirely. After all, we are short on manpower. Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Ramon breathed a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely afraid that Aaron would punish him severely. However, since it was your mistake, you must rectify it yourself. Master, please give me your instructions. You want the Haiti department to cooperate? I can grant your request, Aaron said solemnly. While Voldemort is away, go to Malfoy Manor and stage a prison break. The more chaos, the better. It's best if you kill as many as possible, but if you must lose, make sure it's at the hands of Mearns and then escape in disgrace. Do you understand? My subordinate understands, Ramon nodded, suddenly realizing the plan. First, it will showcase Hades' strength and elevate his prestige among the Death Eaters. Secondly, it will earn him more credit and make Voldemort trust him more. Thirdly, it will highlight the importance you place on Gabrielle. Once Voldemort realizes this, he will be less likely to harm her and may even place her under house arrest. Exactly, Aaron said non-committally. But remember, Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy are also partly on our side. Do not kill them. As you command, Ramon saluted respectfully and disappeared into a blue stream of light. It's really troublesome, Aaron sighed. They were planning to declare war on Voldemort the next day, and now his sister-in-law had been captured. A hostage in Voldemort's hands was a significant disadvantage. If Jock Mearns had not been placed among the Death Eaters in advance, they would have been in a much worse position. They simply didn't have enough manpower, which was causing all these complications. System, open the task panel. Okay, host. Find and destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. 1,000 magic points will be awarded for each Horcrux found, and 500 magic points will be awarded for each Horcrux destroyed. Rewards for completing the mission will be distributed directly until all Horcruxes are destroyed. There will be no penalty for mission failure. Accepted. Note, Horcruxes found, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, Harry Potter, Nagini, Hufflepuff's gold cup. Horcruxes to be destroyed, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, Harry Potter, Hufflepuff's gold cup, Nagini. Rescue Gabrielle Delacour. Completing the mission will reward you with 1,000 magic points. There will be no penalty for mission failure. Do you accept it? Join the war and harvest heads in the upcoming Wizard War. The Grand Magus has 200 magic points, the Magus has 100 magic points, and the Wizard has 10 magic points. The Magician is ignored, and other magical creatures are settled based on their strength. Rewards for completing the mission will be distributed directly until the end of the war. There will be no penalty for mission failure. Do you accept it? Aaron looked at the task panel blankly. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses and chose to accept it. The mission of the asylum had been completed, and he was mentally prepared. After all, they had effectively taken back Hogwarts by casting the Imperious Curse on the Caro siblings. He didn't take the second mission too seriously. His sister-in-law had to be rescued, and the reward of 1,000 magic points was an unexpected bonus. But the third mission truly caught him off guard. Harvest heads, the thousands of Dark Wiz Ards on the battlefield, represented a considerable opportunity. Aaron's heart raced with the thought of the immense wealth and power he could gain. The phrase, "kill to prove the Tao," echoed in his mind. If he could kill enough enemies, he might gather the capital needed to become a god. However, he quickly dismissed this unrealistic idea. He was still 26,000 points of magic energy away from godhood. This meant he would need to kill 130 great magisters, 260 magisters, or 2,600 magicians. While there were many magicians, each task seemed impossible. There might be great magisters among the Death Eaters, but certainly not more than 10, let alone 130. There could be a fair number of magisters, but even if he divided the heads, he couldn't get more than 200. Finding a dozen or 20 would be fortunate. As for magicians, they were abundant among Voldemort's nameless cannon fodder, but Aaron was unwilling to massacre over 2,000 people just for magic points. Even if his magic power could keep up, such an act would earn him the title of the next Dark Lord, a label he couldn't shake off. He could be a major force in the war, but killing a few hundred people at most was his limit. Any more would cause panic. After taking a few deep breaths, Aaron calmed himself. System, isn't the price in the third mission inappropriate? Forget about mages and magisters, but only 200 points for a great magister? That's a bit stingy. This system calculates based on the host's comprehensive strength. How long does the host think it will take to kill a junior great mage now? It depends on the situation. A novice who simply relies on accumulated magic energy to break through the realm is completely different from an experienced auror who has fought hundreds of battles. The former would take only a few moves, while the latter might take half a minute and wouldn't consume much energy. So, 200 magic points is quite a lot. The host shouldn't be too greedy. The next day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the floating island conference room in Shenming Hall was abuzz with activity. Compared to the last meeting, Rubus Hagrid was now in attendance. "Let's hear it. How are the preparations going?" Aaron asked. "The trap has been set," Fred and George reported. "I have to admit, Seamus is really talented. If he were in the Muggle world, he would definitely be an expert in explosives. Students from all houses have gathered in the auditorium. I arranged for Filch and Miss Pomfrey to maintain order," Professor McGonagall said. "Some professors are also willing to stay and fight with us." "The supplies in Shenming Palace have been packed away," Lupin said, handing 2 boxes with traceless stretching spells cast on them to Aaron. "They are all in here." Aaron snapped his fingers and stored the boxes in the space magic array. "The Forbidden Forest has been arranged," Hagrid said gruffly. "Firenze has convinced the centaurs to help fight against the dark creatures, but they can't hold out for long." "Have the evacuation arrangements been made?" Aaron asked. "Yes," Sirius replied. "All DA members are willing to stay and fight. Some senior students are also willing to stay. The others will leave through the teleportation array." "What about the defensive barrier?" "It's done," Aberforth said. All high-level magisters work together to construct a super armor protection spell. Even Voldemort himself will need time to break it." "Very good," Aaron nodded, then solemnly placed 3 items on the conference table: Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's gold cup, and Ravenclaw's crown. "The 3 Horcruxes are here. Destroying them will alert Voldemort. But it also means that we have officially declared war," Aaron said. "Let's do it." Moody grinned. "I can't wait." A forest white flame appeared on Aaron's finger. With a flick, the flame split into 2 and landed on Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's gold cup. "What?" 2 shrill screams echoed as the Horcruxes were completely incinerated. "This is the first time I find screams so beautiful," Moody said sincerely. "Same here," Frank smiled. "Why were only 2 destroyed?" Lupin asked, puzzled. "Because he hid the Ravenclaw diadem at Hogwarts. To protect this Horcrux, he will definitely come, especially since Harry Potter is still here." "Hiss!" Harry suddenly fell to the ground in pain, his scar burning like fire. "I saw him," Harry gasped. Sirius hurriedly helped him to a chair. "Calm down, Harry. Be patient. It will pass." "Where is he?" Aaron asked. "Malfoy Manor." He was furious. It seemed someone invaded the Death Eater headquarters while he was away. "This is impossible," Draco stood up. "You know how secure Malfoy Manor is. No one can invade." "The intruder failed but managed to escape." "Who was it?" George asked curiously. "Do we know him?" "I don't know. I only saw a blue claw reaching towards the dungeon, but it was shattered by a purple energy bomb before it got close, Harry said, wincing in pain. It must have been someone Voldemort values highly. Aaron's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He hadn't expected Ramon to act so swiftly, but it was a relief. Gabrielle's situation would be safer as events unfolded. Harry's screams grew more intense, his body twitching. He entered Voldemort's perspective, his thoughts becoming clearer and completely synchronized with the Dark Lord's. Voldemort paced back and forth in an empty hall, his anger and fear almost palpable. He had just felt two extremely important things leave him, one in the lake surrounded by Inferi, the other deep underground. Logically, no one should have been able to breach their defenses, but he felt the destruction of Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's golden cup. He hadn't felt anything when the diary was destroyed. At that time, he was less than a wandering spirit. But the simultaneous destruction of the locket and the cup was no coincidence. Someone had discovered his secret, the secret of his immortality, and had been searching for it for a long time. Dumbledore? That old man was the root of it all. And Harry Potter, the boy who followed Dumbledore's plan and destroyed his Horcruxes? Unforgivable. But the most pressing matter was to ensure the safety of his remaining Horcruxes. Nagini must stay with him at all times, no longer sent on any tasks. It was time to retrieve the ring. It would be safer worn on his hand, and the identity of the Gaunt family could almost be made public. Ravenclaw's diadem was at Hogwarts, where it should be safe. He alone knew the deepest secrets of Hogwarts, and his loyal servant Severus Snape was also guarding the castle. But Snape must not know that the castle contained treasures of immense importance to him. Lucius Malfoy had lost the diary, and Bellatrix had lost the gold cup. It spoke volumes. None of them were trustworthy. He decided to go to Gaunt's old house first. Dumbledore knew of that place, which meant the ring was not particularly safe. He would never allow the fourth Horcrux to be destroyed. With this thought, he walked out of the room, through the foyer, and into the garden with a fountain. He called Nagini over in Parseltongue, and the large snake followed him like a shadow. Harry suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead still burning. Aaron's face was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his breathing was unsteady, but a smile of relief played on his lips. He sensed the destruction of Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's gold cup. However, he didn't seem to notice that the Gaunt family's ring had also been destroyed. He's now rushing to the Gaunt's old house. "This is good news," Aaron said. "It means we have more time to prepare for the battle." Half an hour. It should take him about half an hour to reach the Gaunt's old house. "Professor Snape, please notify Voldemort with the Dark Mark in half an hour, saying that Harry Potter was found at Hogwarts. He will definitely think that Harry is here, searching for the Ravenclaw diadem." "But he doesn't know we already have the diadem," George laughed. When he arrives, he'll be met with an extremely large and solid barrier that will be difficult for him to break alone," Fred added. "Are you sure you want me to do this?" Snape's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Aaron suspiciously. "You want me to die?" "Calm down, Professor. Calm down," Aaron said with a sneer. "No one knows your identity as a spy except the people in Shenming Palace. In other words, in the eyes of others, you are still Voldemort's loyal servant." "Loyal servant?" Snape snorted disdainfully. "I failed to protect Hogwarts for him and let so many people break in. What do you think he will do to me, a loyal servant?" "There are definitely risks, but as long as someone cooperates, the risks can be minimized," Aaron said, slowly focusing on Aberforth. "Every time you look at me like that, it's up to you," Aberforth rolled his eyes. "Wait, you don't want me to cooperate with him, do you? This joke is not funny." Chapter 656, The New Owner of the Elder Wand, Leader Aberforth Dumbledore? "This is no joke," Aaron said very seriously. "There is no one more suitable to lead the Order of the Phoenix than Albus Dumbledore's younger brother, right? Aberforth Dumbledore leading the Order of the Phoenix to counterattack Hogwarts makes perfect sense. Severus Snape and the two Death Eater professors wouldn't be able to stop him. Snape would be beaten and forced to flee in embarrassment, while the Carrow siblings would die under the siege of everyone. It's reasonable. By the way, I can also show Fawkes's face, so that he will naturally think that you rescued Harry and the others from Malfoy Manor." Ha! You are so insidious, Aberforth snorted. In this case, I will become Voldemort's main target, and he will try his best to kill me. First of all, this is not insidious. This is called wisdom. Secondly, no matter how angry he is, he will make Harry his first target, then me, and finally you. Do you think he will have a chance to retaliate against you? Aberforth was silent. After understanding the battle plan, he had to admit that the two shields in front of him were not just strong, they were formidable. Especially this little fox, who seemed invincible even if everyone else perished. You don't need to take action, just let Voldemort think it's you. We take the risk for you, but the reputation is yours. Do you think I care about the so-called fame and wealth? Aberforth said disdainfully. You should have met Ariana, Aaron said earnestly. I have done what I promised you, so you should also. Stop talking. Aberforth sighed deeply. For the sake of my sister, I will cooperate with you. Aaron nodded with satisfaction, then turned his attention to Harry and Draco. Harry hesitated to speak, while Draco looked excited. Harry was the first to speak. Time is a bit tight, but I still want to ask, can I see that memory? How are you doing with occlumency? No problem, Sirius said immediately. Harry can completely block Voldemort's intrusion into his mind. I have confidence in him. Really? Aaron asked, looking at Harry. Harry nodded. He had worked hard during this period. Hearing this, Aaron was silent for a while before slowly speaking. When Voldemort arrives at Hogwarts, I will destroy Ravenclaw's diadem. At that time, your mind and his will inevitably be linked again. I'm not sure if he will read your memory despite the pain of having his soul torn apart. I have mastered occlumency, Harry said eagerly. One code equals another. This memory is directly related to the victory of a war. We cannot take any risks, Aaron said solemnly. Only if you survive this last link can I show it to you. Likewise, after you read this memory, Ron will tell you about our last meeting. Do you want me to tell him? Ron's expression became unnatural. It was true that Harry had a huge advantage, but the fact that he was a Horcrux was enough to break him. He didn't know if Harry would be able to listen to him then. Nonsense, you are his best friend. It is most appropriate for you to tell him, Aaron said, exasperated. If you feel embarrassed, then add Ginny and Sirius. That will be fine. That's okay, Ron said sarcastically, but Sirius and Ginny's faces darkened. Aaron, am I? Draco looked at him anxiously, wanting to challenge Harry Potter immediately and then transfer his identity as the master of the Elder Wand to him. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for him to be on tenterhooks every day. It's about time, Aaron smiled, then looked at Harry playfully. Draco has always wanted to find an opportunity to have a duel with you. Duel? Harry looked surprised. Does it have to be at this time? It has to be this time. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, Draco said excitedly, pulling out his wand. Come on, use the disarming spell. One move will determine the outcome. This, Harry, Sirius said, meet his conditions, take it seriously, and be a little merciful. Okay. Harry, no longer hesitated and immediately pulled out a black wand. Draco tacitly stepped back and bowed. Expelliarmus! A red light shot from Harry's wand, catching Draco off guard. Boom! Draco flew backwards, his wand slipping from his hand, but a hint of relief crossed his face. It doesn't matter, Harry said, somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed been unhappy with Draco before, but after experiencing so much, he understood that Draco wasn't inherently bad, just a bit immature. But who could blame him? As the heir to the Malfoy family, with parents who were both Death Eaters, growing up in such an environment made arrogance inevitable. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all, Draco said, dusting himself off as he stood up. Harry thought he saw a flicker of gratitude in Draco's eyes, though he couldn't be sure. Ahem, Aaron coughed to get their attention. Prepare for battle. Those willing to stay should evacuate the Temple of Gods in an orderly manner and assemble in the Slytherin common room. If you want to leave, go to Ollivander's wand shop through the teleportation array, but don't leave there today or tomorrow. Everyone began to disperse, and soon the entire Shenming Palace was bustling with activity. Some people dragged their suitcases and pets to the teleportation platform, but more headed to the entrance of Shenming Palace to prepare for the upcoming battle. Draco was about to leave when Aaron stopped him. You don't want me to stay and join the fight, do you? Draco asked with a bitter smile. I'm not afraid, but I really can't stay. My parents are still in the Death Eater camp. The Dark Lord would be furious if they found out about my betrayal. Don't worry, Aaron reassured him. I promised your parents that I would protect you, and I will keep my promise. Draco hesitated for a moment. What do you want me to do? Maintain order, Aaron said patiently. You don't have to go to the battlefield, but you can help organize hundreds of students to withdraw into the Shenming Palace. That's no problem, Draco agreed. If he could manage this, it would make it easier for the Malfoy family to clear their name. By the way, can Crabbe and Goyle participate? I have other tasks for them, Aaron replied. Is it safe? Draco asked, worried. There's some danger, but it's not life-threatening. They have to do it. If we handle this well, I can guarantee that their families won't face repercussions afterward. Okay, anyway, they signed a contract and must obey your orders. Half an hour later, the combatants gathered in the Slytherin common room. Professor, Aaron said hesitantly, looking at Snape, if I have the chance, I'll find a way to get you off the front lines. If possible, I'll call Lucius and Narcissa too. What do you mean? Snape asked, puzzled. You'll understand when the time comes, but you only get one chance, and it depends on your luck whether you can seize it or not. All right, let him know. You know what to do. Snape gave Aaron a long, searching look before rolling up his left sleeve and pressing the dark mark branded on his arm with his thumb. The black skull and snake seemed to come alive, trembling under his skin. Harry felt a splitting headache again, but this time the pain subsided as quickly as it had come. I've informed him. The Dark Lord will be here soon. Aberforth, it's your turn. Only if you do it yourself will it be convincing. The more seriously injured Professor Snape is, the safer it is, but be careful. Beating him half to death is enough. Snape, is this what people call reassurance? Should I put an iron armor spell on myself first or something? Snape asked. It's very necessary, Aberforth sneered and nodded. Otherwise I'd worry about accidentally beating you to death. Protego! Snape immediately pointed his wand at himself, and a layer of transparent ripples flashed around him, forming an invisible barrier. Are you ready? Aberforth pointed his wand at Snape. Aye. Snape gritted his teeth. Get ready. Wait a minute, Aaron suddenly thought of something, and took out a small bottle of magic potion from his pocket. I almost forgot about this. The blessing elixir might just save my life, Snape muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he uncapped the bottle and drank the lucky potion. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He walked to the stone door of the common room and opened the entrance. Ready, let's do it, Snape declared confidently. But before he could react, a massive force struck his abdomen, as if he had been hit by a battering ram. His armor curse shattered instantly, like paper. Boom. Snape was sent flying backward, blood spilling in midair. Instead of tending to his injuries, he transformed into a bat and flew into the distant sky. The enormous barrier in midair opened a hole, allowing him to escape. Aaron shook his head slightly at the sight and then retrieved a collection of magic potions from the magic circle. He divided a group of 3 vials into hundreds of parts. One for each person, he instructed. I've refined the blessing elixir into pills so you can carry them with you. They will give you 2 hours of luck. Use them at a critical moment. One bottle is a sedative. It's best to drink it now to prepare for the next action. The other bottle is an analgesic I mixed myself. Even if you lose an arm or a leg, you won't feel the pain. Let's hope you won't need it. Are you planning to use all the potions you've made over the past few years? Clea teased. You're really willing to give them up. You can usually be stingy, but not at a time like this. Aaron forced a stiff smile, hiding his heartache. He had started renovating the Shenming Palace in the 3rd grade, and now, almost 4 years later, this battle had consumed 99% of his accumulated ammunition and potions. Even the Shenming Palace couldn't be saved. Fortunately, cleaning up the vault wasn't troublesome, and there wasn't much loss in terms of wealth. Otherwise, he would have to close the auxiliary product column for a while. Everyone stepped forward one by one to receive a potion, feeling inexplicably more confident and grateful to Aaron. These potions might not be valuable in normal times, but at this moment, they could increase their survival rate by 1 to 2%. Go to the auditorium, Aaron instructed, looking at Professor McGonagall. Principal Snape was driven away by the Order of the Phoenix, led by Aberforth, so you, the vice principal, must take charge. As for the Caro siblings, Aberforth, they are already under the Imperious Curse and won't resist. When they attack later, be patient and give them a quick end. I have to do this dirty work again, right? Aberforth said, exasperated. How can this be dirty work? Do you know how many people at Hogwarts want to kill them both? You're doing it entirely for the sake of the people. After this battle, you'll be able to receive a 4th-level Order of Merlin for this alone. It's not like I care about that. I know you're indifferent to fame and fortune, but it's safest for you to take action. Understood. Then let's go, Aaron said, pushing Harry in front of him. With the Savior leading, everyone will be more confident. I can't, Harry stammered, waving his hands hastily. It doesn't matter if you can't. Voldemort and I have basically broken up now, but as long as the contract is still there, I can't take the initiative against the Death Eaters. Okay. Harry swallowed hard and led a large group towards the auditorium with their heads held high. Crunch! The door of the auditorium was pushed open and the group walked in. The Caro siblings' confused eyes suddenly brightened upon seeing them. But before they could get up, 2 spells hit them, and the Death Eater professors fell to the ground in a daze, not even having time to draw their wands. Everything happened so quickly that the students from the 4 houses in the auditorium didn't even have time to react. But at that moment, no one cared about the 2 unpopular professors. The Death Eater professors looked at their leader, Harry Potter, with confusion, a wild idea echoing in their minds. Ahem, I think everyone can guess what will happen next, Aaron broke the silence. Yes, the savior Harry Potter is about to face Voldemort in a final battle, and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will be the main battlefield. Fortunately, I established a sanctuary in the Slytherin Common Room a few years ago to protect you all from the flames of war. Draco, you will take the prefects from other houses and organize the evacuation of students in their respective houses. As his words fell, many students looked stunned. What if we want to stay and fight? Asked a Hufflepuff student. You can stay if you are in 6th grade or above, Professor McGonagall replied. What about our belongings? Asked a Ravenclaw student. What about our suitcases and owls? Safety first. There is no time to sort out belongings, Professor McGonagall said seriously. If you want to evacuate, you must do so as soon as possible. Voldemort will be here soon, and the barrier around Hogwarts will not last long. What about Professor Snape? Asked a girl at the Slytherin table. He was driven away by me, Aberforth stood up and said. By the way, let me introduce myself, Aberforth Dumbledore, the younger brother of your former headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 657. You can't lose your identity as a leader, Snape's reasonable explanation. As the words fell, all the students looked at Aberforth in astonishment, and whispers filled the auditorium. Dumbledore has a younger brother? But he does look similar. Does this mean they have the power to compete with the Dark Lord? Seeing this, Aaron decided to add more fuel to the fire. He secretly summoned the Phoenix. A ball of flame burned brightly above the auditorium, and a crisp chirp emanated from it, inspiring the confused crowd. Then Fawkes flew out, covered in fire, and circled the auditorium twice before landing firmly on Aberforth's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff students burst into loud cheers. Few of them had seen Aberforth, but they knew about Albus's Phoenix. Morale was instantly lifted, but Aberforth was not happy at all. This was not about showing off. It was about revealing his identity. As soon as the Phoenix appeared, it was clear to everyone that he was a leader of the Order of the Phoenix. No one would believe otherwise. Ahem. Aaron coughed twice to get everyone's attention. Those who are willing to stay and fight, wait for orders. Those who want to leave, go to the shelter with Draco. Crabbe, Goyle, you will assist Draco in managing the retreat. If anyone disobeys, give them a slap. Act quickly. Slytherin students stood up one after another, none of them left behind. Ravenclaw left some senior students. Hufflepuff had relatively more staying, and more than half of Gryffindor stayed. Professor McGonagall had to personally forcefully drive away the lower-level wizards. The students filed out and formed a long line, closely following Draco. Aaron winked at Aberforth, and he reluctantly walked up to the podium under the expectant eyes of most people. Time is running out, so I will briefly announce the battle plan to everyone. The Order of the Phoenix has made sufficient preparations in the past few days. Defensive barriers and traps have been set up. All we have to do is defend Hogwarts Castle and extend the combat time as much as possible. Ravenclaw Tower, Gryffindor Tower, and the Astronomy Tower, these three commanding heights have a wide view and are convenient for casting spells. Professor Lupin, Mr. Weasley, Kingsley, and other members of the Order of the Phoenix are responsible for guarding them. Several deans are responsible for leading others and guarding various entrances into the school. While Aberforth was organizing manpower allocation, Aaron walked up to Hermione and Clea. "You two shouldn't stay any longer. Go to the Temple of God and evacuate." "Can't we stay a little longer?" Clea asked. "No, don't forget, you promised me." "Okay, let's go." Clea agreed reluctantly. "Actually, you don't need to be so worried," Hermione said hesitantly. "No one dares to touch Clea's identity. As long as I don't take the initiative, there will be no problem." "That was in normal times," Aaron explained tiredly. "In war, swords have no eyes, and those Death Eaters will not confirm your identity at this time. To them, those who remain are enemies, whether alive or dead." "But," Hermione began. "There is no but," Aaron said seriously. "Fleur's sister Gabrielle has been captured. Voldemort will use her to blackmail me if nothing else happens." "What?" Hermione was shocked. "You didn't tell me this." Clea frowned. "I only received the news yesterday, but it doesn't matter. The backup force I left behind can ensure Gabrielle's safety. But if something happens to you two, I will be really passive. So you must not stay here. Go to Ollivander's wand shop and help me take care of Fleur." "Let's go. Staying here will only distract him," Clea said, taking a deep look at Aaron. She then took Hermione's hand and joined the evacuation team. Aaron breathed a heavy sigh of relief, picked up Aberforth, and found a seat to sit down. System. Open the personal panel. Magic energy. Body 12108. Primary Magister. Missing body 12108. Primary Majesty. R. Total 23416. High-level Magister. A rare existence in the magic world. Talent. Once in a lifetime. Magic energy increases by 4 points every day. The body increases by 2 points, and the thought's body increases by 2 points. Items. Resurrection Potion. Can resurrect any creature that dies within an hour. Magic Carpet. Captain Jack's Compass. Magic points. 3,000? It's barely enough, Aaron thought to himself. He opened the system mall and spent 2,500 magic points to buy the reincarnation bloodstone. Holding the dark spirit stone that emitted a fierce red light, Aaron felt a surge of confidence. He had already summoned the Haiti division, the physical incarnation of the Tatar stone, and with the addition of the Samsara bloodstone, he now had 3 personal guards at the level of a great mage, significantly enhancing his sense of security. However, now was not the time to summon the Eerie Duchess. She would remain hidden as a trump card to be used at a critical moment. Stroking the holy dragon in his arms, Aaron smiled. "The next step is a tough battle, and it's time to give you some benefits. Are you ready?" Aaron asked. Abe's eyes lit up with excitement, and he nodded vigorously. "Quite anxious," Aaron remarked, rubbing the dragon's head. He then checked Abe's data panel for the first time in a long while. Race, Dragic Energy, 46676, increases a little every day, has endless potential, and is the king among young dragons. Innate abilities, Flying, Dragon Breath, Healing. Your magic energy is 4676, just 324 points short of evolution. Interesting. After adding it for you, I'll have exactly 200 points left, but I must say, your growth rate is really slow. For dragons, this speed is not slow at all, Ab said, feeling a bit aggrieved. After all, dragons live much longer than humans. That's true, Aaron shrugged. He then added 324 of his remaining 524 magic points to Abe's magic energy, helping it break through the bottleneck. Feeling the surge in strength, Abe jumped up excitedly and flapped his wings in midair to express his joy. Calm down, Aaron reminded him sternly. He understood Abe's excitement, but everyone else was overwhelmed by the looming war. Abe's happiness somewhat ruined the atmosphere. After hearing his master's words, Abe flew to the table and squatted down, though he couldn't hide the light in his eyes. "How big can you get now?" Aaron asked. "Almost 30 meters," Abe replied excitedly. "Not bad. What about new abilities?" Aaron inquired. Abe's excitement grew. "Master, I seem to be able to see various elemental particles floating in the air, and I can control them to a certain extent." Aaron gasped. This new ability was a pleasant surprise. He immediately checked Abe's data panel again. Dragon, magic energy 5000, increases a little every day, has endless potential, and is the king among young dragons. Innate abilities, flying, dragon breath, healing, weather control. Damn it, weather manipulation. No wonder you can see those elemental particles. This talent is truly amazing. Abe can control hurricanes, heavy rain, hail, and even thunder and lightning, Aaron thought. He had worked hard for several years to master the 7 elemental magics, and it was disheartening that this dragon had acquired similar abilities as soon as he evolved. However, Abe could only simply change the weather. It was unlikely he could fully utilize elemental magic like Aaron could. On the other side, after Snape broke out of the barrier, he lay on the lawn in a state of disarray, vomiting blood. Grass! What a ruthless attack! If it hadn't been for the iron armor curse, I would have died, he thought. Severus, a cold voice reached his ears. Snape looked up instinctively. Voldemort, dressed in black robes with red eyes, stood next to him, Nagini coiled around him. Lord, Lord, Snape knelt on the ground with difficulty. Suddenly, Snape felt a surge of gratitude. Fortunately, Aberforth's attack had been severe enough. If he had escaped with only minor injuries, Voldemort might have become suspicious. You informed me that Harry Potter was at Hogwarts, but now, I guess I need an explanation, Voldemort demanded. It's the Order of the Phoenix. Someone led them to attack Hogwarts, Snape replied. This is impossible, Voldemort said coldly. Hogsmeade has a large number of guards. It is impossible for them to pass easily without making any noise. It's Dumbledore, Snape said through gritted teeth. Voldemort bent down, staring into Snape's eyes with his own red ones. I hope you understand what you are talking about, Severus. Dumbledore is dead. Did you forget that you did it yourself? No, Master. It's another Dumbledore, Snape explained in panic. I heard them call him Aberforth Dumbledore, the biological brother of Albus Dumbledore. They might not need to go through Hogsmeade at all, because... For what? Tell me quickly. Phoenix. You mean a phoenix? Voldemort frowned. The last time he heard the word phoenix was at Malfoy Manor. According to Lucius, Potter had been captured but was rescued by a phoenix. This time it was likely not good news. Yes, Master, I saw Dumbledore's phoenix surrounding him, and the phoenix's apparition magic is the most amazing. They broke into the castle like this, and we had no defense at all. Amicus and Alecto were knocked unconscious in one move. I tried to resist, but it was completely useless. Aberforth was very powerful, Snape said, noticing the red light in Voldemort's eyes becoming more intense and his face growing gloomier. He immediately added, but he is no match for you, Master. I can guarantee this with my life. Are you sure? Voldemort sneered. Very sure, Master. I am all too familiar with Albus Dumbledore. Although Aberforth is powerful, he is not as powerful as his brother. And his brother was no match for you, Master, let alone him. Hearing this, Voldemort's face relaxed into a smile, and his murderous aura calmed down significantly. But damn Dumbledore was determined to oppose him. Even in death, he had arranged for his own brother to be involved. So Potter was brought into Hogwarts by the Order of the Phoenix? Voldemort murmured. Can you figure out their purpose? I don't know, Master, Snape said cautiously, but there must be a special purpose. Even if they want to resist, they wouldn't think of Catna Magic School, and they put in powerful wards, meaning they weren't there for the students, but for Hogwarts itself. You're right, Severus, Voldemort said, seeming to understand something. He stood on the cliff and looked at the castle. The huge transparent barrier enveloped it without any gaps. After a few seconds, he raised the Elder Wand and pointed it at the ward. Crack! The thick white beam hit the barrier directly and opened a hole in it, but the hole quickly healed automatically. It's a good barrier. I can pass it, but it's not that easy to completely break it. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Voldemort's lips. With all due respect, Master, Snape said, they seem to be stalling for time. You can see that, Voldemort sneered. I know the boy's purpose very well. Dumbledore trained him well and destroyed 4 of my treasures. But this 5th thing he couldn't find, even if he turned Hogwarts upside down. Can't find it? Then you are really overthinking it. The Ravenclaw diadem was already in Aaron's hands, and he could destroy it with a single move of his fingers. Snape secretly cursed but bowed his head respectfully, pretending to be puzzled and showing his curiosity. What is he looking for? It has nothing to do with you, Severus. Voldemort warned. What you should be thinking about is how to help me catch that boy. He is right in front of you, right in Hogwarts. My subordinates think this is not a bad thing, Snape said meaningfully. Potter, the Order of the Phoenix, and the others are all here. This is an opportunity to catch all the diehards. Who resists? The dark forces. Master, my advice is, just don't give them a chance to escape. Voldemort pondered for a moment and then nodded with satisfaction. Get up, Severus. Your advice is valuable. Snape breathed a huge sigh of relief, knowing that Voldemort would not punish him for losing Hogwarts. Anti-apparition magic, Voldemort continued. I will personally cast the spell to turn this barrier into their burial place. The Master is wise, Snape responded. They want war, and I will give them that. Severus, call all Death Eaters, summon all forces that have surrendered to me. We will take this opportunity to declare to the entire magical world the power of the Dark Lord. As you command, Snape replied. He rolled up his sleeves and pointed his wand at the dark mark on his arm. Chapter 6 and 58. You have a good brother-in-law who has the right to guard the hostages. Statues, to your posts, Professor McGonagall commanded, her wand raised high in the foyer, activating Hogwarts' defensive magic. Boom, boom, boom. All the statues and armors in the castle sprang to life, landing on the ground with a resounding crash. They marched out of the hall in perfect formation, armed with swords, spears, and shields, looking both orderly and formidable. Hogwarts is in danger. Build a defense line, protect us, and fulfill your duty to the school, Professor McGonagall declared loudly, her face flushed with excitement. I've been waiting to use this spell for a long time. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing? Harry asked, looking at Aaron with suspicion. Everyone else was preparing for battle. Even Fang was being led out by Hagrid. As the supposed savior, Harry felt restless just sitting there. Be patient. Your battlefield is different from theirs, Aaron said earnestly. Your only opponent in this war is Voldemort. Before confronting him, you should avoid contact with any other enemies as much as possible. You'll understand the reasons soon, but until then, I hope you'll follow my orders unconditionally. Harry frowned, hesitating. He trusted Aaron, but it felt wrong to sit idly by. Give me a task, Harry pleaded, even if it's just helping to evacuate students. Your only task now is to prepare yourself mentally and conserve your energy. But, Aaron slapped Ravenclaw's diadem onto the table. No buts. Just stay here until I destroy this. Harry Potter. Time passed, and night gradually enveloped Hogwarts. On the cliff, Voldemort surveyed the castle, a sinister smile playing on his lips. More and more Death Eaters in black robes gathered behind him, their numbers swelling to thousands, almost covering the entire mountain. Hundreds of Dementors hovered over the school, exuding a chilling aura. If not for the protective barrier, they would have swooped down to devour the happiness of the young wizards below. Are they all here? Voldemort asked eagerly. Except for a few who are seriously wounded, everyone who can come is here, Moans replied. Your followers are diverse, but they are all eager to join this war. Jock, mind your tone, Bellatrix said coldly. You should address him as the Master. Ch! Yak sneered, adjusting the top hat on his head with pride. I am different from you. After this battle, he may earn my loyalty, but for now, I am merely working for him. You, Bella, Voldemort interrupted, raising a hand to stop her from drawing her wand. He then looked at Jock with a hint of admiration. Tomorrow, you will become a true Death Eater, and I will brand your arm with the dark mark. We'll see, Yak shrugged indifferently. Little Barty, have you brought the hostage? Voldemort asked. Yes, Master, Barty Crouch Jr. replied, licking his lips as he brought forward a beautiful but terrified witch. Gabrielle looked at the man with the cold face and red eyes before her, and thinking of all the rumors about him, she began to cry in fear. Shut your mouth, Barty Jr. snapped. If you can't, I can help you. Little Barty, it's better to be a gentleman when dealing with girls, Yak said, shaking his head. He walked over to Gabrielle and gently wiped her tears. Stop crying. I promise we won't harm you. Yak, are you interested in this girl? Barty Jr. teased. Not at all. I just appreciate beautiful things, Yak replied matter-of-factly. The smile of a pure and beautiful witch is worth more than gold and silver. And remember, the Dark Lord needs a living Delacour. A dead one is of no use to him. Little girl, if you have any questions, just ask. I can answer them for you. Listening to his gentle voice, Gabrielle calmed down a bit. Though young, she could sense that Jacques was different from the other Death Eaters. Why did you capture me? She asked, her voice trembling. Well, because you have a good brother-in-law, Yak replied. Wait, with a smirk. Brother-in-law? I don't have a brother-in-law. Gabrielle looked confused. My sister. It's been a long time since you've been home, right? Barty Jr. joked. She found a job at Ollivander's wand shop, and she also found a man. You know him too, Aaron Gaius. Does that name ring a bell? Gabrielle swallowed hard, as if she had figured something out. Nervously, she asked, Is it Gaius you're planning to deal with? He signed a contract with his master. We can't move until the conditions are met, but that won't be the case after today. Barty Jr. smiled triumphantly. He's just too difficult to deal with. To make him obey, we need a little leverage. I'm the bargaining chip, right? Gabrielle said with a grimace. But I have no contact with him. I only met him at the Tri-Wizard tournament. But you are his sister-in-law, Barty Jr. said meaningfully. I've fallen into his hands several times, but because of this, I understand him better than others. If you were an ordinary person, he wouldn't care about your life or death. But you are Fleur Delacour's favorite sister, and based on that relationship, he will care about you. Hearing this, Gabrielle's pupils trembled violently, and her heart filled with panic. It seemed her future brother-in-law was too powerful. Even the Dark Lord had to prepare carefully. But now, she had become the victim. That's just your speculation, Gabrielle said bravely. Fleur has never told our family about Gaius, or even mentioned she has a boyfriend. Wrong. Do you mean I made a mistake? Barty Jr. laughed. I have to admit their relationship is very secretive, but I am the captain of the search team. Investigating some things is still easy for me. If there was no abnormality for a month, I pushed it to a year ago, 2 years ago, or even 3 years ago. It took me a long time to confirm their relationship. Your brother-in-law is really amazing. He has at least 3 girlfriends. Clee Darwin, her family's background is too strong. I dare not have any evil thoughts towards her. Otherwise, I would die without a burial place before I could take action. Hermione Granger, she is protected by Gaius with a contract, and I can't lay a hand on her. I originally wanted to find her family, but when I chased them to Australia, I discovered that her family was protected by Gaius's exclusive escort team, and there was basically no chance of success. Then I could only find Fleur Delacour, but she has been hiding in Ollivander's wand shop, which is also protected by a contract, so I can't go in and arrest her. Then you won't go to Beauxbatons to catch me. Gabrielle looked at Barty Crouch Jr. with astonishment. This man was definitely sick, and the illness was not minor. That's a magic school. He broke in all by himself at that time, and not even a madman would dare to do this. Do you think I am willing? Barty Jr. cursed fiercely. I originally wanted to arrest your Delacour, but I didn't expect Gaius to also arrange people at your house. Barty Jr. unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a hideous scratch on his chest, almost tearing his entire chest apart. Did you see that? He smiled. I brought 15 people over, but 14 were killed before they reached your door. I fought a few moves with the man hiding in the dark. Ha ha ha! If I hadn't dodged quickly, I might have died. 14 people were killed? Snape interjected. You were also seriously injured. This man is not a simple person. A great mage, at the peak of the elementary level, or even the middle level, Barty Jr. said with certainty. The weakest among my dozen or so subordinates are all elementary magisters, and they had no power to fight back against him. Snape's mouth twitched. No wonder Aaron said at the meeting that he had other helpers, and he seemed to be talking about them, which meant he could call at least 2 assistants at the level of the Grand Mage. Grass. It's so well hidden. However, He might not know that his sister-in-law was arrested. We need to find a way to notify him so he can make some preparations in advance. But this just proves that Gaius values Delacour. Otherwise, he wouldn't send such a master to protect an insignificant Delacour family. Such a pity. He only had one person and could only defend Delacour's house. So I went to Beauxbatons and succeeded in grabbing a trophy. This is called Baimi Yishu. Yak shook his head. I have seen that person before. He is not weak. He can break into Malfoy Manor. If you weren't here, we wouldn't have allowed him to escape, Bellatrix said angrily. The Dark Lord arrived within seconds of the man being beaten away by Morse. In other words, without Yak's intervention, that man would have inevitably confronted the Dark Lord. Oh, do you mean that I shouldn't have taken action and just watched him go into the dungeon? Yake asked meaningfully. Then when the Dark Lord comes back, are you going to report me to him again? What do you mean I stood by and did nothing? If you are incompetent, you should look for the reason in yourself instead of finding fault in others. You. Bellatrix's face twitched, and she was speechless. Yak glanced at her disdainfully, and then gently took Gabrielle's hand. She did not resist, but just stared at the gentle man in front of her. War is inevitable, but stay with me, and I will keep you safe. Yeah, Gabrielle nodded weakly, as if Death Eaters were not all bad people. I don't agree, little Barty said immediately. I managed to capture her. Why should I leave her to you? Well, Yak pretended to hesitate. Just because I didn't let her be kidnapped, does that count? It's not that I look down on you, but if someone comes to save her again, can you hold on? Little Barty was stunned for a moment and said stubbornly, This time is different from last time. We have enough troops and no one can save her. Master, I beg you to leave her in my custody. Aaron Gaius has bullied me several times, and I have waited too long for this opportunity to take revenge. Voldemort nodded, and little Barty was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. But what Mirn said makes sense, Voldemort added. I want to make sure nothing goes wrong. Let him guard this little witch with you. Master, you believe me, nothing will happen to her. That's an order, Barty. Yes. Little Barty lowered his head reluctantly. Yak's face was expressionless, but he breathed a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. Although he only received half of the custody rights, it was enough for him. It's a fool's errand to threaten the owner with just these stinky fish and rotten shrimps. How long is it until midnight? Voldemort looked at the various passages blocked by statues below, with a hint of amusement on the corner of his mouth. Less than 2 hours, Snape said. Attack Hogwarts at midnight. Lord, Master, Lucius said with difficulty, my son is still at Hogwarts. Your worries are unnecessary, Lucius. Yak pointed playfully at Hogwarts under the cliff. In my opinion, they are not even enemies. They are just children playing house. The word war is bloody, dirty, and full of sacrifices, but there are also benefits in it. We can become bloodthirsty for the greater good, but the Order of the Phoenix, the professors at Hogwarts, even the prophesied Harry Potter, these people are so kind, so benevolent that it makes one laugh. They may not be afraid of sacrifice themselves, but they will never sacrifice others. Even the children of Death Eaters are innocent in their eyes. Perhaps most of the Slytherins have been taken to a safe enough place by this time. Did you hear that, Lucius? Voldemort snorted. This is what I value about Morse. He can see corners that you can't. I launched a general attack at midnight, just to give them more time to prepare and to eliminate those who were unwilling to resist me. After all, the blood of wizards is precious, and I would not harm them. Unless I had to, I muttered under my breath. Master is kind, Yake said, his voice tinged with a mix of admiration and fear. Then we should notify them. That's right, Voldemort agreed, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Think of it as saying hello in advance. He raised his wand and transmitted his voice through the barrier, his tone dripping with malice. I know you are preparing to resist. Many of you want to defy me. Some of you even think that resisting is wise. This is truly foolish. Hand over Harry Potter, and no one will bleed or get hurt. Hand over Harry Potter, and you can keep Hogwarts. Hand over Harry Potter, and I will reward you generously. I'll wait until midnight, so you have plenty of time to think about it. The words echoed ominously, casting a shadow over the hearts of those within the castle. Chapter 659, Destroying the Crown, a spectacular scene rarely seen in life. "Haha, did you hear that? This is called attacking the heart," Aaron said with a meaningful smile. In Voldemort's opinion, he has a sure chance of victory and wants to defeat others without fighting. "Is this funny?" Harry asked anxiously. This war is a joke to him, but it's almost the same to me. But since they have already taken action, we have to cooperate to some extent, Aaron replied, looking at Fawkes, who was perched on Aberforth's shoulder. "Go! Chirp!" Fawkes let out a high-pitched cry and soared out of the auditorium, his flaming wings flapping. His figure expanded several times in the sky, the flames glowing brightly in the night. His melodious singing carried magic, dispelling the panic in people's hearts. Harry stared at the scene in awe, then gave Aaron a thumbs up. "What a beautiful counterattack!" "It's not over yet." Aaron pointed to Ravenclaw's diadem on the table. "This Horcrux should be destroyed." "Now?" Harry asked, unable to contain his excitement as he drew Gryffindor's sword with one hand. "Originally, I planned to destroy the barrier when the other party attacked it, but Voldemort set the time at midnight. If he said it in front of so many people, he would definitely not break his promise. He could definitely feel the destruction of the Horcrux, but no matter how angry he was, he had to hold back. Harry, you have to be prepared and protect your mind." Harry nodded solemnly. He knew what Aaron meant. The moment this Horcrux was destroyed, his mind might connect to Voldemort again. This might be the last unexpected connection, but it was crucial. He had to ensure that Voldemort did not read his memories in turn. Aaron took Gryffindor's sword from Harry's hand, aimed it at Ravenclaw's diadem, and struck it down. There was a crisp sound, and several cracks appeared in the gems on the crown. Wisps of black smoke emerged from the gaps, accompanied by shrill screams and roars. Aaron silently accepted the 500 magic point reward for destroying the Horcrux. At the same time, Harry groaned and pressed the scar on his forehead, feeling the pain of a splitting headache. He stood on the cliff, looking at the huge barrier below, his red eyes filled with anger. At this moment, he just wanted to kill. Only killing could vent the anger in his heart. Just now, he felt another treasure. Ravenclaw's diadem was destroyed. 5 of his 6 Horcruxes were destroyed, leaving only Nagini. It seemed that the prophecy was indeed correct. Dumbledore trained the boy and asked him to destroy his reliance on immortality bit by bit. Damn Harry Potter, damn Dumbledore, damn Order of the Phoenix. But it doesn't matter. Tomorrow they will all die, and all the unhappiness will disappear. Nagini is by his side. No one can hurt it, and if he kills Harry Potter again, he can achieve a more perfect immortality from Gaius. As long as he can control the heir of the Gaius family, the loss of the Horcrux can be made up for in other ways. Don't worry if he doesn't obey. Delacour's sister is in his hands. Hiss! Harry came to his senses and gasped in horror. "How do you feel?" Aaron asked. He didn't try to read my memory, maybe because he was disdainful, but more importantly, because he felt it was unnecessary, Harry said seriously. What he wanted was to finish the battle in one go and take this opportunity to kill us all. It was smoother than I thought. I originally thought that occlumency could only reduce the risk, but I didn't expect that there would be no risk, Aaron sneered. Confidence is a good thing, but being overconfident is not necessarily a good thing. He wants to kill us rebels and then capture you, Harry said hesitantly. I know he won't succeed. But this time is different. He captured Gabrielle Delacour, Fleur's sister. I saw from his eyes that Mearns and Crouch were looking at her together, and they were extremely guarded. I know. You know? Harry looked at him in astonishment. How did you know that Voldemort captured Gabrielle? Harry asked, his voice tinged with urgency. I found out a few days ago, Aaron replied calmly. Didn't you see someone invading Malfoy Manor in Voldemort's memory? That blue claw? Harry's eyes widened in realization. Did you arrange for the wizard to release the blue claw? What do you mean by a wizard who releases his blue claws? That sounds so crude. His name is Ramon Lancelot, and he is my loyal servant, Aaron corrected. Sending him to Malfoy Manor was my way of showing Voldemort that I value Gabrielle. It ensures her situation will be safer. Then what are you going to do? How will you save her? Harry pressed. You don't need to worry about that now. I've made all the necessary arrangements. Gabrielle will be fine, Aaron assured him. Now, you can learn the final part of Dumbledore's plan. With a snap of his fingers, Aaron summoned the Pensieve to the podium. Several strands of silver thread swirled slowly inside. Harry stepped forward, his emotions a tumultuous mix of fear and anticipation. This was the moment he had been waiting for, yet now that it was here, he felt more trepidation than eagerness. The revelation of Snape being an undercover agent had already shaken his worldview profoundly. No one had wanted him to see this memory, not even Ron. It was clear that this memory would be even more unsettling, but he had to see it. Harry slowly leaned his head closer to the basin and entered the memory. Should we let him see it now? Aberforth frowned. Actually, it might be better if he didn't know. He needs to know, Aaron insisted. After all, he is going to die, and I need his mind to be at peace. Aaron closed his eyes and mentally scanned the entire Hogwarts castle, locating Sirius, Ginny, and Ron. Come to the Great Hall to counsel our savior, he instructed them. The three, who had been organizing the defense, were momentarily stunned but quickly made their way to the Great Hall. When they arrived, they saw Harry still immersed in the Pensieve's memory, and their hearts sank. Can we let him know now? Ginny asked, unable to hide her concern. Aaron held up the cracked Ravenclaw diadem. This is what Dumbledore meant by the perfect time. You three are the closest to him, his godfather, best friends, and future wife. It's most appropriate for you to comfort him. My plan is complete. He will not die in the end, but he must die this time. This won't be easy to comfort, Sirius said, his face etched with sorrow. It's hard, but not impossible, Aaron pointed out. Harry has faced many hardships. His heart is stronger than most. As he spoke, Harry slowly emerged from the Pensieve. His eyes were filled with confusion, and he stumbled, falling to the ground with his face pressed against the dirty carpet. Harry, Sirius immediately rushed over and helped him to a chair. Ron and Hermione gathered around him, their faces full of worry. Harry, listen to me. You, Sirius began. I am a Horcrux, Harry interrupted, his voice calm. Voldemort's Horcrux. He doesn't even know that I am his Horcrux. But you are also Harry. Harry Potter, Sirius said earnestly. I can guarantee that if I had known this memory, I would have been more devastated than you. You can't compare. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore gave me the task of finding Horcruxes and let me decide the time of my death. To be honest, I wasn't scared at all. I even felt like I should have died last July. This period has been fulfilling and exciting. I am lucky to have known you, the relatives who care about me the most loyal friends, and the most beautiful girl. After midnight, I should complete my mission and face death calmly. Face the god of death. Harry tried to smile. I must die. Only when I die can all this end. This will be Voldemort's greatest blow. Don't be sad for me, but can you? You discuss with the professors and bury me beside the Black Lake? Besides my Horcrux, there is another Horcrux following Voldemort. I leave that big snack, to you. Pfft, Aaron couldn't help but laugh. Don't talk about your last words or anything like that. You still have less than an hour. Shut up, Sirius cursed, then looked at Harry with relief. Harry, you are really brave, but can you listen to me first? Yes, that's right. Listen to Sirius first, Ginny said anxiously. Harry, you may not die. No, you will definitely not die, Sirius said seriously. Time is limited, so I'll keep the story short. You must listen carefully and don't interrupt me. This explanation is quite troublesome. Harry realized the importance of the matter and sat upright, as if listening to a lecture. Here's the thing, Dumbledore has already thought about it for you, Sirius narrated quickly, while Ron and Ginny checked and filled in the gaps, trying not to miss any details. Harry was stunned for a moment while listening. The teachers at Hogwarts had never taught in such detail. The plot of the story was very exaggerated, but also very reasonable. He couldn't find anything wrong with it. Do you understand? Sirius nervously put his hands on his godson's shoulders. You will not die, Harry. Even if all of us die, you will not die. Excuse me, this everyone must not include me, Aaron said. Wait, let me take it easy. Harry rubbed his forehead. I am Voldemort's Horcrux, but I am also protected by the blood protection curse. Yet I am also the owner of the Elder Wand, and I also have a resurrection stone. At this point, Harry suddenly thought of something and took out a golden snitch from his pocket. There was a line on this snitch. I will open at the close. The golden snitch seemed to feel something. The golden surface shrank inward layer by layer, revealing a black stone hidden inside. The resurrection stone, Ron exclaimed. That's great. Dumbledore really left this thing for you. So, I won't die? No, Harry, Sirius comforted. You have too many advantages, at least you have to think so. And doesn't Aaron still have a bottle of resurrection potion? Even if an accident does occur, your life is still guaranteed. Are you willing to give me that bottle of medicine? Harry looked at Aaron in disbelief. Aaron, what good things are you thinking about? Wait until you are completely dead. Harry suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Thank you. Just help me kill Voldemort. It will be very troublesome for me to kill him, but it will be easy for you to kill him. Before that, I have to die once and let him clean up the soul fragments in my body. That's right, and you have to protect the identity of the Master of the Elder Wand, and you can't lose a fight before killing Voldemort. So you have to stay here before Voldemort comes for you, Aaron said meaningfully. Be prepared. This is torture for you. Time is running out. I have to find someone else. Boom! The clock struck midnight. Everyone in Hogwarts paused, knowing what was going to happen next. The Death Eaters standing on the cliff pulled out their wands one by one, and many of them looked excited. The war was a rare feast for most of them. They are so stupid, Voldemort looked at the barrier below indifferently. What a pity. But Master, why don't you wait a little longer? Cynics asked tremblingly. The Master has waited long enough, little Barty smiled. It's because they don't cherish the opportunity. Cynics smiled and took a few steps back obediently. Let's begin, Voldemort ordered. All the Death Eaters raised their wands at the same time, and countless white energy bullets shot out from the tips of their wands, hitting the barrier of Hogwarts like a violent storm. Click, click. Dense silver cracks bloomed in the night sky. If it weren't for the flames of war, it would have looked really brilliant. It's spectacular. Aaron looked at the gorgeous night sky filled with magic lights and couldn't help but sigh. I have never seen such a big scene. Aberforth grasped the key point keenly. How many times have you seen him? Let me think about it, Aaron said, raising his fingers, solemnly. The giant dragon that covers the sky and the sun, the giant sandworms crawling underground, the vampire bats filling the air, the elite orc army, the decisive battle between elves and dwarves, the wars between humans and magical creatures. I can only sum it up to 3 or 4 times. This is a joke, right? Crabbe said, dazed. Nonsense, of course I'm joking, Aaron replied with a chuckle. You didn't really believe it, did you? I'm only 18 years old. I haven't even finished school, let alone had such rich life experiences. The barrier is about to lose its hold, Aberforth murmured, his voice tinged with urgency. It will completely collapse in a few minutes at most. There are too many of them. Chapter 660, Opportunities to Escape from the Battlefield. This is really good news. We still have a few minutes, right? Aaron said nonchalantly. Aberforth's eyes twitched. You are so funny. Thank you for the compliment. I've done everything I can. How many people die next has nothing to do with me. Fewer people can die, Harry said anxiously, then looked at Moody, Frank, and Alice in the auditorium. As long as you send a few of them out. I suggested it, Harry. Moody shook his head helplessly. But he didn't agree. I also mentioned it to him, Frank said sarcastically. He doesn't agree with us helping Neville. Why? Harry asked in confusion. You left me here for insurance. Before killing Voldemort, I cannot lose to anyone, so that I can keep my identity as the owner of the Elder Wand. But what about them? They have nothing to do with Voldemort, so you can always go out and help. Keeping you is insurance. Keeping them is life-saving, Aaron explained patiently. The magic power of wizards is limited, and I need them to recharge their batteries in order to face the tough battle ahead. How many troops do you think Voldemort will use against me? There will be hundreds of them at least, and I need their cover, even if it seems insignificant. You're right, it's trivial, Moody curled his lips. I don't think we can defeat hundreds or even thousands of Death Eaters. I said I won't use you as cannon fodder. Your role in this war is to help me relieve my pressure or help me kill a few more people. The point is to help me, not others, Aaron said solemnly. I raise an army for 1,000 days and use it for a moment. I saved your lives just for this day." "How honest," Aberforth smiled. "But do you think we can stop Voldemort's army together? He will not give us a chance to escape. The anti-apparition spell has locked the space of Hogwarts. Unless the magic power exceeds that of Voldemort, it will not be able to disapparate. Even the Phoenix may not be able to do it. I have no intention of escaping this time." "Fight to the death?" Moody raised his eyebrows. "Sounds quite exciting. Do I look like the kind of person who would fight to the death?" "It's not like that. If I can't beat you, I'll run away immediately," Aberforth said. "Don't say it so harshly. It was clearly a strategic retreat," Aaron said, exasperated. "Voldemort captured my sister-in-law, and he is probably going to kill me. But in a sense, it's not a bad thing. As long as I cooperate with some of the forces targeting me, it won't be too much. But he doesn't know that I am in control of his every move, and with any luck, all 4 of you will survive." Aberforth looked at him suspiciously. "Are you serious?" The corner of Aaron's mouth curled up, and he said enigmatically, "Like Albus Dumbledore, I also arranged spies around Voldemort. But my spy is much more powerful than Professor Snape. He can influence Voldemort's will to a certain extent." Hearing this, everyone looked shocked. They didn't expect Aaron to have such a skill. "What about the 2 of us?" Crabbe said weakly. "Why did you leave me and Goyle here?" "Of course, it's a false surrender," Aaron said matter-of-factly. "I'm not looking down on you. This is the only thing you can do in this war, and only you can do it." Crabbe and Goyle couldn't help trembling and almost fell to the ground. Fake surrender sounds easy, but it is not that difficult to do. Although there is no need to participate in the war, the risk is not low at all. If you are not careful, your life will be at risk. "This won't work. This really won't work. This absolutely won't work," Crabbe said in a hurry. "We 2 can't do this job." "Yes, that's right. We don't have any experience at all. No matter how you look at it, neither of us can do this," Goyle added hurriedly. "Alas!" Aaron patted the 2 of them on the shoulders. "Keep this state. If you remain calm, Voldemort may not believe it. Of course, you can also refuse, but afterwards, your 2 fathers may have to spend." Ching figures. The tension in the air was palpable, and the weight of the impending battle pressed heavily on his shoulders. He could see the determination in the eyes of his fellow students and members of the Order of the Phoenix, all ready to defend Hogwarts to their last breath. "Stay alert, everyone," Neville called out, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his insides. "We can't let them breach the castle." Beside him, Luna Lovegood nodded, her usual dreamy expression replaced by a rare look of focus. "We'll hold them off, Neville. We have to." As the first wave of Death Eaters came into view, spells began to fly. The air crackled with magic, and the night was lit up by the flashes of curses and counter-curses. Neville's heart pounded in his chest, but he stood firm, his wand at the ready. Back inside the castle, Aaron continued his conversation with Aberforth. "We need to ensure that the Temple of God's voice remains secure. If the Death Eaters gain access to it, all could be lost." Aberforth nodded, his eyes sharp and calculating. "We'll do what we must. But remember, Aaron, this war isn't just about winning battles. It's about protecting those who can't protect themselves." Aaron's expression softened slightly. "I know. That's why we have to be smart about this. We can't afford to make mistakes." Meanwhile, Crabbe and Goyle, clutching the key to the Shenming Palace, exchanged nervous glances. The weight of their mission was not lost on them, and the fear of failure loomed large. "We have to do this," Crabbe muttered, more to himself than to Goyle. "For our families, for everyone." Goyle nodded, his grip tightening on his wand. "Let's go, then. We don't have time to waste." As they made their way towards the Temple of God's Voice, the sounds of battle echoed around them. The castle was under siege, and every moment counted. In another part of the castle, Kingsley, Lupine, and Dean were coordinating the defense efforts. "We need to hold this position," Kingsley instructed, his voice calm but authoritative. "If they break through here, they'll have a direct path to the Great Hall." Fred and George, ever the jokesters even in the face of danger, exchanged a quick grin. "Don't worry, Kingsley," Fred said. "We've got this covered." George nodded in agreement. "Yeah, just leave it to us." Despite their light-hearted banter, the twins were deadly serious about their task. They knew the stakes were high, and they were prepared to do whatever it took to protect their home. As the battle raged on, the defenders of Hogwarts fought with everything they had. Spells flew, barriers were erected, and the air was filled with the sounds of conflict. But through it all, a sense of determination and unity prevailed. Neville, standing firm on the bridge, felt a surge of hope. They were outnumbered, but they were not alone. They had each other, and they had something worth fighting for, and as long as they had that, they would never give up. The Forbidden Forest loomed not far away. A bridge, built on a cliff, served as the closest link between the Forbidden Forest and Hogwarts. The Death Eaters would undoubtedly target it. "Is it really appropriate to leave it to Neville alone?" Ron asked, his voice tinged with worry. "He runs fast, the fastest among us," Ginny replied, pursing her lips. "The fewer people in this situation, the better." "This bridge has to be blown up," Seamus sighed. "It took us a long time to load that ammunition." At that moment, a dense crowd of Death Eaters surged out of the Forbidden Forest, rushing towards the bridge like a tidal wave. "Here they come," Neville muttered, swallowing hard as he grasped his wand. Several Death Eaters ran ahead, even surpassing their leader, Scabior. However, before they could reach the bridge, they collided with a defensive barrier and disintegrated into dust instantly. Scabior halted abruptly, and the horde of Death Eaters behind him stopped as well. "Come on, it's up to you," Neville taunted proudly. Despite the anger of the Death Eaters on the Osite hilltop, they were momentarily helpless. But soon, red ash began to fall from the sky. Scabior picked out a piece with his wand, then looked at Neville with a playful expression and cautiously stepped forward. Nothing happened. The barrier had been breached. Neville noticed this and took a nervous step back. With a roar, Scabior led the charge towards the bridge, followed by countless Death Eaters who crowded onto the bridge deck, which was wide enough for several people to walk side by side. Neville turned and ran, with Scabior and the others chasing him, their wild laughter echoing behind. Curses flew at him, exploding around him. Neville didn't think about counterattacking. Instead, he used his wand to ignite the nodes on the bridge as he ran. Sparks flashed, and the fuse was lit, followed by a crackling sound. Boom, boom, boom. The bridge exploded section by section, sending hundreds of Death Eaters plummeting into the cliff below before they could react. Scabior and those closest to Neville realized something was wrong and tried to flee, but it was too late. They fell just as they were about to reach the other end of the bridge. Neville dove and climbed to the other side with great difficulty. "Well done, Neville," Ron praised. "I feel like my life is worth it," Neville smiled. "It's so exciting. My parents would be proud of me." "We can barely hold this road," Ginny said, still shaken. "They can't get through for now, so we need to help others." At the front of the castle, dense statues blocked all entrances. Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick led Cedric, Percy, Wood, and other graduates in defense. Suddenly, a huge roar erupted, and dozens of giants charged with crude weapons, followed by countless Death Eaters. Devil's nets, poisonous thorns, swamps, and other traps slowed the giants, but many still reached the statues. The giants' attacks were simple, swinging weapons and fists like children, but they were more effective at clearing troops than magic. Many statues were destroyed, but their counterattacks inflicted heavy losses on the giants. Some powerful Death Eaters turned into black mist, bombing the statues while flying, clearing the way for the army behind. There were so many that the professors and students couldn't resist them and had to fight while retreating. The Death Eaters' offensive grew more intense, capturing, destroying, and burning buildings. Explosions, screams, roars, and wild laughter mixed into a chaotic war symphony, each note accompanied by tragic casualties. "Can't wait, really can't wait," Harry muttered. "Sit down," Aaron said calmly. "Their sacrifices are all in preparation for the decisive battle between you and Voldemort." "I can't just do nothing," Harry yelled. "You sent Hermione and Clea away, but my friends and family are on the battlefield, injured and bleeding right now." "So, are you blaming me?" Aaron asked, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "I have to remind you that they stayed here voluntarily. I never forced them. I provided shelter, potions, most of the resources, and even the battle plan. Without my help, more people would have died. Additionally, I signed a contract with Voldemort. Unless you die, I cannot take the initiative. Understand?" I did everything I could. I don't owe any of you, and you have no right to be angry at me. But, Harry's voice trembled as he tried to calm down. Is there really nothing you can do? Ha ha, Aaron sneered. He grabbed Harry's arm and threw him towards the entrance of the auditorium. You can go out now. Go and live or die with your friends and relatives. I won't stop you, but remember, you can't lose. Once you lose, you will no longer be the owner of the Elder Wand. Voldemort may still not be able to kill you, but you may not be able to defeat him, and all plans and calculations will be meaningless. Harry, Moody said, helping him up. It doesn't make any difference whether there's one more Magister or one less Magister in the battle outside. The only enemy you have to face is Voldemort. It's crucial that you remain the master of the Elder Wand. Understand? The overall situation is paramount. As long as you can defeat Voldemort in the end, all of our sacrifices will be worth it.